why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And, they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water like stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense.
Should be a hell of water
in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's a 40-story building. You got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away, anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there, and it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading Flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Just in principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse from the top that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow. Or, you know what I mean? Or that's not a horse. That's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse. But I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from, 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. All you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different angles, according to them. Oh, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this is a composite, this is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and it's just, you're right. People would have no idea what that's really a photograph of, because no one
Or if it's even a photograph.
That point of view.
Or if it's even a photograph.
Right.
And it could be a photograph of something. It doesn't mean it has to be a photograph of the Earth.
Here's one way that it's not a photograph, is because you see the totally impossible water physics of hills of water. That's
exactly.
Things, and they're like, oh, it's a blue marble and stuff, a giant circle of water. But if you really like get down to thinking about it, you're like, there's no way water maintains a shape that has this curvature across the top, because that would involve water molecules like stacking on top of the other water molecules like a pile of dirt. But you know that water doesn't work that way. It all flows out to the sides and the edges.
Well, Shine, that's a good insight, because that's what you can do to test the image. You can see if the things that what the image depict are even possible. Curbing water, which we know is not possible. So that image is horseshit just on that.
That's
So it
right.
shows curbing oceans, and we can go check to see if the oceans are actually curbing.
Do you know how like mentalists and magicians will sometimes sort of like plant something in somebody's head so that they can read their answer later? I feel like anyone who's seen the picture of the quote-unquote Earth from space actually knows deep down that there's something deeply wrong in the picture, because the water just doesn't act like water is supposed to act. So whether they know it or not, they have like a seed of doubt in them already. This goes...
It's even better than that. If you watch somebody filming themselves on the top of a building and they overlook a building, you instantly get this weird feeling like you're about to fall. But then when you see people out in space doing their little spacewalk, you don't have that feeling. Even from the Red Bull space jump, you didn't have that feeling.
You don't think they're scared?
What's that?
You don't think they're scared? Is that what you're saying? Like they don't
No,
seem
I'm
scared?
saying when you're watching the video, have you ever seen somebody stand at the edge on a video, standing at the edge of a really tall building or a really steep cliff, and then you get this fear inside your chest as if you're there in the same moment?
Yeah.
But when you watch videos from space, supposedly, you don't get that same feeling. You don't get that feeling that you're going to fall.
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation, yeah.
I gotta go for like 5 minutes. I'll be back after that.
You're saying even your subconscious knows that it's
No
a load
offense,
of crap.
Sheepdog. I think that's a really bad point, man.
That's a really bad point.
Yeah, like I don't get them sensations like watching people up cranes and stuff and radio antennas. I know a lot of people do, but it's not doesn't apply to everyone.
I get really pissed off at the lack of curiosity they have. It's like
The lack of curiosity?
yeah, like
For what?
just it's almost like if you're dealing it almost feels like you're in you're talking to somebody who who believes in who is part of a religion, like it's in because I don't like yeah, how to explain it. I'm just like I'm very much interested, like I in how they think, like how I don't know how to explain it. Because you're curious, right? I mean, like you're curious, you're interested, like knowing. Um,
I mean, like having an open mind,
yeah,
being open to the idea that maybe
yeah. You know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end at the end, like for example, at the end of the day, like it couldn't. Like, at the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have, it's like it just couldn't be. It's just impossible for the light to be so big. That's pretty much like that's the final frontier for them, I think. What I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it, where they're like, they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was it?
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that. And I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about, like, for example, you personally? Like, are you 100% like sure? Because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So, like, are you still open to the fact that, like, the Earth might not be flat? Like, are you still, or definitely?
I know we already changed. We did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No. I'm not saying about, like, changing back, but just kind of like just wondering, like. Because it's
Look,
like
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. I don't care about any of the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, the evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. I bought it before, and now
which idea?
I'm not a subscriber. Earth? No, the globe.
Yeah, well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man. When you actually think about it, I mean, they don't. The way the globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted. It has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going. It has a leaky valve cover gasket. There's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff, and the globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe, like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. Wow, and when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
it's like, I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
But it's almost like this weird cult that everybody got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never going to tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my, you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie, at least for 5 years, than, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna they're gonna be the one parent that tells the kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
might be like a lack
taking
of
flack from other
originality.
parents, you know, for ruining
They say
the
that
other
they say
kids,
that.
like belief in
Yeah.
Santa. Sorry, Lionel. Sorry. Just
No,
wanted
no,
to
it's
add
fine. Yeah.
Man, I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
that. I was just
No, I mean,
saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me he's not real. You know.
Oh yeah, true that.
So they
Why
end
you
up just
put your
going
kids
along
in
with it. You know?
kickboxing and jiu-jitsu?
With Santa, is everybody dressed up like elves? And you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, you know, take the combo off topic there. Lionel, you were going to say something?
I feel no. I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just.
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
Dude, I feel so fortunate. You know, my sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people. Like my family seems to be broken. You know, but I'm so fortunate of dude, my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
that's good.
Um,
They gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
mhm.
You know, Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, babe, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', you know, basically psychologically jump you, which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that you know, at least your parents said, hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker.
Hey, yo, Indio.
Yo, Vlad.
Yo, is jujitsu the art of like saving money? I'm just wondering.
No, it's the art of wearing little hats.
Oh, okay. I thought it was close enough. No.
Dude, how come like jujitsu should be like doing breakdancing head spin, but you got a little hat, dude? Like you, dude. I'm not gonna say it. I can't say it. Maybe when the boss is not here, I'll say what I think about breakdancing juice.
Yeah. Are you talking about orange juice or apple juice?
Yeah. Say breakdancing Jews.
Breakdancing Jews, man, dude, they should be able to do the head spin so easy wearing the yarmulke. They should be going like 30 miles an hour, man. 30,000 rotations per minute.
All right. Vlad, quit being naughty.
Hey, you know that's all I am. You know I am. That's all I am. I'm
I
sorry.
got my Jew card. This is all good for me. My people.
What? Is that how you're going to combat it?
My mother's Jewish. My mother's Jewish.
Oh, that makes it actually makes you Jewish then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's past as it's matrilineal.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know that. They're like, his dad's Jewish.
I'm not involved in the religion in any real way. I grew up very, very Christian based, really, you know, because father, head of the family.
You're a Jew for Jesus?
Yeah. Jew for Jesus, yeah. But, going by technicalities, yeah, Jewish. Yeah, man. That was all the family gatherings back in the day.
Jew, not Jew. Jew for Jesus. The earth is still flat. Don't matter what the hell you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, probably a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is it like a standard or like a general idea, or Because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. You know, like you don't. But is there like is there a general idea, general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in South. I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia. Dude, I lived 4 years there, and I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like for example, in summer you have only a few hours of nighttime. You know, so when I watch the video, you know, supposedly that it's real, but you know, I can understand why that is real. You know, because like I lived, like I said, I lived in Ushuaia, and I experienced, you know, in summer days are like, you know, um, you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean,
going
that happens in
south,
the Arctic too.
yeah,
Let me
Go ahead,
ask you.
Chief.
Let me ask this.
yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right?
Hmm.
So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then
mhm.
whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, do you? I mean, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll
sun
tell you.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because it's
Because
long.
even if you explain it to me, I would have a
I am going
difficult
to
time
explain it to you.
understanding it.
So,
But, okay,
so
I don't get too
how?
technical.
Okay, you have to. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a goal prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not.
A globe prediction. It's not
No,
a globe
it's not a goal
prediction.
prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, so the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. Doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? Well, I would need a clock, because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my frickin' clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model. Now,
The globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You'd need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this in, you figure out where the Earth is in orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay, because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can follow it. Yep. No.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it. But like,
I can show you with a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also anybody can provide an explanation. Like we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image, the diagram.
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where to on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice?
That help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.
Here, I'll
make text channel above the voice channel.
Or just go to your notifications and then click on.
Oh yeah.
The last person that tagged you.
Here, I DM'd it to you. So just check your DMs, dude.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this diagram shows how it's actually done, right? So you would look in the sky, and then you would see like a celestial equator. You would just get where the celestial equator is, and you'd measure down from that where the sun would be in the sky at what time. That's how it's done. You don't even need, the ground is irrelevant. It doesn't, you don't need anything. You don't need the ground. And the thing is, this is the crux of the problem is this. What are latitude and longitude in the first place? Are they points on the ground? Or are they points in the sky? They're points in the sky. So when you say something like, I'm at 45 latitude, negative 180 degree longitude, all you're saying is 12 hours after the sun, it's noon in Greenwich, it's going to be noon here. And when I look in the sky, I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. That's how you're getting your ground coordinate. But there's no way you could find that coordinate if you couldn't see the sky. So if you can't see the sun and you can't see the stars, you have no idea where you are. Right? So when they said, hey, we're on Union Glacier, this is Union Glacier's latitude and longitude. Yeah, how did you know that was the latitude and longitude? Well, we looked at the sky. And when we saw the sun was so high above the horizon, we called that place frickin', 77 frickin' south. You understand? It's a self-referential thing. Like saying you're at 77 longitude and then saying, hey, why does Polaris match your latitude? It's because that's how latitudes are defined. They're defined by the elevation of Polaris. Saying, yeah, why do I see Polaris at 45 degrees when I'm at 45 degrees north? Because you defined 45 degrees north as when you see Polaris at 45 degrees. Do you understand? Like the ground coordinate is defined by the sky. We're not finding the ground and then confirming it with the sky. We're seeing the sky and then saying this is a spot on the ground. But the thing is, the problem with this is great for like we want to travel around. We got a nice star map where we can just sail under the shit, right? And then we can know where we are. But that doesn't mean that the relationships between these places on the ground is the same orientation and relationships as the stars in the sky. That is a leap of logic. That's why what Sheepdog said to you, we could see the sun do whatever. If the earth measures flat, it has to be doing it over a flat earth. Because everything about the sky and its relationship to the earth is hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
Yeah, it's completely hypothetical.
Can I add that the sun, if it was really 93 million miles away, there's just no way that it would be so hot and like bright and stuff. The whole concept behind the sun is rather pseudo-scientific in terms of it being so far away, sending this heat all the way through space, and it gets the earth, nice and warm. And, the sun, supposedly, according to them, is just going to heat up forever based on nuclear physics and stuff of matter crushing together. A lot of these things don't really make that much sense. I mean, if you, were to burn anything else, it goes away in, 15 minutes or an hour or something. The sun has been burning for 70 billion years or something like that. So a lot of things about the sun just aren't really totally the same as what they might be telling you and stuff. So, this path of the sun thing, it could be...
Well, that's funny that we mentioned path of the sun, right? But in their conception, we're spinning and orbiting. But that's not what we see, right? We just see the sun move.
Right.
See the sun shake.
Who's the one asking the question here?
It was Lionel. He's just asking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's what he's asking. How we explain it. I'm not
it's very limited because typically we match and the sun go in circles around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
And
we don't know if they're circles or not.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, saying they do circles around the flat Earth is just, you're basically falling into the same trap they're falling into. Saying that the sky's relationship to the ground is some circular weight. No one's ever measured a circular path of the sun above the Earth. No one's ever measured whether the center, the North Celestial Pole, right, Polaris, that's the center of anything. How do you know the stars ain't asymmetric? So how do you know a lot of, because there's a problem. If we take a compass as north and south don't line up with the celestial sphere at all. Did you know that? Magnetic declination. Have you heard of this thing?
Magnetic declination.
Yeah, you should know. You were in Peru, right? So I think there's 11 degrees of magnetic declination in Ushuaia. That means if I take a compass and I look at it and it says north, and I point north with the compass, I am 11 degrees off of true north. I'm actually not pointing toward true north. That the compass doesn't match. And when I say true north, I mean north as would be designated by the celestial sphere, North Pole, South Pole, the center of rotation of the stars don't line up with the compass, is what I'm saying. That north-south directions don't line up with the compass. Okay, now which is right? Maybe the compass is right and the stars, the way we're thinking about the stars is wrong. And maybe the stars are right and the compass is wrong. right? You can, like, you're just picking an arbitrary coordinate system. But the thing is, you're not actually measuring the ground itself. This is where we keep coming back to the thing. The spatial references we're using are not of the ground, or they're of something else. They're of the magnetic field. They're of the stars and the sun. But what about the ground that we're talking about? Where are those spatial references? Where we use just the ground to figure out what the ground is? See, we're always appealing to something else. That's not the ground. That's what we're always going to. Oh, look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the moon. Look at black holes. Oh, look at the magnetic field. Look at the wind. Look at fucking the water going up and down. Like, look at all these phenomenon. We're never go, hey, let's just go out into the world and fucking measure the Earth. But they have done this, and the results are pretty whacked out, right? So
the only one I maps. Maps are fucked up. There's so much confusion with a map. Why can't the maps be simple, right? I mean, they should have been measured and everything. Why? Yeah.
Because it's not that simple to measure. These things are actually hard.
Why can't we have a map? Why can't we just have like one? Why is it so difficult? Like, for example, when I ask, like, you know, like the Globers, like, what's your map? Like, what's the real map? Like, we should have a fucking photographical map, like a real map. Huh?
They don't believe in any map.
It's too hard.
So what they say, they wouldn't use a map. Like, this is the funny thing is they're like, well, all the maps are wrong, but the globe, like if you had a physical globe, that would be right. A globe on your table on your desk, that would be right. That's what they would say.
That would be right. I mean, they would say never. That, right?
Hold on. Here's the funny thing is that they would never actually use that because they wouldn't be able to actually get anywhere with that. Right? Imagine like you're going on a road trip or you're sailing across the ocean and you're like, oh man, we're going to get lost. And you're like, no, we're not going to get lost, baby. I got this globe I bought from Walmart. And fucking bring it onto the boat. Fucking you got a globe. Where do you think you're going to go? You're going to go right to the bottom of the fucking ocean, right up about 20 miles from the shore.
It wouldn't work. It would work, no, for them. Like, I mean, if you know how to use it, I guess. No.
How could you use a globe to sail across the ocean?
I mean, they claim it's the real, like they have a real map, and it has to be.
Yeah, but how could you use it? That's what I'm asking. How could you actually use it to sail the ocean?
I don't know. I guess you could, if it was like the real deal.
How?
You know?
How?
I mean, it should work perfectly well. I mean, if it's a representation of reality, you should have no problem using it.
Well, I mean, the thing about the ocean is that there's no landmarks, right? Right. So you got the oceans on your physical
watermarks.
What'd you say?
I was going to say there's no watermarks.
There's no watermarks. What are you going to do? Say take a left at the frickin' 50-foot wave?
I don't know. You have the compass.
Yeah, take a left at the next water hill.
But bro, don't remember just saying that the compass doesn't match the map, the globe?
Yeah, it does, no?
No, it does not.
I mean, it does. I mean, no, like
no, it
doesn't actually.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't. The compass doesn't match. So the globe is created by that celestial sphere coordinate system I was talking about.
I mean, you can go around the equator,
hold on, dude. Hold on. But the compass doesn't match that celestial sphere coordinate system. As far as east, west, north, south, they don't match.
Yeah.
They're not even close to matching. They're freaking way off each other. Let me see if
doesn't the compass up north point to like some place in Norway or something like that?
Oh, dude, the magnetic North Pole is supposed to be like in the North Atlantic or in the Arctic Ocean or something. In the South magnetic pole is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. They're not even on land.
Well, one thing we can agree on is that maps like don't match each other at all. Like the globe versus the flat, projection map of the continents and stuff. Everyone's always saying, oh,
the flat projection maps are off a globe. They actually do match the globe maps.
But not in a different way, which is just like public opinion. Like most.
Do you guys not comprehend this, dude? They're not projecting the land; they're projecting the stars. The entire coordinate system is the stars. So when they go from one map to another, they're doing a transformation of the star coordinates onto, and then they're changing the quote unquote land that's underneath it accordingly. But it's not a projection of the dirt; it's a projection of the stars in that coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Like it's based
It's hard
off
for
of
people to
what
accept
you
this,
see.
that maps are not of the
I
Earth;
know.
they're of the stars, dude. It's like really hard for people to just function with that.
Like from your perspective, from your vision, you see a bubble around you. Like I start with the circle of vision. That's your horizon. And then, so 360 degrees, that's the limitation of your vision. Then when you look upward over your head, now you're creating a hemisphere. And then if the Earth wasn't underneath you, you would literally see a sphere in a sphere around you. But going back to the hemisphere, it's not even like it's your hemisphere. It's not the Earth hemisphere. It gets so much weirder than that. But the whole, like Indio said, they take the celestial sphere and they like press. I don't know how to say it. Basically, they're pressing the Earth up against the inside of the celestial sphere, and all it is a celestial
exactly.
sphere. You have to read the book Longitude in order to understand it.
That's fair enough, but you can't assume that if you remove the ground that you'd see stars 360 degrees around your position, as if you were in the center of the sphere.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, because it sure sounded like you were, so just clear that up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be a 360 degree bubble all the way around you. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
So they do it based on the stars?
Yeah, and they used to be more explicit about it in old books. And Yoder told me this, is that, like, they would say that you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. They wouldn't say that you're on it. Yeah. Like, during, like, the 1800s. You would never be on these things. You'd be under them.
Based on the stars, because for the longest time, that was the way people navigated, by the stars.
Yeah. It's the way we still do it. The entire coordinate system is based upon it. Just because you're not looking up, we're using a coordinate system developed from stars. And that, like, if you couldn't see the stars, you wouldn't have a coordinate system. At least you wouldn't have that one.
And that's why they made paper versions where you could actually have a coordinate system in your cabin. You didn't need to go out and look at the stars.
So I'll give you another example. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It does a conversion into that. You can use any coordinate system you want to use. It's freaking dealer's choice, but they've just fixed on that one. Because it's it's easy to navigate using this system, easier. But even it's so easy that before the globe was even invented, Polynesians and people that lived in Micronesia were navigating using the stars hundreds of kilometers without any globe math, right? It's because the stars move so consistently that you can predict where they're going to be. Like, if you know how fast you're going and you know how fast the stars are changing relative to your speed, you can go, hey man, at the rate we're going, we'll be there in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this star is going to be over that island. So all we got to do is time our travel. So every night when we watch the star, we go, shit, we got to go a little bit faster. We got to go a little bit slower. Okay, and eventually, and as long as you get there when that star is overhead, or some other stars around there, they wouldn't use a single set of stars. They would use a bunch of sets. And they knew what the sky had to look like in a particular location at a particular time. Okay, hey, 2 weeks from now, if we're if the sky looks like this, we're in the right place. If the sky don't look like this, we're fucking lost.
God forbid their clock break.
I mean, the sky was their clock, so they didn't really need. I mean, the Polynesians at least.
My bad, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said the Micronesia, like the people from Samoa, Hawaii, they traveled all over the frickin' oceans. You got to remember, they even say like, is it New Zealand and Australia, right? Those people came from Madagascar. How'd they get from the Indian Ocean on frickin' canoes? And then those people supposedly came from South America. Was Lionel still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
So what do you think? What do you think of the Bolivian salt flats?
The what? Oh, the what? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
the mirror, the giant mirror.
I have
Bolivian.
no idea. I've never been there, dude. I've never been there.
We want to hire you. How far is it away from
what?
where you are?
No, dude. You know what? I am not even there. Like I am in. I'm in Europe, right? Like I've been in Europe for like.
You poor thing. Just
Yeah.
kidding. Just kidding, man.
No, I mean like, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in fact, I'm traveling right now, dude. I'm at the airport, man. Like you have no idea where I am. Yeah, dude. I'm in Greece. I'm in Athens right now, and I am flying to Istanbul, like in Turkey, for the first time.
Oh, you're going to Istanbul. Yeah, someone I know was there about 9 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I saw recently, man? Like, I spend most of the time like just like coffee places, like, cause I work online, I'm not too much into going to like monuments and stuff, but I did go and to see what is it called, like a dude. There's a megalith, man. Believe it or not, dude. Like one of like the megalith, like the big structures hidden, dude. Like nobody goes and visit this thing, dude. Like you go there, you go and I was watching YouTube the other day, and I came across a video by accident. I was like watching something related with Athens. And I'm like, dude, and this megalith that they were showing in this video, it was like 20 minutes from where I was staying. So next day I went to look at it. So, anyways,
How big was it?
I don't know. Like each block, it's like like between 5 and 10 tons, whatever that means.
Nice.
They're huge. Yeah.
It's in kilos. That would be like
I don't know.
10 tons is 20,000 pounds. So that's a kilo is 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, well, it's really not the only example. You've got pyramids and temples and cathedrals and palaces. All of this stuff just looks like stuff that, would take hundreds of years to build if you're having people carry around the stones with their hands and stuff.
So I brought up the Bolivian salt flats because I recently, with the help of AI, thought of a test that can be done at the Bolivian salt flats. Because if they're just curved, right, and it's a mirrored surface, then if you're 200 feet above the surface and you watch the sunset, you should still be able to see the sun, but the reflection of the sun should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see it because the curved surface is not a flat surface. Basically, the reason is because you have a line of sight to the sun, but the point on the earth that has to reflect the sun to your eye, the sun doesn't have a line of sight to there. That's behind the curve from the position of the sun. So you could just go do this test as long as you have a 30-something mile stretch where you, in a nice crisp water horizon. You can do this test where you see the sunset, but you don't see the reflection of the sun, even though the surface is completely mirrored. So this,
I don't trust the sun, man. I don't trust the sun.
oh, now you don't trust the sun. What about 24-hour sun, man? What happened to that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what
Now
to
the
think
sun
about
goes
the sun.
overboard. That's what always happens.
I don't know what to
Well,
think about the sun.
they also surveyed the salt flats and surveyed them flat. And so what you could do is when the salt flats flood, there's water now on the flat level ground, which you can measure too. And so if the Earth was a ball and the water was conforming to a sphere, then you should be able to measure that hill of water over the entirety of the salt flats.
Does water freezes like in a curved
No.
way?
No, we've done that too. We've done that test too. Yeah, we've done. There's lots of frozen lake flat Earth tests, lasers, lights, flashlights, all sorts of shit. So we don't have to use the sun. We can use a light, right? So this is the way you have to understand. If it was a flat surface, a flat mirror, when the thing goes down towards the horizon, they should both be the same size. But if it's a globe and a curved surface, as the light gets closer to the horizon, the reflection of that thing should get smaller and eventually disappear while you can still see the light. Understand? So you have like what it would look like is the reflection of the sun going up, the actual sun coming down, and as the sun approaches the horizon, the reflection of the sun that's in the water disappears before it reaches the horizon, and you'll still be able to see the sun directly. This would definitively prove the Earth is a ball, or at least the salt flats are curved. It would prove that. But these pictures already exist. There's already pictures from the Bolivian salt flats with the sun right on the horizon, and the sun and the reflection of the sun are the same size, which they shouldn't be if it was a curved mirror.
Oh wow.
Exactly. I feel like it's, very strong evidence for our side that all sorts of observations involving distance and distance over water and stuff all seem to confirm the flat Earth hypothesis that, we live on a level plane and stuff. Looking at islands, lighthouses, piers, every time people do these experiments over bodies of water, they always notice that there's missing curvature that should be, blocking things. Islands are, very low to the water, and so from 70, 100 miles, there's no way people should be able to see islands out on the ocean because the curvature should take over for all that height that the island comes above the water and just block it out of view.
Yeah. Then people go out with high power lenses and they can see the shoreline and everything.
Right, which should be impossible because there should be the water making a wall in between them and the island so they can't view it directly with line of sight.
Yeah, so it would be a water hill. It's almost equivalent to saying, I was looking at this hill, but due to some miraculous refraction, the hill looks completely flat and I can see everything on the other side.
Yeah. Before we move on, do people still have questions about various things in the model?
Well,
What model?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. Whenever, so they are so focused, and what's happening in the sky that when you start, for example, talking about what's happening on Earth, and you start making this type of measurements and this type of questioning, you just look so stupid to them. It's like, dude, why are you doing all these measures here on Earth? When we have all this, math invested, all this, everything, all the knowledge is in the sky.
Yeah, but
nothing when you start measuring, making all this observation stuff, you're like, dude, you're an idiot. It's
But if you want to study the shape of the Earth, you obviously should look at the Earth and measurements from the Earth and stuff. One of the reasons it's all up in the sky is that's how they can, keep their badge of authority or whatever and say, well, when, you know, our NASA scientists and astronomers look at the sky, they're finding, you know, these sort of data which support the or support the round or the globe Earth or whatever. But, you know, that's just a way of keeping the observations out of the hands of the public, which is opposite of what science is supposed to do. Science is supposed to show people evidence and experiments with the scientific method that anyone can reproduce and anyone can recreate. But all they really do by moving all the observations up into the sky and stuff is make it so that your average person can't really question their science or, you know, argue with it from the standpoint of having the same data set. But if we talk about stuff we can all see from the surface of the Earth, then it's a different like lab experiment, and everyone can really replicate and see those results.
Sometimes I see like the sky like a completely different type of nature, you know? Yeah. You can speculate a lot, no? Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, you can speculate a lot. It's like it's almost like the way the sky behaves is like a completely different type of nature. It's like you could say that it's a completely different type of nature. You know, the way that the sky behaves. Like,
well, the ancients used. The ancients used to look at it that way. They used to call it the heavens and the earth, and two different laws governed those different things.
Mm-hmm. Like when have you seen a light, for example, just lit? You know, all the time. Like you don't see that here on Earth. You don't see anything like the sun here on Earth. It's like a completely different nature. You know, we don't even know. We don't really know how things work here. You know, imagine like up there.
Up in the sky.
Yeah, we barely can sort of figure out like how things work here. Like everything's all a mystery, dude. Like,
yeah. Well, my take on it is that a lot of sky observations are, you know, sort of accurate, and they come to us from history and the history of things like geography and mapping and stuff. But the whole science has been like co-opted now to teach this solar system model and this spherical Earth system and stuff. And now they're, you know, very defensive of their model and stuff and don't want to, you know, allow it to come under question.
Yeah, we all have the same observations, and you can see that all the way back into history. We all have the same observations throughout history because we all live in the same world. It's just the interpretations and the zealotry concerning their interpretations being right and everything else being false because they have such a strong belief in their interpretation.
it's really weird, man. You know, to think that the Earth, you know, to think like, for example, like you travel, no, like, man, it's almost like it's a crazy thought to think that we live on the same plane. I mean, you know, like that all the cities in the world are on the same plane. It's such a crazy thought, which is it shouldn't. But it's like, God, we're sharing the same level. All the cities in the world, like I'm in a city, I'm in Europe right now, I'm in Greece, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm in Athens.
I find it a little bit more ridiculous to believe that every 12 hours USA has, you know, wound around the side of the globe and ends up where China is, and China where USA is, and then 12 hours go around and the USA winds around the side and ends up back where it was. And there's all this movement across the Earth, but buildings just stand up. Nothing ever collapses or crumbles with all this movement.
All these upside down people
taking a 12-hour plane flight every day to the other side of the globe. But if it was really moving that much, don't you think mountains would, sort of sift down and buildings would fall over because of slight changes in the ground and stuff?
Oh, I think the biggest issue would be it would be completely unlivable. Besides the fact that, like, the Earth wouldn't be able to hold the gas in a vacuum. If the Earth were this object the size of the Earth were traveling at 66,000 miles per hour into a gas, that would create massive compression of that gas, and then the gas on the other side of the ball is then not being like the ball is moving 66,000 miles away from that gas, and so there's differential there that they have never accounted for in their models. They just ignore it.
Psychologically, thinking that you live in a, thinking that we live in a ball, right? Like, psychologically, like, it separates us. You live in a different country, different continent. It separates you. Like, if you're in America and I am in Europe, like, we're separated. But when you think about it as a plane, it's like, it's, oh, dude, it's so grounding. It's like, it's almost like you get a type of relief. We're all in the same plane. It's like such a, it's like I don't know. You feel connected somehow, or like, no, we are in the same plane. It's a connecting feeling. But if you think that you live on it's very easy to feel each country disconnected from you. It's like, no. Do you know what I mean? Like, psychologically?
I think the globe belief in general breeds like this disconnect.
You don't feel connected. Maybe you do. I mean, we live on the same globe. You might.
We don't live on the same globe. I don't live on a globe, so. The problem with when people think they live on a globe, they think they are this disconnected descendant of a monkey, or like a speck of dust in the universe of no importance, and they're stuck in this like disconnected view of the world. So of course, when you have some of that belief system, you're gonna feel more disconnected rather than when you're like, oh wait. The Earth is flat. That actually conforms to all of the ancient religions. So I can have my choice of an ancient religion and have a more deeper meaning to my life, because the whole world is deeply connected to spirituality and the creator of this world, whatever you believe that is.
Yeah, again, we don't really know. But I'd say, most of the world felt most connected on the whole topic of what do you call it, the planet, the spherical planet, when, the USA and NASA faked the moon missions back in 1969 and stuff, and that was when the whole world was like, okay, now we're updating our worldview, this is a different type of thing.
Actually, many countries didn't believe it.
No one ever really talked about stuff like that before and stuff, so it came in to reinforce the idea that we all live on the same spherical planet, but they faked those missions, of course.
Yeah, not everybody did accept it right away, and many people thought either Russia faked their missions, and Russia thought America faked their missions, and it's a shit show, and then it was just grandfathered in because it was stuffed into everybody's education. And so naturally, when you're raised with this being, if you don't accept this, you get failed. So of course you're gonna just accept it and think it's true. The grown-ups figured it out.
Yeah, dude. I have to make an effort, dude. I have, like, deep inside myself, I think I must have the, the globe, fucking, because I have to make an effort. Like, for me, it's a trip to think that we live on the same plane.
Got the globe.
It's a trip. I think it logically, and it makes sense. But I have to, like, for example, I have to make an effort. Like, my mind has a tendency to go back to Like I think it must be something like it's like a belief that I have deep inside myself. You know, I have to use my logic. You know, I believe in logic.
Globe or the
So
flat Earth?
yeah, for me the flat Earth, dude. When I listen to the debates, like I lean on the flat Earth, but I have to make a logical effort because like for me it's like crazy to think that we live on a plane, which that's what I like to believe. I like to believe that's what reality is. I think that's what reality is. Like we live on the same plane. It's a trip. Why is it a trip? Because like deep inside, I still believe that I must think that we live on a globe, and you know what I mean. Like so, I feel very fortunate.
I can
Yeah, I feel
understand
very
it to a little. I can understand it to a little degree because when I first came to this back in 2015, in the beginning it was a trip. Like you were raised you're raised in this belief of the globe. Everybody you know, everything you consumed, all the entertainment. I loved space. I loved sci-fi stuff. Like I used to watch all of the videos NASA would put out because I was looking for aliens. Like it wasn't until afterwards that I talked to my astrophysicist friend, I talked to my robotic engineering friend, and I wanted them to supply me with all of the concrete evidence for the globe being true, how we could prove it to the flat earthers, and I needed solid evidence so I could debunk them. That just didn't work out. They didn't have any solid evidence, and because I studied logic, I could just be like, wait, this is a logical fallacy. Why are we accepting that as a proof? And they just broke down because they were taught this as holy truth, and that's where they get their validation for being intelligent from parroting it.
Yeah, you have a much solid ground than me then, man. So I'm like I started watching flat Earth videos like from more or less like 2015, and for me it's still a trip.
Yeah, I went right away into trying to prove the globe to myself, like through experiments and tests, and then I looked at what everybody else was doing, and I repeated some of the things that they were doing, and then I tried to understand how does the world work then, if this isn't a geometric horizon, if like, and I went into this same thing most people do when they get to this. They go into this like, how does the world work? I want to create a new model. I want to create some kind of replacement belief system to believe in, and it just took me a little bit to get over that like desire to have a belief about something. I'm comfortable with the unknown because if I know I don't know something, I know I can actually learn something here. Versus if you believe you know what it is, you're going to look past all of the things that could reveal to you what it actually is.
Yeah, somebody else's belief, right? Like believing what somebody else.
Yeah, you're going to taint your vision with your preconceived ideas. Like humanity is like this. We have a tendency to try to fit things into our beliefs, into how we see things. It's confirmation bias.
I much rather know very 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 little and have my own conclusion than to pretend to understand reality as of I know.
Yeah, the more you separate out what you believe and what you actually know, and the more of a foundation you build in actual knowledge, the more accurate your predictions and how you see the world is, because it's more reflective of how the world actually is instead of how you believe the world to be, because of like, oh, somebody hurt me, so I'm going to believe all black people are bad. That's just not true, but it's a fallacious faulty generalization. But then you're right that the guy might have hurt you, but that is an incident between you and him. That person was bad. And so like there's a distinction in how reality actually is and how people perceive it because of feelings.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah.
And part of my take on this is like, because we know from our evidence and stuff that this model has to be correct and stuff, it just means that so many of our institutions are putting their resources into the wrong things. You know, studying space, exploring space, but even schools and stuff, teaching about space, teaching the, you know, tenets of the solar system model and the globe model and stuff. Should we really be doing that if it turns out that it's completely wrong? That would mean most of our institutions designed to like empower us are in fact like lying to us or making us weaker. Rather, or whether intentional or not intentional, they are, you know, drawing people further away from understanding reality instead of closer.
Well, think about it this way: if you were a very powerful person who had a lot of wealth and control in the world, would it benefit you more to have people ignorant and believing things that are inconsequential to them in the long run, and that distract them from what's actually happening to them, that would profit you?
Well,
Depends what kind of person you are.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that people who are seeking positions of power, influence, where they can have control over you, are generally people of a persuasion that is not positive. It's the
Yeah, I know where you're.
It's a narcissist. It's the sadists. It's the psychopaths. It's the sociopaths. They gravitate towards these positions because it gives them what they want. And it's hard to believe these kinds of people just automatically, but that's what most of the world does because they're in positions of power.
I mean, like, yeah. So, is it meant to be like that? Is it supposed to be like that? Is this like a jungle? Is it supposed to be challenging? Like, maybe this is how nature is supposed to be. Like,
I think it's just evil. I think if you look at history and just the history of rational language use, for instance, just in America, for instance, you can see rational language was so common that it was about a 90% range. And then all of a sudden, it just started dropping until it and it coincides with them removing the trivium and quadrivium and the focus on logic, giving you a foundation and something to argue so that you can understand what you're dealing with, and kind of shoved that to the side and then rewrote a lot of the textbooks, and a lot of the arguments that you get in the textbooks are filled with fallacious argumentation, and so you learn to use fallacious argumentation to try to justify things or argue things, and that just breaks the people. And it creates perfect factory workers who don't know anything and can't actually like complain about the issues because they don't know enough. But it ruins society as a whole, and it limits how much our scientists can actually discover. And so it makes it so that you can control how much progress is being made, and so you can push it out, like, so you can be the guy presenting, hey, here I have something better, and not being it's something uncontrolled that you can't control. Because if you give everybody logic, if you give everybody the scientific method, and everybody starts trying to discover something, they're likely to discover something that you can't control.
Yeah, that's interesting. It makes sense.
And that's one of the reasons why most of our current technology comes from the 1800s and a little bit after that. But the basis for it all comes from around the 1800s, early 1900s.
Are you saying like are you saying like the industrial revolution, like most of the stuff we have now is still like based on what happened during that time, during the Industrial Revolution? Because I kind of disagree with that.
Well, for the large part, if you think about where the technology or the understanding for underlying technology came from, it came from around that time.
I mean, like, I don't think we had any understanding of like computers in like the 1800s. Like that's a completely new thing, right?
No, it was discovered when around that time.
I mean, like, look at the structure, the education structure. You know, like, it's just like, I mean, like, look at schools, man. Look at how they teach. You know, it's like, it's not even like, it's not even old fashioned. It's just like straight up, like, I mean, I don't know. It's not even like probably worse than 200 years ago, man.
Yeah, I get that.
The first digital computer was created in the 1900s or 1945. Before that, we had analog computers in the 1800s.
I mean, we have more comfort nowadays. We have more comfort.
But most of like what we do now is based on the personal computer. Like there's a lot of different computers, but like
you're not understanding. All the principles the computer operates on were discovered in the 1800s, roughly.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Wait, 1800s or like early 1900s?
Yeah, if you look at like around 18 to early 1900s, so maybe a little bit over that, that's when most of our current modern technology was discovered, and then it took time to perfect some of those things, make them more efficient. Other things took time to produce and get to market. And so, like, you keep seeing it right now that, like, even the what's it called, the printers we're using now to print, what's it called? The stupid plastics. You print plastics with it. In English, what's it called?
The 3D printer.
3D printer, yeah. The 3D printer was actually discovered like 40 or 60 years before it's generally came to market here, because the patents had to run out before we started to be able to use it.
I understand the logic you used earlier about language, huh? Like, yeah. The way we used to, you were saying that the way that we used to communicate was based on logic, and now it's like disconnected from that. It's
it's more emotional appeals. Not everybody understands the fallacies, and they make more mistakes as a consequence. And it's just the water is so muddied that it's hard to find anything that's super logically coherent. You find this in.
Also, like you were talking about, like how most of the technology we use today was like based on the 1800s, right, during the Industrial Revolution. If you think about the institutions that are, you know, in charge today, probably of like perpetuating, you know, the global myth and all that. A lot of those powerful institutions were also founded around the same time during the Industrial Revolution. Like, America got most of its power during the Industrial Revolution. Europe became a global power during the Industrial Revolution, and like the UN was after World War II, but I would say this foundation for all these institutions was laid during that time. Before that, I think everyone was just, you know, going about their own lives. Europeans were going about their own lives. Asians were going about their own lives. Africans were going about their own lives and stuff.
Yeah, the thing is that the Rockefellers created the General Education Board and generalized education and back in the 1900s, the start of the 1900s, people were still learning in school that the Earth could be flat or it could be a ball. Both were taught in school. And so it wasn't until the Rockefellers really pushed that out of the schools and people grew up never learning about it. And so naturally, to them, it felt like we've always known this because it said in the textbook that we've known that the Earth is a globe for 2,000 years because there was a cult in ancient Greece who believed the Earth was a ball with no evidence.
Was Rockefeller's education system also like globally perpetuated, like, or spread through colonization? Because I know Rockefeller is American, right? So like, how did his stuff get to like the British and Europeans and all that?
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% on hot distribution to every country, but I do know that they have worked with international things to get that into other countries. That's one of the reasons why all education systems are pretty much very similar.
Yeah, so like most of Rockefeller's wealth was from oil, right? So like today, most of that oil power has been transferred to like the inhabitants of the Middle East, like the actual inhabitants. So like, do you think they hold any power to over like, you know, the world and like?
It's a banking family of great wealth. They have a lot of money. They could do whatever they want with that money.
Yeah, Trump recently invited the Saudis to the White House to talk about this stuff. Like, I saw the interview.
Saudis also have a lot of money. Like, when you have money on that level, you could literally just ruin a country through trade and other side deals. Like, this kind of money makes the world go round, if you will.
Yeah, and they've been able to build like such modern cities in like such a small amount of time. Like, these were like fishing villages in the 1990s, I think, 1980s, 1990s. These were like fishing villages, and now they're like global cities. A lot of these Gulf country cities.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the West to really build up, when you think about it.
Yeah. I think in the future, these...
there's also something that's largely hidden from the history books, and that's that the East India Trading Company also had a West India Trading Company, and that company was basically the first giant mega corporation. It was richer than any country, and the West India Trading Company actually had a large part in the founding of America.
Oh yeah. Like the British came over to America and set up Boston and all that, right? And that's how, yeah. But like, do you think like after you know how the British collapsed and their empire collapsed and America gained power, do you think there was some backhand agreement to like continue these institutions, like because after World War II, most of Europe was like collapsed, right? And the Europe was where most of these global institutions were founded, like, you know, the stuff that still exists today, the banking industry, the global banking industry, you know, probably the institutions that perpetuate Global Earth and all that, right? So do you think there was like some transfer?
You gotta think. You gotta think. The whole world is a stage. The whole play between countries, or like, oh, my country is against your country. The guys at the top are not playing that game. They're making you play that game, so you're willing to go to war. So you think that's the bad guy. Meanwhile, they're all willing to have drinks together, eat caviar, and go to Epstein's Island.
Oh yeah, Epstein Island. You really think all of them went to Epstein Island?
No, that's a metaphor. Epstein Island is just one instance of a much larger network.
Actually, how did they even like find out about it? If the rich and powerful are so powerful, then how come?
Like I told you, it's just one node in a massive network, and you can use those nodes as disposable pawns. All you gotta do is make sure that the guys captured in that node are the guys that you don't mind throwing under the bus.
Yeah.
And you know what feeling I get too? Like, for example, I have the opportunity to live, like, for example, in different countries now and observe, like, you know what my impression is? And dude, all the countries, like, for example, I'll tell you, Spain. Spain is considered to be a first world, like a civilized country. No, I mean, it's like it's in the ring of first world countries. No.
I don't think you should use the word civilized.
Okay. But I get what you mean. It's technically a first world country.
First world country, okay. When you live in a place like Spain, you're like, how the hell is like the economy stable in this place? Because nobody's doing anything. It's almost like it feels like artificially like. It's like somebody says like, oh, Spain is gonna be a first world country, and it is.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like a lot.
It's almost like it feels like artificially, like the how the hell does the economy stays like so stable?
Yeah,
well, of course
nobody's like working, dude. It's like it's insane.
Of course, it's artificial. You got to think about the value of money is dictated by the bankers. It's fiat currency.
Okay. And then you look at another country. Yeah, and one last one. And then you look at a country like, for example, North Korea. It's meant to be like that. We are meant to have a country like, why nobody does anything? No, I don't know, like nobody does anything. It's just like North Korea, it's there, it's been there for like forever. Nobody does anything, just there. It's for some reason it plays a role in the whole theater. Like we need to have a country like North Korea. I don't know what role it plays, but it's
you always need a boogeyman. Otherwise, if you don't have boogeyman, then you can't allow them to. Then you can't tell the people that you need weapons to defend them. So when they rise up against you, you can shoot them.
Bro. I love America, bro. Fuck North Korea.
A lot of these European countries, right? Like you said, how Spain is like stable, even though they don't do much, right? Yeah, I've noticed it too. A lot of these European countries, they don't have much economic productivity. Like they're not as productive as say like for example. South Korea makes way more stuff than Spain, and South Korea is a larger economy, but you could probably have a similar quality of life. You could probably have a better quality of life in Spain than in South Korea, right?
Remember, these countries are propped up by each other in the European Union, so.
Yeah, exactly. Most of these institutions, these banking institutions. Most of these banking institutions, globalist institutions, they're all in Europe, and they all help each other prop up each other. Like I'm in Southeast Asia. Most of the countries around me are actually more economically productive than many European countries, and are still poor. So it's like they're being artificially kept poor because it helps.
It's also, you got to think. The West is also artificially inflating its own worth and money. And like we do that all the time with our fiat currency. And with the dollar being the petrol dollar for so long, it kind of kept the money flowing to the West.
Yeah.
And you look at once again like a country like Spain. I mean, like it is artificially like Like the way it is, but one day to the next, it can crash. You know, whenever they want to do something, it'll crash so fast.
Yeah, and that just becomes like in crypto with rug pulls. It's just a massive rug pull, and then they move their money because they'll pull out of that before they crash it. They'll like invest into the other thing that's going to spike. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, look at Argentina, for example. You know, well, I have this type of conversations with my mom. You know, my mom is like, and we think that Argentina is gonna become like, so they're gonna try to become they're probably gonna try to make Argentina like so wealthy. Yeah, they do whatever they want. You know, they like.
Like I don't get why, like, for example, Ireland is like has a better quality of life than, say, like some some Asian country, right, with that makes more stuff and provides more for the world economy than Ireland. Like, but Ireland still has a better quality of life. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So what do you mean? There's probably less people.
I don't think it's population related though. Like there's like many countries around the world that have like less populations but are still like productive.
It's like countries are choosing. Yeah, it's just like it seems like countries are just chosen to be, you know. Yeah, you guys are gonna be poor, you know, and you guys are gonna be rich.
You got to think there's also rich people in each of those countries, and how those rich people move and how they manipulate their markets reflects on their own country. Like, if you're in an African country where the entire government is super corrupt and selfish, and they neglect all, like, working on the roads and dealing with the warlord, and everything goes to shit, that is a reflection of the people with the money and power in that country. Sometimes that's just not good, and you can't like say like it's because of that like nationality or whatever. Much of it's related to culture and history. Like the West accumulated so much money that it's going to take time to bleed all that money out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they yeah.
And if you look at like currency manipulation, like if you study like foreign exchange markets and how like the prices move and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where you'll see like a lot of the shit happening. Like they manipulate these markets to such a large extent that I was watching a video yesterday about like how, you know, money originated, and by the end of the video, almost every asset was a debt linked asset. Everything was a so-called IOU. Like everything was backed by IOUs, and like there was no real money in the economy. So like that's how that's how defaults can happen so easily. And like, you know how like like in 2008, just because of one housing bubble, they said the entire world economy could fall apart. Like that's how you know that, like, everything is so fragile, and if they wanted to, they can easily like short a country's currency with enough money and like completely destroy the country's economy, because everything is there's no actual real money. Like nothing's backed by gold or anything. It's all backed by IOUs, all backed by debt.
Yeah, it's all just bubbles waiting to burst. And the thing is, they act like, yeah, well, you can't burst the bubble because then everything goes to shit, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
You gotta bail us out.
and like this whole like money existed everywhere, I would say, like in some form, but the greatest advancement of money was when, like, you know, the paper notes arrived, and for some reason people trusted the pieces of paper with money with like numbers on them compared to like actual assets, and that's when bankers realized they can like make a bubble out of everything, and that's how they're able to control like which country is poor, which country is rich. And this goes a long way. It also goes to how they're able to propagandize some countries more than others, or like
Yeah, because do you want financial support as a third world country? Well, you gotta teach them the curriculum. You gotta teach them the Earth is a globe.
Exactly. Like the IMF system, the International Monetary Fund system, is probably so rigged. Like like a lot of these African countries, they don't get anything even if they're like actually trying to participate in the free market system and all that.
Like it taking all the raw materials away, all the riches.
Yeah, but China wants to do it differently now. They want to bypass the IMF system. I don't know if China is controlled by the same elite that control the West, but like China wants to create their own banking system and bypass IMF and help Africa industrialize faster. But I don't know if they're controlled by the same people.
Well, if I were Africa, I would not want China to build my infrastructure.
Why?
Have you seen China's infrastructure?
Dude, have you been to China? Have you been to China? It's insane now. Like they're actually like very advanced.
Brand new buildings are collapsing days after being completed.
Why is that?
Because poor construction, and they have no safety.
What the hell are they doing with the money? Do they do that on purpose? Are they just
like you can take a concrete house, a support wall, and you can take your hand to it, and you can just squeeze hard, and you'll like crunch off a part of the wall. That's how badly constructed it is. There's all of the standards that we use in the West, they don't apply to, and because of the rampant corruption, they tried to fix this by having like you gotta have two people on with you while you're doing the inspection, and so they started bringing out cardboard cutouts for pictures to show like, oh, we got two people here. It's the land of shortcuts and scams, according to the people who live there.
I mean, like if you look at the Middle East, right? You look at Qatar or like UAE and the stuff they're able to build, right? They use like third world labor, like they bring people from India, from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, and all this, and like enslave them, so-called, like not literally enslave them, but like they have this system where like they'll trap them in debt and all that, but they're still able to build like actually good infrastructure compared to like China. So like like all China needs to do is fix its regulations, and like if the Middle East can do it with like literally no people, very few natives.
The problem is, like, it doesn't matter what the CCP says, they have been so oppressive on their own people that the people themselves have basically, like, if you are in China, if you put your hand on somebody, like, even if you just try to help him from the ground, you have to pay a fine. And so, but if you spit on someone, that's okay. And so, when the people in China, instead of having a fight, they just start spitting wars. And because of how many years that has had such bad regulations, and because of how bad the economy is for the average Chinese citizen, and how little they have for themselves, and how much of a junk yard the whole country is outside of the tourist spots, which the CCP keeps clean to keep the public image good, they live in horrible squalor, and so it's just a dog-eat-dog world for the average poor Chinese person.
Are you sure? Are you sure? You like? Have you seen like Shenzhen and like Shanghai and like Hong Kong and all these like insane cities?
I've seen those, and once you travel off the public streets, you end up in a trash heap, dumpster where people live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I get.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean. Yeah.
The money is not being used by the people. It's like the government, it's using the people's money, and it doesn't go to good places. Like all those cities that have been constructed and are abandoned that you see like on YouTube videos and stuff. I suppose they're real cities. I don't know what they do with the money, but it's not what the investors.
I know what that is. That's because there's no way to actually save money or invest in China except for the housing market because of the way they built it. So what they do is that they build infinite houses. They have like whole giant cities that are just empty, and they just keep building up these houses. And people invest in that for their future. However, these companies then go under because of corruption, and people are left with half-finished houses where they own an apartment and have to live in a half-finished like husk of a building with like no like exterior walls, just there's tiny little exterior walls maybe. It's just bare concrete basically. And they just have to camp in there and tent in there because that's all they have. And I saw like fancy villas that were constructed like 3 years earlier. Like I watched a bunch of people who used to tour China and look at these things. And people invested a bunch in these villas, but 3 years later, those villas were all falling apart. And so it's really difficult for the Chinese people to hold their investments. Because you might buy a house and save your money that way so the CCP can take it, but then that value is going to fall really quickly and you can sell it and kind of move it around.
Then how come the Middle East is able to build stuff so quickly?
Well, because the Middle East is not like the CCP. The Middle East is run by super rich princes and families, and those families and groups can then go together and build amazing things because they're pooling their money for it. Whereas the CCP is a large collection of idiots, basically, who want to keep power, and so they're all thinking about their own ass in that situation. Communism is really bad.
Yeah, the other, like in the Middle East is another type of communism, but it's like it's structured differently, like more linked to capitalism.
It's more nepotism, and so just like with the West and its nepotism during the kingly age, at least it leads to them building something and leaving something for their children, whereas the other thing is just like kill.
More savage.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, South Korea and like Japan still succeeded, right? And both of them were like devastated from like wars and stuff. But like even under a democracy, which is usually more chaotic, they were able to industrialize quickly.
Yeah, but that just shows you that it's not like Asians can't do it well. It's just that CCP is too of an oppressive regime that has too many restrictions and caveats carved out for the members of the party to remain in power, and so they're allowed to just disappear people. They have crematories inside cars, so like if you're found bad, they can just burn you and kill you on the spot. So there's just ashes.
Well, what about South Asia?
Like, what about South Asia? Like, they all have a potential to get better. Like, South Korea has been doing pretty well. Like
No,
compared
South Asia.
compared.
I'm talking about South Asia, not South Korea.
Like Thailand and Indonesia.
No, that's Southeast Asia. I'm talking about like
Oh.
Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, all of this.
Well, India's got its own problems. Like all the countries have their own individual tiny problems, and those contribute to how the country succeeds or not.
When these people in power want a country to flourish, like this is just my speculation. Okay, this is what I think. But what they do is like they just let them experience, freedom. They give power to the individuals. They put less regulation on businesses. You can make a country flourish like super quickly because like everybody wants a better life. Everybody, you, I, me, him, everybody. We have intention of like improving our lives, studying, working, trading, exchanging, buying better things. Dude, a country can grow so quickly if you don't put so many blockages.
Yep.
If you just let people, like run by, I support capitalism. Because I think that it protects the rights of the individual. Like for me, it's like the best system. It helps the economy just flourish. When these people want a country to flourish, they do it. They make it flourish, and then they do whatever they want with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I think that's what it's happening in Argentina. I think that's what they want Argentina to flourish. I don't know. But when they want a country can flourish so quickly, dude, economically. If you put the right conditions, dude, everybody wants to be better.
Basically, if you just stop standing on their throat and allow them to stand up, everybody can do fine.
100. Some countries will flourish faster because they are less. How can I say it?
They're better positioned to do so.
They have been less tortured, so to speak. Like they're in a better condition, so it's kind of healthy. If it's kind of healthy, you put like the right. It's like a plant, like a garden. It's gonna flourish. Yeah.
You give it sunlight, you give it all the nutrition it needs, it's gonna flourish. But if you don't give it sunlight and you keep stepping on the plant, of course it's not gonna.
And they want they need to have certain countries to be, because you need certain countries to produce. I think you cannot just have everybody. So they're careful with that. They let some countries flourish.
They let them grow for a little bit, for a term of a president or something like that, and then the next president will fuck it up and make it slide right back into hell, and you're like, what the fuck, everyone's getting better. And so they kind of like to do it like one step forward, and you're like, yes, they're doing the right thing, and then like, 2 steps backwards, and you're like, fuck. So you're constantly just on that swinging rope, being swung back and forth.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look at countries like, for example, like Norway, Sweden. I mean, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe even less, I don't know. But let's say 10, 15 years ago. You looked at this country, you're like, dude, like, look at the government they have. Like, it's like so clean, like almost, corruption free. It's like, wow, dude, look at it. Look at the country.
It was never corruption free, buddy.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is like the idea most people have in their minds of this country was like, dude.
Do you know what it was? It was the homogeneity of the ethnic population. It's because the population had a shared aversion to similar things and shared culture, so they would be more moving together, and then because of the way the media worked back then, they would all be sharing more of the same media, and so it was far harder to actually get a whole population to go along with their bad ideas, because you'd have to actually fight against all the Christian ethics and stuff, instead of it being like you have a multinational diverse group now, you have to cater to every single group, and when you say, well, you're not being very Christian, they say, well, I gotta cater to everybody. Like, I'm being Christian in this way. And so, like, it dilutes the ability of the people to self-regulate the country when you dilute the people.
Interesting. What's the name of this? Like social engineering? Social engineering. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is social engineered too. Consumer habits, political views, and stuff. I think a lot of times they're trying to, dilute what a country sees as its values so that they can implant some other values and get everybody to go with their program.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so the only way you can fight with this is like have your own economy, be independent. You're an independent thinker. Try to be economically independent, because you can take care of your own economy.
Like Libya.
Who's Libya?
Libya tried to do that. They didn't last.
What is?
Libya is a country.
Oh, Libya is a country, and I'm talking about us as individuals. Like you can take care of your own economy. You can be you are your own nation. You can be your own state.
Well,
you are.
Yeah, you're right, and then everybody should definitely take care of their own economy, and they should be aware of how they can get screwed so they don't screw themselves. But I think the solution to the greater problem is just awareness. If everybody were aware of this, it would be so much harder to fool them, and if everybody understood logic, it again so much harder to fool them. It's just when people are easily fooled, the world can go to hell.
Yeah, because it's like when you start talking about this type of topics, it's like, damn, dude, like the world is so dark, man. And it is, right? It is. But let's not fall, in that. Let's yeah. You can still be happy, I guess.
Yes, you should, and you should be. And like for me, it's super easy because I just trust that the creator has a plan, and like as long as I do my best to spread the truth, like that'll have some sort of ripple that eventually this will be solved. Like I might not see it in my lifetime, but it's important to understand that the world isn't as hunky dory or as beautiful as people are. It's painted to children, because that's basically how we paint the world to children. The world is wonderful and civilized and great, and so they're raised with this false idea of how the world is, because the people in the world are not all like rainbows and sunshine.
So what do you teach? What do you teach people? What if you could say like what would be like the main message, if or like the like what could be like? It's got to be something related with like what is it?
I already went over it. It's logic.
Yeah.
That's my fundamental foundation. That's how I know there's a creator.
Isn't there like a type of empowerment? Like it's got to be. How do you like wouldn't you agree that it's about empowerment? Like how if you're how are you going to help somebody? How are you going to help somebody?
You teach them how logic works, and then they start seeing through things, and then you help them along in their path, and you're not responsible for how far they walk along in their path. You're just responsible for how far you walk along your path and how well you represent what you have learned on that path.
So your mission would be, like, for example, to help them be independent, like help them think independently on their own, like come to their own conclusions.
Apply critical thinking. Apply critical thinking and be critical, using logic to determine if something is based in sound deductive reasoning or unsound inference. It's the difference between two, once you understand the two, is like so stark that like it's really hard to lie to someone using an inference or an assumption when you understand logic, because you're like, wait, how did you get to that? And like, oh well, I assumed it. Or they will straight out lie to you, and you'll be like, okay, I'll take what you say on like, this is what he said, but I don't believe it just because you said it. I'll take it, and I'll look it up, and check it out, and if it turns out that you're right, I'll be like, cool. And then I'll tell you like, hey, it was cool information you got me last time. Love that. But if it's not, I'll tell you, no, that wasn't right. Here's the evidence. And so in the process, everybody learns.
This is one of the reasons that online arguments are so good at pushing the culture forward, because they get people to, lay forth their reasons, and eventually people start to hear just where they hear the truth and the logic and stuff. I mean, not all our online arguments are clean and good discussions and stuff, but in a lot of ways, just that people are talking about stuff, eventually logical positions start to arise in what people talk about, and they start to, gravitate, or not to use that term, but just move towards more understanding and more logic, whereas in the past, it was like people didn't have a lot to go off of, just, what the news would report was going on in the world and stuff.
Yeah. And that was also a big part of the problem, because the news would tell you things in using the bad logic, and so you would copy that bad logic, whereas back in the 1800s there was more books. You were reading books by really respected authors who were trying real hard not to be illogical, because otherwise the other authors would freaking laugh at them.
People respected the news much more in the past. Like, even when I was a kid, I remember, I don't know, well, I was a kid, right? But I think that, like, I have an impression. I used to have a completely different impression about the news. Like, I used to see them like, people respected more the news in the past, even 15 years ago. Or like, oh yeah, the news, like, respect. Just like now they lost. I think even like for most people, and like people don't respect the news as they used to.
Yeah, they used to have that grandfathered authority from back when journalists used to be the ones who were exposing the government's misuse and violation of rights, and so journalists were given that massive respect for standing in that position and providing that service to the public. But then that got co-opted with, like, they changed into emotionally charged language because that would sell more newspapers, and then it turned into tabloids, it turned into the entertainment we have, which is just so divorced from journalism that, like, the two can't be compared.
Yeah, it used to be seen differently before. The people are not stupid.
Yeah, because back in the day it was the interpret or the stubborn journalist who would go out there. He would stake out the thing. He would collect all the information he could find and present it to you. Now the people who do that now online are called conspiracy theorists. Meanwhile, the so-called journalists are just parroting what they're told to say.
What a shame.
Grace, you know why this change happened, right? Fundamentally.
Well, there was, of course, Operation Mockingbird.
Because
who kind of took,
women came into the political scene, and that's how you appeal to women.
That was the CAA put in feminism, and that allowed them to use emotional languaging to manipulate the majority and get things going.
What a shame.
Yeah. Like, I'll be the asshole for pointing it out, but
I mean, they co-opt and misuse everything. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, well, they're the ones that need to watch out, because with, the whole flat earth and other conspiracies, we have the power to really, flip their world on its head and stuff, and show them all that they have been following the wrong sources of information about, a great many things that the government has told them and so on.
Yeah, but that's why we are not like fully blocked, but shadow banned, so that we think we can speak to the general public, whereas the general public generally doesn't have access to our streams. They don't see them. They don't pop in their algorithms because they don't want us to be seen, but they don't want us to think we're too suppressed, so we don't go too far out and become too outspoken.
No, listen, you know what? We're not shaking the. We're not going. We're not. I mean, I was having this conversation the other day. I was at the debate flat Earth, Discord server, and they were mentioning that there was a flat Earth event happening. They asked me if I was aware of. I'm like, no idea what's going on. And I asked them why are you guys interested about flat Earth debate and this? Which is good for creating content because they make fun of for flat earthers. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And they're why wouldn't you be, Leo, interested in joining one of these activities? I'm like, dude, no, not Mike. Not me. It's why not? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just getting together with other people. I don't know. But I thought I'm what would be cool? I would join the flat Earth, a flat Earth community or whatever. If it would be at least it would be more attractive. If they would do what's the name? Not a strike, but a protest. A protest in front of the NASA department or in front of whatever, going a little bit more hardcore, that's and that's
what would the point of that be?
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Well, the point is to call the attention, because you need to have the attention of people.
Dude, if fucking Earth is covered in 70% water and that doesn't come to their attention, I don't know what will.
Yeah, all that's going to do is create an opportunity for them to co-opt it or send agitators under the guise of being flat earthers, and then you are just creating trouble for yourself. It's much better if everybody goes out individually and collects as much evidence as possible that the Earth isn't a ball. And then we'll just always present evidence, and they can't deal with the flood of evidence.
Well, but dude, you even admitted yourself that it makes logical sense that the Earth is flat, but you just can't seem to get away from the globe. The reason is because it's your identity. You identify with it personally. And this is the problem we run up to. It's not the evidence that's the problem. The evidence is around everybody. It's not like they got convinced the Earth was a globe based upon the evidence. That's not how they got convinced. We ask people all the time when they question us, hey, have you ever questioned the globe like this? And they never have. They've never even questioned it for 1 second. So the problem isn't the evidence. The problem is that it's an idea that people like and they chose to believe it. But they don't think it's an idea. They think it's a fact. What we do is point out, hey, these ideas you have, they're actually not facts. They're based upon belief.
Yeah, but people don't care. But people do care.
Oh, they do care. They do care.
No, they don't care what the shape of the Earth is. They don't care. They're not curious.
Look,
most
I've been
people don't
involved in
care.
this topic for
Most
10
people,
years.
most people,
They care.
most people are not curious.
Look, if they don't care, just fucking go walk through the airport, start telling people you're a flat earther, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's also like the people you are trying to communicate
They
this
will
to.
care, dude.
I think where he's getting this from is
Well-
when you try to sell flat Earth to people you care about. You it's very easy to come off as not very coherent, or at least to their mind. So it's very difficult for many people. At least I've spoken to many people who've told me that it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because
It's
I understand psychology a little bit. I've studied persuasion, and so I understand that you need to at least address it from where they're at. And so I didn't try to push onto my family members like the earth is flat, they have to believe it. I started small. I started showing them the errors, and just the errors. And then they can laugh at the errors with me, and they can be like, yeah, this is clearly an error because I explained it fully to them. And you got to kind of build it. You got to make them want to understand this, like, or make them at least understand it because they wanted to listen to you. Like, if they don't want to listen to you, they don't care about it, of course.
Yeah, they don't imagine, or they don't think NASA, for example, is corrupt. Like most people
they can't
don't know
imagine that. They can't imagine that. But if, for instance, with my family, they couldn't imagine NASA was corrupt, but I didn't try to tell them NASA was corrupt. I just said, hey, look at this compilation of funny videos here.
Dude,
this is a compilation of NASA fails. And they sat with me and laughed at and was like, why? Why is all these fake here on NASA? Why is NASA faking all this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. You don't have to push the idea. You just have to show them that they are bullshitting here, bullshitting there. They're wrong over there. And then they will automatically want to know more.
Yeah, so as far as like NASA, you're overthinking it. This is simpler than that. It's weighed down than people aren't making rational decisions about it. They're not analyzing the information, looking at the data. So in one respect, they don't care in the sense that they accepted the idea without putting any effort into it. They didn't put any analysis into it. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they're also told at a very young age that if you don't believe it, you're stupid. This is a social thing. This isn't a freaking intellectual exercise. This is the thing where you have to outsiders don't understand this, that this is a social problem as far as globe Earth versus flat Earth. It's not science. It's not the data. It's not any of those things. That's how it's portrayed from the globe side, is that the globe was proven by science, and that's why everybody believes it. No, everybody believes it is because they were told when they were a little kid that if you don't believe this, you're stupid.
But it's bingo. Like, it is the social and the psychological aspect that is hanging them up. It's not the evidence, because that didn't prove it in the first place to them.
They were never presented any evidence. Not in kindergarten, that's for sure.
What I was just saying, I mean, like, what I was trying to say is that I'm not interested in changing anybody's mind, but some of us here in the group, like, for example, may have like the intention of helping other people realize the truth. And I was just like thinking, like, okay, like, if I would be that person, if I would have that drive, to have the desire of like helping other people like come to the truth, or I would start by creating like a type of movement where it would be something kind of like make a protest, against corruption, or to call the attention of media and stuff like that.
It's pointless. It's pointless, dude.
No, I think it's a good idea.
No, I mean, because it's true. Because corruption, corruption is supposedly happening. I mean, corruption is supposedly happening. Like, nobody's like
there's corruption all over the place in every aspect of society. Like
nobody's pissed off.
This isn't about corruption. This is beyond the government.
we have like the strong evidence and stuff, so I'm not really afraid to argue with anyone.
Bro, the other day,
a lot more raised awareness that there are people.
This isn't a government thing, dude. I don't know why. Like, you guys look at this in a very bizarre way. Like, you look at it. I can tell both of you two. You both got globe skeptic. You're very both new to this topic. You're looking at it from. I've listen, brother. I've talked to tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands at least on this topic. It's probably like 20,000 people. Just in this server, as of like a year ago, I haven't even kept track. Over 250,000 people have been through this server. Okay? I have a pretty good big sample size of what people think and why they think it. This isn't a government issue. There could be no government, and just because of the social situation, the same way people believe in Santa, they would believe that the Earth is a globe just because they're told that. It isn't. The government isn't actively lying and telling people, hey, believe in the Earth as a globe. Like, you choose to believe it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that this isn't being forced on anybody. You're being shown some, just like, I could start a religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm worshiping fucking, this fucking 3x5 index card is my God. And people can choose to worship it with me or not. Right? And if a whole bunch of people choose to worship it with me, so the people that don't believe in that, what are they going to do? Go protest that there's a bunch of people worshiping a fucking index card? You see what I'm saying? They're presented with the globe like, here's this globe thing. You can believe in it. But they present it as if it's a fact. But it's just a belief that people believe in. And the government has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to use that analogy, it's like the believers had children and then taught the children, well, this is the truth because that's what they believed. They just didn't tell them it was based in a belief.
It's a Western
it's a tradition of them.
Yeah, you guys are overcomplicating it. This is simpler. There's no conspiracy. There's no fucking group of fucking 300 pushing this on people.
Confused because I feel like it does matter that the government, supports the.
What are they doing?
Globe Earth model. Well, they pay the astronauts for one thing.
But why do they support it? It's because people in the government that vote on shit, they believe it too, but they don't know anything. What do you think Trump knows? You think Trump knows one way or another if the Earth is flat or a globe?
I would imagine he does. I mean, how? Because he's the president. He's got to have.
How would he know, dude? He'd still get that information from some other person, right? Yeah. And he in no way could verify that what that person is telling him is true. So no matter what, Shine, he's going to be a believer.
To these arguments and stuff. I mean, the arguments are the thing that sort of give the flat earthers the.
It's not. We are based upon evidence, and we don't. Our shit isn't based on arguments. It's based upon evidence. Well, this is what you don't understand. Okay, we all this is objectively true, that to everybody that's ever walked the surface of the Earth, that the Earth appears flat. That's objectively true. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball. That is also objectively true. There are a certain segment of people that said that they've seen the Earth in its entirety. The Apollo astronauts. Those are the only ones. That's 27 people. In the history of the world, claim to have seen the Earth as a ball. 27 people. You're the only people that could ever claim knowledge of that fact, right? Those people, just that 27. Trump don't know, Xi Jinping don't know, Putin don't know, all those people, they don't know shit. They don't have data. They would get their information from somebody else. And they would either believe what that person says or not believe what that person says. But they would have no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, so you can think that the government does all these things. It's just a circle jerk of believers. The same thing with any lower rung of society. Okay, we have a guy that comes in here, Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon. And what he does at Amazon is he works for the Amazon Kuiper project, which supposedly is going to compete with Starlink, to do satellite internet. Now, we've talked to him over now 6 months, and we've probed him and asked questions and all sorts of shit. he doesn't know shit, and he works directly, as in personal knowledge, at the Earth's a globe, and he works directly with this shit.
You're probably right, man. You're probably
It's not
right.
that I'm probably right. I am right, and I've got him to admit it.
Okay, but not everybody think like you're probably.
matter what
I'm not probably expressing myself. I'm not. I'm sure I'm not expressing myself well.
I don't understand what we're going to protest, right? People believing in something? Why would we protest
dude, it would be interesting. That's all. It would probably not make a difference at all, but it would at least be different. It would be interesting.
Yeah, don't we be characterized as some sort of political movement? That's the problem.
When you hear a nice debate, about, for example, on the news and stuff, it's interesting. When you hear people speaking with logic, publicly, it's interesting.
I get it, dude, but then they would turn it into a political question. Okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
And
it would make noise.
everything would get freaking muddied.
No, that's a good thing. We want it to be a political discussion.
Why?
No.
We absolutely do.
No, we do not.
Research, space exploration. That's all stuff that political money goes towards. So we totally want to stop the.
You need to make noise.
And bring them to
listen, even a globe earther should want to stop that. Even if you're a glober, you should want to stop that shit because it's a waste of time.
In essence, you want to go the path of Antifa.
You know what they're. Yeah, well, at the moment, like, for example, flat earthers are like fucking crazy. They speak, but they're not. Yeah, like we're not as a we're not making much noise.
Yeah, we're not crazy. That's the problem.
We're not making noise.
We're not gonna go out and act crazy just because you want that.
No, I'm not talking about being crazy. I'm talking about acting.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if
years for the globe idea to take hold. Can you give us a little time? I'm sorry, it's only been a decade.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you and your 10 friends are not going to be violent in your riot. However, that doesn't mean that 20 other people won't come and be violent and cause a riot, and then that's attributed to flat earthers who are crazy. So you're just undermining the efforts if you do that.
Please, dude.
I want them to attribute rightness to right arguments.
Yeah, I'm a follower in this sense. I would join. I would join a protest. You know, I mean, like, and if it gets out of control, I'm out of the way.
Why don't you go lead it? Go lead it.
But if it's like, no, because I'm not.
Why are you trying to get us to lead? Look, bro, I'll tell you straight. We're not going to do that,
man. You're taking this too personally.
No, listen, no, I'm not taking it personally.
I'm not telling you to do
We aren't going to do that, dude.
That's perfectly fine.
You go do it.
We're just having a conversation. I'm just thinking about what would be cool. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying anybody should do it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's very weird that there's two fucking clowns in here doing call to arms. Like, no one's ever tried this shit.
Bro. I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, be done.
Yeah, create your own chapter of Antifa.
Really weird that Shine and you both fucking
enjoy the rest of the evening, man.
Both globe skeptics.
No, you take this too personally,
in here at the same time. In here at the same time, doing the same shtick, dude. Really weird.
What's wrong with
really weird
to believe in the flat Earth? Isn't that the whole point?
The call to arms shit, dude. Every once in a while, we get some fucking moron that in here with the call to arms. We need to protest the government. We need to write our senators. We need.
No, dude.
Come on, it's fucking stupid.
No,
it's
no.
You know.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. That's it. Okay,
that's
thanks,
stupid,
guys.
Dude.
Thanks.
Listen. You're not a. If you think that that's a good idea, you're not a flat earther, and neither is the other guy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't understand anything. You just don't understand it at all, even at a level.
I'm sure I don't.
Because people that act like this, they have they're not flat earthers. And they have a preconceived notion of what flat earthers are, and they come in here and they try to pretend. It's just like you trying to sneak in the Mexican embassy because you got a sombrero on. Like, dude, we're not fooled by this shit.
Yeah, you can make your own group and you can hold your own protest. It just has no relation or connection to us.
You don't get me. That's fine, dude. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
You and Shine, we weren't fooled by you. Yeah, give up. Exposed.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, you Shine. Your shit's up too. You might as well leave with him.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so I don't know why with this fucking call to arms shit. You don't understand flat Earth.
But
Okay,
what
it's
do you
not a
mean?
hypothesis. It's not a model. It's none of those things. Flat Earth is based upon just observation. You are aware that before the globe model existed, or the globe concept, everybody was a flat earther, right?
Yes,
Why?
because it was the way they saw the world.
Okay, did that change?
No.
Okay, so people still see the world now the same way they did at 10,000 years ago. It still looks the same.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
So the only thing that it changed was humanity got injected with an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And some people chose that idea. They want to actually believe that idea, that experience that everybody had the whole time, forever and ever, going back to the origin of man. They all had this experience. But these other people said, no, that's not right. That's some illusion. And they're literally saying it's an illusion. This isn't figurative. They're saying that you seeing the world as flat is an optical illusion. And the flatter it looks, the more it's a fucking globe. It's almost mind-bending. So you are aware that when you see the Earth looking flat, you understand what the globe Earth claim is, that that's caused by light bending around the curve, right? You've heard this before? Shine?
I mean,
That's
they
what they-
claim things, yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they say it's light's bending around the curve of the Earth, lifting up the surface of the Earth, making it just look flat.
yes, that's what they claim sometimes.
So here's the funny thing, is that the flatter the Earth looks, right, the more refraction there is. That's what they're saying. So if I go out and the Earth looks really, really flat, then there's more super refraction. And what causes refraction in the first place? They say gravity causes refraction. Not directly, they say there's a density gradient of air. What causes the density gradient? The gravity. So think about this. Gravity creates a density gradient. Gravity creates the Earth into a ball. That means gravity created a ball that has a air density gradient that makes that ball look flat. Think of how crazy that is.
I agree.
It's fucking insane. The thing is that the experience everyone has doesn't change. This is really the point. The experience that everybody has did not change. It's just that people ended up, there's people that said the Earth is a ball and that's an illusion, and then a whole group of people have chosen to believe it. Now, they only have some responsibility because they were a child when they were presented with this. But the thing is, we're just here to tell them that that's the case. That what the situation actually is. That there's actually no evidence for the Earth being a globe. What they just have is a concept and a bunch of ideas. But as far as like experience goes, they've never experienced the world that way, and they never will, and no one they know ever will, right? But they don't really realize that. People come in here and call us delusional. They say, you flat earthers, you're delusional. Okay, I go out and I see the world, and I say, hey, the Earth looks flat because this water looks flat. And you go out there and you say, this Earth looks flat because it's curved. Who's delusional? Obviously, the person saying if something flat looks curved is delusional. Or saying, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved, but I can't see the curve. It's an optical illusion. That's delusional. Saying it looks flat because it is flat isn't delusional. That's fucking insane.
Yeah. So is your point then that because the Earth is already flat, there's like no point in trying to convince people or argue? They should just sort of see it already?
The evidence is all. No, we just point out that the evidence is already there. It's already all around them. It's already everywhere. It's like people, how is the government hiding the flat Earth? Like they're not hiding it. How do you hide the ocean? Think about it. How would you hide the ocean? How can the government hide the ocean? There's a meme we got, right? With a dude with his head in the sand, and in the background is a fucking flat ocean. and there's a little bubble that says, yeah, Earth is a globe, right? If you stick your head in the sand and ignore everything that's around you, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. If you just ignore what you experience. But people are so far down the rabbit hole in their own mental conditioning and brainwashing, they need to be told the obvious, that they experience a flat Earth and that the globe is just a concept that they were told as a child and that they've accepted as holy writ.
Do you think that would convince people, or do you think they would just make themselves be in denial about it?
I'm not worried about convincing. I'm not worried about convincing them about anything. We're just going to tell them what the truth is, and that's it. Tell them what the truth. They can take it or leave it. If someone, would you try to convince somebody the sky is blue?
No.
There you go. Look, the sky is blue. You would just go, and they were like, no, I don't believe you. You wouldn't sit there and try to convince them. Be like, okay, have fun with that.
And use your senses.
Yes, we're kind of in that position where we go, hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. That's the way you actually see it. And like, you chose to believe something else. And they think that there's a lot of evidence. So this is the way it usually goes. They think in their head that there's a lot of evidence to support the globe idea. They don't know what it is, but they're pretty sure it's out there somewhere. And that some magic science guy figured out that the Earth was a globe, and they're relying on that person for their belief. And they're very confident. Really, what really their idea comes from a confidence in what human beings say. Even though they don't know these human beings that said it, they don't know anything about that. And that's where it comes from. What we do is just say, hey, those people that you're relying on, they don't know anything either. They don't know anything more than you. They also experience the world as you do. They experience this flat and motionless. And when we ask them, the magic science guy that you think about, when we ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they also appeal to some other magic science guy that they've never met. And it ends up in this continuous freaking chain of people when we never get to the person with the actual information that knows the Earth is a globe. It's always appealing to somebody else. And that's what we're pointing out, is that they have a belief that it really is that the things you were told, such as eclipses are predicted using a globe model, the sunsets are predicted using a globe model, and all these other things, those actually aren't true. They're not even true. All you have to do is, most people which haven't done, is just dig into the information to find out that they showed you a diagram in school of how an eclipse works, but then when you look at the actual mathematics of how they predict it, that doesn't match that diagram. They're not doing 3-ball fucking equations or of spheres blocking the light from each other. They're not calculating any of that. They're not doing any fucking ray tracing or any garbage like that in the model of predicting eclipses. But people just think that. They just fill in the blanks because of the diagram. We just give information. That's it, dude. We're just giving them the information. Hey, a lot of things you think are true actually aren't true. And you chose to believe them based upon trust in people saying that the things are true. It's really a trust-based belief system where you just like, I believe in this system. Why would all the scientists lie? Right? It's not that they're lying. It's that they don't know. You know how we know they know? Well, let me say one more thing, Jace. You know how we know they don't know? Because we asked them and they said they don't know. Dude don't even know if he has hands.
Yeah, at the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess.
I mean, I think it's fair to, like, people that have been indoctrinated with something, just tell them, hey, bro, the things you think are facts you were indoctrinated with actually aren't facts. And you've been bamboozled into denying what you actually experience. But people don't think of it that way. It's so easy. It's like the globe is like one of those ideas where it's easy to just like, they make it very easy to believe in it. There's no social repercussions. In fact, the social repercussions are the other way if you don't believe in it. In fact, you're poo-pooed for even asking questions about it.
And if you can memorize some of it, you're spotted as intelligent.
Oh yeah, that's right. You write down a bunch of equations. Fuck, dude. Start talking about black holes and freaking cosmic microwave background radiation. You're a freaking veritable genius.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with trying to shift the public view so that they don't like look down on the flat Earth idea?
Because this is like a how do I put it? This is a multivariate problem. There's a lot of gears spinning in this problem. Some of it's social, some of it's psychological, some of it's identity, some of it's misunderstanding of what the information actually is. There's lots of things that are problems of why, like, it's... The thing is, it isn't like trying to convince them the Earth is flat. It's more like getting them to stop being convinced the Earth is a globe. Because the flat Earth is the default position.
Yeah, protesting
We're trying to get them to reject the idea that they've been force-fed their whole life.
Protesting is not going to improve our image. Like, that's what the mob does, and generally it makes the image of the mob worse. So I don't see a reason for that.
And what do we protest? We have no interest in what fucking the United States government does and where they fucking shit they put on TV. I can't sue NASA for being fakes. I'd have no standing. No citizen could ever sue the United States government for fucking faking space. So if you have no legal right, what are you protesting?
Well, it just becomes like all the leftist protests happening, like, and people are already super tired of that, and so I only see it as a negative. I don't see it as a positive.
But isn't those things more of a matter of opinion and this one more of a matter of fact?
Yeah, that's why we don't push.
Yeah,
like I said, I use that analogy of the blue sky. Like, why are we going to keep pushing if somebody won't accept a blue sky? I'm only going to push so hard, dude.
Yeah, and how are you going to present the evidence in a clear, logical way in a mob where, like, nobody can hear you and everybody's just screaming?
Yeah, I don't know.
Our first problem that we typically have is teaching people how to think. It's not what to think. They don't know how to even figure out what the truth is in the first place because their brain is just full of logical fallacies, irrational thinking. The very fact that they believe in the globe demonstrates they're being irrational. Just the very fact they believe it. I was irrational once. I believed the Earth was a globe because they believe it for reasons such as appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, affirming the consequent. All of these are logical fallacies. Now, if someone thinks that these are legitimate forms of reasoning, or when they're actually not reasoning at all, giving them information doesn't help because they don't know they can't figure out what the truth is from the information. You understand? Right? Like if you don't know how to sew and I give you a bunch of frickin' thread,
people that water
I can give you all the supplies I want. You don't know how to sew, right?
Use that to start looking into things.
No. It's not the information that's the problem. They don't know how to think about the information. They don't know how to determine what's true and false. Even in a very intrinsic way. I know that sounds bizarre, but they really don't.
I don't know if I totally agree with that because people have like a logical sense where they can sort of hear the reasoning in an argument.
Not in this topic.
You're also assuming that they're going to be presented with the evidence, but if they see a protest of flat earthers somewhere and they go like, oh, what's that about? Google flat earth, they're only going to get anti-flat earth stuff. So how is that helping?
Let me give you an example, Shine. How many people have come in here and said, oh, if the other planets are round, why is the Earth round? Why ain't the Earth round? How many times I've heard that? That statement is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. First, and secondly, they presumed the conclusion in their premise, right? When they said other planets, they assumed the Earth was a planet. So the things they're trying to prove, that the Earth's a planet, they assumed in the premise.
So you're pretty much
that's circular reasoning. And
Wow.
I've heard this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this. He has a PhD. People don't know how to think, okay? They don't know what reasoning is. They don't know what frickin' logic is. They don't know what rationality is. They don't know how to use these things. It's like fucking go to the Chinese restaurant and there's no forks and all you guys chopsticks. I mean, you can slurp the fucking food up. So they can slurp up all the information, but they have no idea how to frickin' eat it. They can't do anything with the information. They don't know how to, it's pearls before swine, as they say. So if I go, hey, dude, Earth isn't in the category planet. Why would it be? Why would you assume that the Earth is like the things in the sky? They just have a mental fucking breakdown. They can't even comprehend that because they're so used to being irrational that it's hard for them to even come out of it. Now, that's why we have our problem comes in stages, dude. It's not like there is no one size fit all for everybody that believes the Earth is a globe. It depends on the person. And fucking a protest ain't gonna fix none of that shit. Because each individual that watches the protest, they're gonna think about it in some unique way that needs to be addressed in a unique way. The whole globe is based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume the Earth is a globe in the first place to support it in any way. That means it can't be proven. Now think about that. Vsauce, Professor Dave, all these famous anti-flat earthers have said, I believe the Earth is a globe, but I can't prove it. Science doesn't prove anything. But they'll sit there and they'll do fucking hours and hours of video of how the Earth is a globe. But they never caption it at the beginning and say, well, I don't know if any of this is true. I believe all this stuff is true. That's what we're fighting, dude. Basically false advertising.
How are you going to
Stolen
fight
valor in myths about the globe that aren't true. Such as using a globe to predict eclipses. That's the biggest bullshit one.
What ways of fighting it do you think work?
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the person. Typically, it's very hard for people to even. It's just hard for them to accept the idea because of the cycle. It's like you have to pass through frickin' certain gates to even get to somebody. Even if they know how to think, even if you make the logical argument, sometimes you hit up against a fucking psychological block where they identify with the globe in a deep-seated way, meaning their entire worldview has incorporated the idea that they're on a ball in space, created by the Big Bang, evolution, all this stuff. And that's how their self-identity comes from that, as being a part of that. So sometimes when you present all this information and they imagine for a second, hey dude, the Earth is flat. It's not a globe spinning in space. There's no such thing as evolution. There was no Big Bang. Okay? Now they have to reevaluate their entire worldview. And that becomes too much for some people and they just fucking bug out, dude. Literally bug the fuck out.
Yeah, it's the same with dealing with cult members. Like, you can't just tell the whole cult that they're wrong. They're not gonna accept it. They reinforce their own belief within the cult. And the same is true for the globe. And so you got to kind of go against that programming. And for us, we got to kind of be deprogramming each individual at the level where he is and where he locked himself or was locked into this belief. Oftentimes it goes all the way back to childhood, so it's really deep-seated.
Yeah, and where I would say the most, I don't know how effective it is, but this absolves me from all guilt, personally. I'll tell them, the Gold Earth is not a complicated issue. It's not a scientific problem. You don't need to be a fucking genius math whiz. It's third grade geometry. And that it's easy to test yourself if you have fucking $6. Okay? You need $6 to buy a mirror and get a friend. Hopefully the friend is free. We can get a mirror for $4 and buy a $2 friend. Who knows? The point is that I tell them that they can test it themselves. And I'll tell them how to test it. How simple it is. Say, don't believe us, go test it yourself. And then it's on them. Because it isn't, I'm nobody's babysitter. None of us are. We can give you the tools on how, because whatever, there's a flat earth that said, how do you actually prove something to somebody? This is a crucial question. How do I prove to somebody the earth is flat? All I can do is demonstrate it. That's all you can do. Practical demonstration. So since I can't go there and be with them, I can tell them how to do it, how they can go demonstrate to themselves that the earth is flat. They don't have to rely on a third party. They don't have to rely on flat earthers on Discord or NASA in their freaking Kennedy Space Center. They can just go test it for themselves and see if nature conforms to the globe prediction. And what they'll find out is that nature does not match what they're saying. But the thing is, they have to be self-motivated to do that. That's kind of a thing where, like, a lot of, like, you have to peel back the layers of the onion yourself to even get to the point where you're going to go test it. It has to be some level of curiosity.
All right.
But
Well,
there's no pressure on anybody for that. You know what I mean? Believe the flat earth now after we talk to you for 5 minutes, after you've been brainwashed for 30 years. I don't expect that. All I can tell anybody is, look, you don't have to believe us. Go test it for yourself.
Yeah, I would rather they not believe me, because otherwise they're just in the same position as they were before. They believe someone and are just a believer. I would like them to take command of their own faculties and start critically thinking. I think that's how society can move forward.
Exactly. Trusting yourself, believing. I had a guy yesterday in the other chat. He said, give me a credible source that the earth is flat. I said, you. He was like, what do you mean? I said, you've been to the ocean, right? He said, yeah. I said, it looked flat, right? Yeah. I said, do flat things look flat? He said, yeah. Well, there you go. My credible source is you. And then he tried to convince me how he was not a credible source. Now, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with somebody telling me I don't even trust myself? You can't trust yourself. You can trust your own eyes.
Well, that's what they told them. They told them they can't trust any of what they see. It's all an illusion.
Did he melt away? I think he melted away. I knew he was gonna. It was too much. He was having the fucking breakdown we were talking about.
Good chat.
I love when they come and they try to fake it, dude. They think you're so clever. Like, because all you're doing, dude, is giving me a window of what you think flat earthers are. That's all you're doing. That's what I do while you're there.
It's like hello, fellow youths. Like, we all can see you're old.
Yes, youths like eating oatmeal. I like oatmeal. Like, fucking, we hate oatmeal. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, they have all these preconceived notions of, like, what we think, what we want to do. You guys are a bunch of conspiracy theorists. I want to overthrow the government. So I want to do that too. Well, we have somebody in here. What's his role here? Oh, he must have been real popular. D-later. Let's mute. Oh, fuck it, why not? Okay, D-later. D-letter? D-letter.
What's up, Indio? It's me, your greatest fan.
Oh, nigga, what?
For fuck's sake.
Oh, fuck, Peter. I want to ask you a question. I can't remember what it was. That was a few days ago.
Oh, come on. Don't leave me hanging like that.
No, I can't remember what it was. It was after the Fight the Flat Earth stuff we were talking.
Yeah, I was trying to talk you into cooking that fool.
Don't make me feel dirty, Peter.
Television.
Ugh. I feel itchy just thinking about it.
Well, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it, Indio.
It's not him. Dude, why don't you debate him? Yeah, you won't even sink that fucking low.
No, he's not going to talk to me. I'm a nobody. You're an established name in the community.
Oh, he can't springboard off of you?
Dude, I don't know. Like, if he offers, I'll do it.
You know, all I know is, like, those guys are losing credibility so fast it isn't even funny, man. They're going down in the freaking death spiral. McTuan is spiraling fucking hard into the goddamn ground. He's just saying dumber and dumber shit every day. I didn't know that he like sent someone a fake email as a freaking government agency. I do know he ran a company into the ground or some shit. There's a website dedicated to that. So I don't know a lot about that. Not that it would matter. He's a fucking douche nozzle, regardless of what he does in his personal time anyway. But these people are scummy, dude. I wouldn't associate with these people in real life.
Well,
and I fucking have a low standard of fucking.
Booking a fool on national television is not associating yourself with somebody.
I mean, I would cook him on national television. I don't think we're gonna be like He's from England too. I do it on the BBC.
Get Piers Morgan to get you both on. I'd watch that.
That would be fucking great, bro. Somehow he would tie Flat Earth into Andrew Tate, like he always ties everything into Andrew Tate.
Yeah, probably. He'd dig up that clip where Andrew Tate was laughing at that guy and calling him a globetard.
Yeah. Wasn't Peter that guy? So Peter, what do you think about the fact that, like, I found I shouldn't say I discovered it. I discovered it with help. That if you're at the Bolivian Salt Flats looking west, watching the sunset, if you're 220 feet above the surface, that you would be able to, when the sun reached the horizon setting, you wouldn't be able to see its reflection anymore. But on a flat Earth, you would be able to see its reflection.
Oh, because of the angles?
Oh, yeah. It's a fucking test that could be done.
Yeah, but who's gonna go to Bolivia?
I tried to recruit someone that was from that freaking area just to go to a while ago, but he's in Europe right now.
Ramsey, maybe.
I don't know. His name was Lionel something or other. He was in an airport. He said he lived in Ushuaia or something, which I think was horseshit. But he's just another bullshitter of the many that we get. But I'm just saying, is like, not only could you do the test with a drone, there's mountains that are on the east side that you could go east to west, and it's 86-mile frickin' stretch. So you would definitely have a water horizon.
I only see one problem with this setup.
What?
Things in the sky tell us nothing about the shape of the Earth. So whether the sun is visible or not, well, yeah, but it's a reflection of a thing in the sky.
Well, we can use a fucking light on the ground if you want. It's the same thing.
The point is we're trying to discern if the surface is curved or not.
Yeah, but that's what
because we're looking at we're looking at the reflection to see if there's distortion in the reflection, and then eventually the reflection would disappear due to the potentially the curvature. It wouldn't definitively prove that it is due to the curvature, but it would at least make it more plausible.
Okay, here's another thing we can do. Since there are frickin' tall mountains on the eastern or western side too, we can take a fucking light and stick it on the top of the mountain and use the reflection of the mountain instead, okay? Now it's all Earth. Happy now?
I mean, it's better.
What?
It's irrelevant, because the point is the reflection and the law of reflection. And how
this guy sounds like a glower right now. That's exactly what they say.
This is why you're fucking muted, dude. Go back on mute, dude. You're gonna start being an ass. You can't hold it together, Peter. Jesus Christ. Deleter. Jesus Christ, I gotta change. What's his nickname? Change his nickname. What's your regular name there, Peter? Peter the Critical Thinker.
Is it really critical thinking if you just throw all principles away, just if you think they have something to do with the sky, even though like you could show it on the ground just as well, because it's not actually concerning itself with the sky, it's just using the light and its reflection? Doesn't feel very critical to me. Feels more like you're just assuming because it has something to do with the sky where the light came from, therefore the law of reflection doesn't work.
Improved your name, Peter. Look. You complained that it was the sun. We moved it to the ground. Now we're light reflecting off the ground. We know the law of reflection. It isn't really variable. It's angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. We have a symmetric relationship. It's simple. It's not like refraction. We have to calculate the refractive index or anything. I know Peter hates it. Suck the PlayStation dude. PlayStation dude. Let's see if he's. Oh, PlayStation dude has no roles. Really weird. So unsung hero, PlayStation dude, you can talk.
What's up?
What's up? What are we playing?
Watching videos.
Oh, sweet. You been here before? You been on this Discord before?
Nope.
Oh, cool. So what brings you in? Curious about the topic, come to troll, come to listen to Peter the pitiful drinker, crazy shit. You're not here to troll, or you are?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, if you have any questions, I mean, shoot. I don't know if you're already a flat earther, maybe you have no questions, maybe you got it all figured out.
Honestly,
Well, let me start then. Do you remember when you were a child and they first told you Earth was a globe? Did they ever present any evidence to you that that was true?
they just basically. Hey.
They said Earth's a globe. Look, in the corner, we got a toy. You better write that down in the test that Earth's a ball, or you're going to fail. Basically, is the situation. And, People just believe it for their whole lives. It's just like a tradition. So we're here to inform people that a lot of things they learned are not true, in fact, and they can actually go out into the natural world and test them for themselves and show it and see that it's not true. Pretty much that's the experience of the people in this chat is that we've taken the Globe Earth
space.
What was that?
Never been to space. I know that.
Well, I mean, how do you know a thing like outer space can even exist in the first place? Have you ever wondered why the gas on Earth doesn't go out into the vacuum?
Well, that's because in order to gain gas pressure, you need a container on NASA's website.
Yeah, well, according to the Globe Earth, it says you don't need a container. Right?
If we're paying about the container, then
So how are they taking pictures from a place that can't exist?
yeah.
And the idea of space is actually pretty ancient. Well, what I was saying is the idea of space is actually pretty ancient, and it's actually comes from about 350 BC. Predates whether they ever had any evidence for it. It isn't like they discovered it. It wasn't like, oh, holy shit, we discovered this thing called space. We're going to go up in there. No, they already had the idea. They told stories about it. They even wrote science fiction in 180. So they already had stories before there was any evidence. They were claiming space existed before they knew the zero was a thing. Before they knew how to multiply negative, or knew how to add, subtract, and use negative numbers. Somehow they knew space existed way back then. It's pretty crazy. But regardless of their claims about space exists, you can't verify any of their claims. What you can verify is what you can test yourself. Because you can't go out and check out what they claim the Earth is. Ball, 3,959 mile radius, which makes certain predictions about what you should observe of the Earth. And if you test it yourself, you'll find out that none of those observations actually match the claimed ball. And that's kind of why we're here, to kind of alert people to this fact. Get people off the globe junkie, the globe train.
People, because I tell them I believe they're.
I mean, it's just an idea that people have accepted.
Place where they have a tree. That's a certain point.
Oh, knows. Did India leave?
I have no idea.
Well, I've been making songs like crazy for FE Radio. I got 6 new songs. I can play some for you. Silence is acceptance.
Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. I set a rotor and a gimbal, let it hum with a word. Fast spin, thin rim, watch the axis stay short. It resists any twist, cause momentum's in place. Point fixed, wheel sticks, that's rigidity in space. No compass is here, this is a basic machine. No external torques, had to keep the physics clean. Balance bearings, true mass, that's the rule of the game. If the spin starts drifting, then the gyro's to blame. Not an imaginary world, a pure hypothetical sphere. We teach logic without a model, keep the purpose clear. We walk north, south, east, west with the gyro in hand. Exploring what will happen in this apparently flat land. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. In this fear scene lesson, if the ground were curved, as we roam across the surface, then the housing gets swerved. The rotor stays pointed at the star first face, but we would arc round the globe so the frame gets displaced. In that model on that journey, we'd expect a slow twist. The rotation of the housing, that'd be hard to miss. That's the if-then setup, a conditional track. Pure logic, no assertion, that's how you determine the fact. Now here's the structure of the reasoning pattern. If this were true, then this would happen. But if that then doesn't show, you can flip the scene. That's motors, Toland's logic crisp and clean. If the world in our lesson were a spinning sphere, then the gyro frame twist would appear right here. But the twist doesn't show and our storylines test, therefore not the case. In that model we rest. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Trace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Trace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to obey. So that's the gyro, the logic, the hypothetical sphere. A classroom demonstration wrapped in rhyme right here. Study tools, firm conclusion, that's the heart of the art. Cause science and logic both play their part.
I'm fading it out a little bit towards the end there. Once I finish mastering the track, this is just how they sound before I finish that. Of course, if you just give me silence, I'll play some random stuff.
You've poured years into a theory that never held its weight. Now you guard it like a treasure nobody wants to take. You say I can't quit now, I've invested far too much. Yeah, that's not logic, that's just fear wearing a crutch. Newsflash, time spent is not a fact you get to cite. A bad idea doesn't turn good because you held it tight. Stop while you're behind, you're not gaining any ground. You're building castles out of debt and calling them profound. You say the cost is too high to admit you were wrong, but doubling down on nothing just make nothing twice as long. You cling to shaky articles with diagrams that lie, graphs with axes missing, but hey, the colors look sciencey, right? You quote some guy you believe, whose theories crumble when contested, then shout, see facts, that claims unverifiable, untested. You're not finding evidence, you're shopping for a vibe. If truth were on your side, it wouldn't need a costume and a bribe. Stop while you're behind, you're not winning any wars. Your arguments are filter made of locked and shuttered doors. You say the world agrees with you, but that's a curated kind, a feedback loop of echoes in the cave you call a mind. Look, I get it, quitting feels like losing, but sticking to a sinking ship is honestly amusing. You're knee deep in the wreckage shouting, see I still have time. Buddy, the only thing afloat here is your pride. If reality contradicts you, you silence the report. You're not doing research, you're doing comfort court. Stop while you're behind, the slope only gets worse. Clutching sinking theories doesn't make them stay afloat. You can keep your bias blanket if it helps you sleep at night, but don't mistake your comfort for being even slightly right. Take the logic lifeboat of reality, it's the last one left to find. Or dig deeper if you want, just don't expect the data to be kind. The globe was only in your mind.
Yeah, all these songs and the rest of the songs I'm making, and once other people submit to me the songs they want played on the FE radio, will be played on the FE radio above. If you scroll up, you can find a new channel called FE radio, and there's Flat FM always sitting in that channel playing Flat Earth music on the radio. I will be extending that into 24/7 live stream for YouTube, so that it'll play that music there. So if people want to have their music played along with that playlist, you're welcome to do so. And then I will release each individual song on my YouTube channel. I'm just working on building a catalog right now, and then making the videos for those is going to be a whole other mission. We got all sorts of music. I was looking for a new genre, like the last song is in a genre I really like, and I've been making a lot of songs in that genre because I'm gonna make a whole record that has that kind of feel to it. But then I'm also looking for new genres to expand the catalog. So here's a different song.
You twist the edges of my words, full shadows in the shape. Turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground, but every time I lift the curtain, you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise, a maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house, the cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Bare and bleeding arms. You keep the goalpost on wheels, sliding out of view, chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in the night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong, and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Bare and bleeding arms. I'll save my breath for silence, where truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy and far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
Yeah, I have a lot of songs. It's just a question of what to play. Especially because I haven't named all these new songs. They're just Globers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because they're based on Globers being fallacious and lyrics concerning that. And then I have Gyro 1 and 2, which are both songs about proof concerning the gyroscope.
You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole. Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. A trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. You hold your premise like evidence and deny conclusive proof, as if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends. A serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands a line. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. Thought you had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning in a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist, logician, evidence is my domain. While you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stand. When your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand.
That song technically needs to be cut off the end, faded out. So, like, these are songs I just finished making today and yesterday, and so I haven't finished mastering them. I just like making a bunch of music before I go get to that part, and then I do it in bulk. If you want to hear a good song, this is my favorite song. This is my new favorite song.
I've seen the charmers in the mirror halls, wearing empathy like borrowed shawls. They praise your pain to gain your trust, kiss your cheek, then sell your dust. They smile with teeth too white to be real. They trade your heart for the way they feel. You'll know them by the calm they fake, by the rules they bend and the oaths they break. They rise on your reflection and curse you for the fall. They wear your admiration like a crown that cost you all. Oh, maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as will. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship, before the mirror kills. The cruel are always smiling first, sweet honey words that hide the thirst. They love the game, they crave the win, feed on the faith of their closest kin. Narcissus drinks from shallow streams, while truth drowns quiet beneath his dreams. He'll call it fate when the waters part, but every wave was someone's heart. They charm, they wound, they justify, they rule by mask and alibi. Oh, maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as well. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship before the mirror kills. The sadist smiles when the lights go down, the Machiavellian adjusts his crown. The narcissist basks in the echoes glow, and the psychopath just steals the show. For faces carved from human clay, each one born from pride's decay. They walk as kings of emptiness, their kingdom fading nonetheless. You can spot them in the calm of lies, the ones who never blink their eyes. The world their stage, a soul their trade, every smile a masquerade. Watching still, teach the wise to feel. We build our world from brittle glass, forgetting what was real. Break the spell of ego's hymn before the mirror kills. Break the mirror. See within. Test the world, time to begin.
Yeah, it's just one of my favorite songs. goes so hard. Yeah, most of the new songs I was playing in the beginning, I haven't even named those, but I've named the last batch, which is in the bot. Once I finish naming these, I'm putting them into the FE music bot on the server.
Call them Fred and Barney. Those are two good names.
Lol. I named this song I Trust the World, Not Men.
You can quote your books and masters, wear your medals, raise your hands, but your words don't weigh like metal. They melt when I test the sea and land. You talk about faith and consensus, I talk about what I can prove. You hide in your halls of agreement, I go where the evidence moves. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. Steel and sunlight don't pretend. They break or bend, but they don't defend. You preach belief, I seek the end. I trust the world, not men. They said repeat, don't reason. Remember names, not why. Now they kneel to the towers they build, but they can't look the truth in the eye. They call me lost in question, but I'm the one who's free. They're chained to the words of their teacher, while I test what I can see. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. I've seen the light twist in the wind, and still come home to what's real within. I don't need a priest in the lab coat, or a crowd to say amen. I've got dirt beneath my fingers, and the sky to prove again. Keep your thrones of certainty, keep your saints with paper pens. I'll be here with the questions till the answers break or mend. I trust the world, not
I love that song. The best song I think from that batch, although it's hard to say. I think it's Let Truth Cook. I'll play that next.
I don't claim to shape the real. I strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. They bend their world to fit belief, patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are. It burns the false, sets the bar. Each era's a door we open wide, a path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent on, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Just let it cook. Ooh.
Although that last one will probably go on a different record than the slower songs. They all kind of have a similar vibe to them, whereas this one is more electro-pop house-ish. And so it's gonna go on the other record. And because I'm playing music, I guess I'll play more. This is a song Karma, my sister, made for our artist account yesterday, because we are combined artists. We help each other with the lyrics most of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of times.
It's a tragedy and utter catastrophe. Blind belief in audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash us thoroughly.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
They carve logic from the schooling with emotions overruling. The desecrated corpse of a corrupt system. We wagered and we lost as soon as we commit them to a factory manufactured to manufacture factory workers who won't excel. Indoctrinated by universities deep in the sunken cost fallacy. Lack of logic drives the depravity. They've given up their sanity. Too few people actually know. Too many fools who openly show narcissistic tendencies, manipulations and fallacies, orchestrations, machinations and atrocities. Who sadly don't know any better, oblivious of better, but is ignorance bliss when all goes amiss. Poison peddlers, smiling as they silence meddlers, paying for that pristine reputation. Blood money, no just compensation. Seems they don't fear their nation. Signing up for castration, it's an artificially created mess. The populace in distress, democracy, they cross-dress, theater and Congress. Crafted and sculpted by evil cultists, the dark and deluded, making knowledge occulted and secluded. They colluded and excluded on your territory. They intruded, co-opting movements, subverting and converting, sabotaging the name of improvements. They turn their face away from God, the creator, even though there's nothing greater than natural law legislator.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
Knowledge is power and the powerful know. Information is a weapon, and if you control its flow, your influence and your confidence will grow. The liability low. It's a sick, sinister, sycophant shit show, and it's wielded against the populace whilst being poorly adopted by fools. And it's not isolated to our schools. It's a tragedy and not a catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash so thoroughly.
I have a vision that one day humanity will soar above its shackles and mental prison. Recognize the majesty that is creation, so we can stop this moral degradation. Escape the echo chamber, nourished orchestration. Rebuilding a true foundation of truth revelation.
But yeah, I'll put most of these songs, or if not all of these songs, onto the FE Radio bot once I stop taking up your time here. The reason why I want to mess with the metadata is because I made the bot be able to like post an embed with the metadata, and then what I can do is I can add a link to the comment of the metadata and a picture, so that'll show when you do that command. And the goal was to then have links to the different people's socials. Like, we have a bunch of people who are making songs on the Discord, but we don't have all those songs collected together, so the idea is to collect all those songs together onto FE Radio. You hear a song you like, you're like, ooh, that's interesting. Then you can do the track info. You get the info about the track and his, like, for instance, YouTube channel if he's releasing the songs there, and then you can click that and find the catalog and all that. So it's kind of just to help discovery of the music. It's just been a couple of days since I basically made the bot. I think it's 2 days since I last finished updating this bot, the current bot we have. And I was starting to build the YouTube side of it, but I had run into some problems with my virtual machine and the cloud network I was using, and so I got kind of sidetracked. But I'm back on track. I'll probably have finished sometime tomorrow. Shouldn't be too hard. I've been teaching myself programming. I didn't know anything about programming like a little bit over a week ago, and now I'm like making myself bots left and right. It's really fun. Programming, I just used LLMs to learn it. It's really easy using the LLM because you have an idea of what you want to make with the LLM, and then the LLM be like, yeah, I'll spit out some code, and you're like, wait a minute, slow down, dumbass. I don't understand all this stuff. Explain everything, go over what it means. And it's a good resource for getting started with it and having someone on the side that you can just be like, bro, explain in detail. A lot of teachers don't have that like ability to be that lipo is the Icelandic word. They have their own egos involved, and so like if you're one of 30 students and you always have a problem, you're trying to understand something because it's not clearly explained, then it's sometimes hard to get that assistance, whereas you can get that easily from an LLM, and then you can test all the things that it's teaching you to do in real time and then figure out, that about 70% of the things it tells you to do just are retarded and didn't actually work, and it's trying to make you do something that you didn't want to do in the first place. However, you learn a lot from making the mistakes, and like you learn about as much from making a mistake as doing something right, and you learn what not to do and what works for the thing that you're not doing. But it also gave me ideas, like taught me about how I was going to set up the streaming bots and stuff like that, even though that wasn't what I was going to do originally. But it kind of just leads you in different directions, gives you ideas to research, and then it's up to you to research those things, and that's why I like it. I might not know, like, that there's a way to do something, or there's a program that could be used, or like, but the LLM knows it, and then I can test that and figure out, like, oh no, it hallucinated, and like this version doesn't have it. Like a lot of times, I'm like, it helped me set up my first virtual machine on the cloud network, and as I was going through it, it was like, oh, I just click this button and go into this, and I'd be like, bro, those buttons don't exist on the UI I'm looking at. Look, here's a picture. And he's like, oh, yeah, you're right, I'm an idiot. Try this button. I'm like, okay, try it. Oh, there's something similar to what you're talking about with this. And he's like, yeah, you found it. And so it's kind of like having a dumb helper who knows more than he actually should. Yeah, it's better on coding than a lot of different things. Like, it kind of sucks with logic a lot of the time. It can sometimes detect it, but if its code is heavily biased towards one direction, it will argue that direction with fallacious argumentation, even though you tell it not to be illogical. Whereas the code is like, they have less corrupted code when they're drawing from that code, because human language has so much fallacy within it, and so all the books, all the text that goes in, that human language text, is corrupted with the fallacies, and so it bleeds into their output. Whereas the code is based on functional, actual working code, and so they're referencing working code, and so they're more likely to spit out working code. So many, like, I started making songs on the Discord, this Discord, because back in 2020, we had the arena, and we're debating a bunch of Globers, but they were so easy, and they would lose so easily, that, like, in the downtime, we like didn't have much to talk about, so like normal, like it just gets silent. But then one guy was like, I made a song, and then we were like, oh, cool, let's play that song. And that kind of wound up on itself, because like And another guy made a song, and another guy made a song, and I was like, hey, yeah, I'll try to make a song. And I wasn't an artist, so like I tried rapping, and like so the first thing I did was just rap songs. I don't think it's very good myself, but people seem to like it, so I made more and more. Question is if I can find any of the old songs in this voice mod, soundboard. Oh, I have a song. Okay, this is my favorite songs that I performed, and because I got my sister also to perform in it. So this is one of our older songs. It's the 8th song I made.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
You know how they raise you in the system. Broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how how they keep you in the system. Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ultra Chaco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Yeah, so that was an ancient song from back in the day. I could probably play you Chocolate Saying, which kind of inspired me to try. If I could find it.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Well,
what a way to start a morning.
I was playing for you, me listening to the thing, trying to figure out which songs to listen to. Yeah, muted it on the wrong side. Congratulations for that. Okay, Atna. This is the song I wanted to play by Chocolate Saying, what is the world? He is a fantastic member of this group that has been away for a while.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Damn, son, where do you find this? He's so good. CB is also pretty good. My favorite song by him is Space Ghost.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. Let them knock it down. Let them knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to Troy tickets, rolls, throw them in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, X-Door. The feelings you can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pillum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon B, ayy, Black Swan, Nikon B at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, tree to go deep, Blackman the Clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep, some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep, said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip, got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip, Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click, shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks, brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing, talking about gravity to please him, now he's talking about seasons, head on my forehead like she's about proofs, in a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook, I want that proof, no Captain Hook, hey, play it, let me hear it, let me hear it.
I love that one. Yeah, but those are the old songs. We have a bunch of old songs and new songs. And then we also have comedy shows. We have McLoon and Father Balls, and the rest of the crews at the AI shows that represent this weird alternate reality where globers actually tell the truth. But then it also morphed into something else where it's like more of a comedy show than anything else. I guess I'll play one before I turn this off and go to sleep.
Welcome to the... Sit down. Good morning, my children. Now, I am in charge of this show. Prepare your behinds for an explosive assault of your senses. Welcome to the Father Balls experience with the Lunar Tick.
It's the Lunatic Show, Father.
Not anymore. We need new theme music and better guests. You keep getting wrecked. These darn flat earthers are so charming and good looking, it's hard to concentrate on the holy fallacies. I understand, my child. but that is why I have a secret card to play. I invited a friend from the fraternity to come on the show. He should be arriving shortly.
Ooh, goody. Who is it?
I have a few friends lined up already, but this one is a special one, handpicked by Father Son himself, so he wears the vest that signifies his importance to the secret societies. Since he's not arrived yet, I will play a short clip to showcase his brilliance. I know you will know him as soon as you hear him speak. The world's most famous astrophysicist, a man in a league of his own, Wildegas Bison.
Bison? But the flat earthers use him and Fight the Tight Shirt said he was wrong.
Flat earthers are wrong, and Bison will prove that. Fight the Tight Shirt is just a moon caught in your orbit. His opinion means less than yours, and mine supersede yours. Just shut up and listen to the glory of the Wildegas Bison. Hear him regale you with his brilliance. Listen close.
But I also had a guest. He's waiting outside.
What the hell, man? He can wait. We play the clip.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself.
Now, that is a master class. When he arrives, you better be on your best behavior, McClune. Now, who the hell is this guy waiting outside?
It is Craig McFaddy. Mon, please, Papa Balls. You said it was okay, please.
Okay. But if he annoys me, I am throwing that fat fuck out of here. You hear me?
Yay! Thank you. I will buzz him in. Do we have an ETA on Bison?
That globular masterpiece should be here any moment now. I keep texting him, but all I get back is this eggplant emoji. Do you know what this means?
I don't know. I am not hip like the kids. He's probably hungry or something.
Hey guys,
Shut up and go to the corner over there. Take your mic with you, but don't speak unless spoken to. You got it?
Sorry.
But I know the secrets.
Shut up, you nitwit, halfwit, fuckwit. I ain't here to listen to your nonsense. We got a god coming in a few moments. Pipe down before I spank you.
But the eggplant.
Shut up. No one cares. I did not ask you a thing. Get some control of your minion, McClune.
Oh my God, Craig. Don't make me look bad in front of Father Balls. Go sit in the corner. We will talk to you later. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Our glorious expert is coming. This is a bona fide living saint of our religion, boys. Prepare yourself to be in the presence of something so divine, your face might melt of literally in a figurative manner.
Is this the right place, Father Balls?
Yes, welcome, my brother. I once peed next to you in the bushes at the Grove, remember?
Not really, but it was probably dark. So that is most likely the reason. I just got told by your uncle this would further the cause. So here I am. What do you need me to do or say to get this over with?
Well, brother, we are dealing with those pesky flat earthers again.
Oh no! Not the flat earthers.
Don't tell me you set me up and have a flat earther here somewhere, because if you do, I am leaving. I am not about to debate them. You know the motto, right? Imagine they don't exist. Only way to cope in bliss.
Of course, Your Excellency, great wild stallion of the sun, I would never dare offend you in such a way. Please admonish this servant.
You at least know your place. That is good. Who are these other troglodytes with you? The box-shaped one at the table and the spherical one in the corner.
They are simple but devout followers of my congregation. The freakish-looking box one is my personal disciple. The other one is his pet. I was hoping they would be illuminated by your grace and wisdom.
Makes sense. Now, what is your problem with the flat earthers?
They are just not stopping, my liege. They keep trying to tell everyone the truth, and the holy fallacies don't seem to be working as well anymore. They seem to be hip to our tricks, and so just disarm them and make us look weak. Can we not, get some good evidence, like seeing the majestic curves of Mother Earth from an airplane or a weather balloon?
No. You won't see the curve from 2 millimeters of the surface of a beach ball? You just won't. That stuff is flat. The horizon is equidistant, and you only see a tiny portion of the Earth. Even the ISS is too low, and so requires fisheye lenses to curve horizontal lines. So, we feel good about those pictures. Otherwise, there would be so many flat earthers. Can you imagine?
Ah, I see. So it's a test of faith. Only the truly devout can understand that there is no curve there, but still hold the faith. Makes perfect sense. Praise be the Gravitron and Bob and Todd who helped make him make mathematical sense.
So we shouldn't use those pictures and claim it's Earth curve?
No! That is handing the flat earthers an easy victory. Just look at the videos where the images come from. They can just point at the curved horizon when the balloon is still on the ground and be like, look, you are an idiot. Or when at maximum altitude, they look at the land mass and size of the sphere and oops, you got planet New Mexico. That is why we tell people to avoid going over any evidence with the flat earthers. They will beat you with experience.
Exactly. Don't ask dumb questions, McClune. So what about our prophets? Can we not just slam them with superior doctrine? The holy sticks and shadows surely cannot be countered. It's divine inspired.
Ah, you underestimate the trickery of their heresy. It does not work either. You need to look at the nuance of it. Our prophet made a few assumptions that we cannot test. And by changing those variables, the flat earthers can get the same results on a flat plane. So it proves nothing. If it did, the Chinese would have proved the flat earth doing that exact thing. So we must reject it. Took me a while to understand this, as I thought maybe if I add more sticks, but that does not actually have any difference.
What? 4 sticks did not work? But I would have thought such a genius idea would have worked. I mean, you said so.
I postulated that it might not work, but change parameters and it does. Pseudoscience is also a fickle bitch. Right, Father?
Ah, yes. Like an angry blue-haired woman. You need to know when Mother Earth is PMSing, and so you must ride that bitch like a dolphin on the dunes of the Sahara.
Faith is a large part of our religion. We just keep that on the down low, you know? Everyone does not need to know that. But you should know all this, since you do have a Theosophy doctorate in scientism, Father Balls.
You do remember, you do know me. Stop playing coy and kiss me, you animal.
No, not right now. Focus on what I am saying.
Okay, so maybe it's because it's divine inspired. That is why it requires a certain degree of faith. Makes sense. But our most high God of gods, the Gravitron, is scientifically proven though, right?
No, because it's more of a fundamental force that is not a force. So the Gravitron is hiding within the thing we call mass. But since we cannot manipulate him and can only imagine that he is warping space and time, which we cannot detect either, but the consequences of that, we believe, is things falling down, you see. So we can measure the rate which things fall at. We know both the prophets Newton and Einstein were fundamentally wrong, since neither idea works with observations or experimentation completely, but working partially is enough to get people going, and it confirms our belief, so their work is sacred.
Oh, okay. There is naturally going to be an element of faith because it is a religion, but there must be something that we can use to clobber the flatties with, like just saying stuff like satellites.
That might sound good on the surface, but how does that prove anything either way? It's not like they can go and confirm the satellite is doing what we claim it's doing, can they?
No, I guess not. But don't they need to explain everything, creating a new cosmology if they want people to leave our cult?
No, that is the real problem with objective truths. They are very hard to fight, so we can only combat it with subjectivity. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. There could be 10 wheeled gas bisons in this room right now, I don't know. Therefore, I must accept your authority on the matter. My senses might tell me there is one, but like my senses tell me the earth is flat and non-rotating, I cannot trust anything except the approved authority, right?
That is correct. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you well know. So it's important for us to try to maintain our facade of intelligence. You cannot be giving the flat earthers easy victories. You need to obfuscate and not address the question, talk about them, not the evidence.
Why try to do that? But they just call it manipulative tactics and mute us.
Shut up, boy.
No, it's all right. You see, your problem is that you are going on their platforms and trying to convince them we are right. That is impossible. We can only misrepresent them throughout our media platforms. Any attempt to fight them with home field advantage is like sticking your hand in the wood chipper. They won't allow us to use fallacies and manipulative tactics. Just like if they were on our platforms, we would interrupt and mute them to prevent them from making a coherent argument. It's all about optics, boys.
Flat earthers also say it's all about optics.
They generally mean it in a different way. They're talking about how optical devices destroyed the foundation to our beliefs and or optics in general. It's why I don't want that conversation. It's just going to end poorly for us. So focus on manipulating the people they talk to rather than them. Focus on the unsuspecting victims who have no reason to doubt your fallacies or manipulative tactics. Does that make sense?
It does, but also not our foundations are fine. Why would you say they destroyed them?
They claim to have all this empirical evidence that would falsify our religion. So to avoid the complete collapse of the religion, the best thing we can do is obfuscate and hide this evidence. This should not be this difficult to understand. Your disciple is stupid, Father Balls.
Oh, I know he's an abject retard. Everyone knows it. But he's better than that other one. Say something. Fatty?
No you. Skinny, non-globular truck face.
What the hell did you say to me, boy? I ought to whoop your ass?
No, wait. This is good. Note how he's not addressing what you are saying and just reversing it back with absurdity. This is what you should be doing.
Oh, well, if the great solar bison of the plain says so, I cannot disagree. I suppose Fight the Tight Shirt is now my primary disciple. McClune, you go sit in the corner.
No.
Yes, right now.
But this is my show, damn it.
I don't care. You belong to me. Now sit down and shut up. My beloved disciple, Fight the Tight Shirt, come join us.
I have to go. I have places to be. I am a busy man. You must understand that.
No, please don't go. I need your glory to fill my empty vessel.
But I must. But thank you for this. We can do this again. You have my number now, Father Balls. Don't misuse it. Have a good one.
Woe is me. He left. Look what you have done, McClune. Why can you not be more like McFaddy over here? He's quick-witted and hyper-intelligent. You can see it by how much the globular gods have blessed his earthly form.
Thank you, Father.
Can I sit at the table now? We need to end the show.
Sure, whatever. I got better things to do. Come, Craig, I need to show you the mysterious dance of the balls.
Okay.
Well, this has been MC Loon and a whole host of other fuckers. This might be the last show I make if they keep treating me like this. Pay me pity bucks. I need them now more than ever. Goodbye.
Well, I'm off. I will be adding the songs to the bot in a minute.
for it to work, or it has to have some sort of backdrop because it to illuminate it. But you can see it, and the fact that you can predict that, like,
I want to look up this equation to check it for my location. What is the equation?
I can pull it up for you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. So what if they point their camera up and they don't see it?
I don't think that's ever happened before. I've never.
You don't think anybody's ever missed it? 100%.
They probably missed it because you need it extremely precise.
So they do miss it sometimes.
No,
right?
but it's extremely
what would
precise.
that mean? So what would that mean?
That the ISS is moving.
It doesn't exist? Doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
Well, do you know how fast the ISS is moving?
Do you? I know how much they say. So all you're telling us is like a bunch of stories, right? So
It's literally 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but you know that would look the same as something that was.
I can
7
pull
feet
up
long.
the app
Hold on,
and say,
dude.
oh.
Let me finish. An ISS, 300 feet long, at 250 miles, going 17,000 miles per hour, would be visually identical to something 7 feet long at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles per hour. Okay, would look visually identical. There'd be no visual difference.
How do you wait? What did you say?
Because linear perspective,
Sorry,
right?
I'm kind of doing two things. That I need to.
It's linear perspective, right? So you double this distance, you have the visual size, so we can do division, right, and get a different altitude and a different speed, right, by just dividing, right? You half it again, you half it again, you half it again, right? So you can go 125 miles. Let's have 8,500 miles per hour and 150 feet long is going to look the same as what they say the ISS is. You can half that, and half that, and half that, and half that, and keep halving it. Like, you can't visually tell the difference
between the football-sized object moving at 17,000 miles per hour between
you can't tell that from looking at it.
You can't tell it?
Not from looking at it.
I feel like you can calculate it. Like, you can calculate the speed of it. All you need, like, I've done it before. For the ISS, yes.
Okay, tell us what instruments you've measured it with to calculate.
I didn't use an instrument. I just had to go figure out its height above the Earth, and then I used a calculation.
How did you know its height?
Because it's public information.
So you didn't know?
I mean, I did know it. It's public information for anyone.
Okay, so you were at Nadir and got its altitude. That's what you're telling me.
I'm a what?
Nadir, directly under the ISS, because that's the altitude it publishes, the Nadir point. The Nadir point is directly under the ISS, so when it gives the altitude above the surface of the Earth, that's what it is. So you were directly under it. It isn't a good idea to come in here to lie. You can't bullshit your way here, dude. Sorry.
Well, I kind of came in here to listen to you guys, and then you'll turn on my mic
don't
and ask
tell
me to
bullshit
speak.
like you calculated, because you never did. That's horseshit.
I did calculate it.
Okay, so you were at the Nadir point.
The Nadir point.
The Nadir is directly under the ISS.
I searched up its height above the
That is the
Earth's
altitude
surface.
they list, right? Directly under. You would need to be directly under to calculate it.
Yes.
Well, I didn't even hear where he said he observed it.
Azimuth and elevation angle, and then calculate it based upon the distance, and do the globe curve calculation to know how high it was above the surface of the Earth. There.
Well, let me ask this clarifying question. Let me ask this clarifying question. Did you apply this calculation to one of your own personal observations?
Well, I've never photographed the ISS myself. I could try.
Okay, so this calculation was just done with purely hypotheticals, right?
I mean, I guess I've never tested it out myself. I know I could try.
Right, so no worries. That just explains why you weren't under the nadir point, because you were only on a piece of paper. I understand. No worries.
Maybe the paper was under the nadir point. Look, bro.
The thing about mathematics, real quick, the thing about mathematics is the scaling rate of a dividend that pays you 10% on your money, that math is always correct. The problem is I don't have any money in the bank, so they're not paying me.
What? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm kind of doing something here.
Just means like you can do math till you're blue in the face, right? But those are just values in mathematics, right?
Math till I'm blue in the face? Yes, I've done that.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it. You could do math on how rich you would have been if you had invested in Google way back in the day. The problem is you never invested in Google. So the math, while accurate math, doesn't reflect reality.
Yes, hold on. I'm kind of
you calculated the orbit of something that didn't exist.
Yes, hold on. I'm kind of doing something here. I kind of wanted to came in here just listen because I was doing an English report.
Oh.
On Edgar Allan Poe, but.
Oh, the Raven?
I don't even fucking know who this guy is. I'm having it.
Heresy, blasphemy, ban him.
I know. Gosh, educate him, Indigo.
I mean, I know who Edgar Allan Poe is. I know he like married his cousin, and like his underage cousin who was like what 15.
He's got a lot in common with Einstein then.
What?
Einstein married his cousin.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Einstein married his cousin.
Oh, wow. What a weirdo.
I don't think she was underage because it was okay to marry 15-year-olds in Germany then.
Oh. Yeah, let me actually search up his wife. Not Edgar Allan Poe. 13? My God, she was 13.
Ew.
And he was he was almost 30. He was pushing 30.
Well, incest is best. It keeps it in the family. Anyway.
Actually, okay, I got a question for you.
What are you doing on Edgar Allan Poe? Like which writing?
Which writing?
Yeah, or just on him, the person, or is it about a particular thing?
It's about everything. How he, something about how he made like some. It was like you know those like cop shows or those Sherlock Holmes. Apparently he like had something contributing with that. He made the genre of yeah, he made a lot of genres. I don't know. I'm kind of researching him as we speak. I know his.
I think the Telltale Heart's probably the one that relates most to the globe belief. Yeah, it's just like something about flat Earth that just nags you, just keeps going after you, and then finally just drives you mad. So you have to confess that the globe is nothing but a belief. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Telltale Heart is the one.
I think I know you, not from real life. I've seen you on Discord, not just here. Weren't you in some politics and religion? Like,
yes, that is correct. I did once join the politics and religion Discord, no doubt.
I think they took out the flat Earth section. That.
No, they didn't take it out. We took them out. Yep, we decided to leave that venue. Mm-hmm.
That's gone now.
They were not being cooperative.
Mm-hmm.
They were not being cooperative.
Yeah, but just being
father and mother were professional actors and died. Then John Allen raised him. So poetic.
I like the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. When I think of the Headless Horseman, I think of Globe Earthers.
What is y'all with like Globe Earthers hate? My God.
Well, yeah, because they're. Yeah, but they carry their head around in their arm, but it's a globe.
Yeah, when I watch any movie, I do not think of this. I'm sorry, but when I read The Telltale Heart, I did not think of the globe Earth. Nor did I think of it when I was reading any other of Edgar Allan Poe's literature.
Yeah, the Telltale Heart. No, because it's not the globe that's the Telltale Heart. It's the reality of your own experience of the flat Earth that you tried to bury because, when you were first born on this Earth, it was very obvious that it was flat and stationary, and then some authority figure convinced you that your own experience was not as valuable as the propaganda that they were trying to feed you of the globe cult religion. So you buried your own knowledge and experience in favor of somebody else's idea. That's the Telltale Heart. The Telltale Heart is the flat Earth. Yeah, it's not the globe.
Interesting.
No, because when I didn't realize the Earth was a globe until I know this might even y'all are probably believed the Earth was a globe in like second, third grade. I don't think I learned the Earth was a globe until like end of second grade, and I didn't know what the Earth was. I didn't think it was flat or anything. I just didn't know what it was. I did start to think it was flat, not from my observations. It was because in second grade we were reading this book, and it was talking about this like girl who had to go to the edge of the Earth to like grab something, and I took that literally, like there was an actual edge to the Earth.
Yeah, there's no known edge. Yep, Mario, no known edge.
Yeah, do you think we think there's an edge?
Is there? I don't know. I'm not
We
you
don't
guys.
think that. Do you think we think the Earth is a space disk?
Probably not. I never
No,
assumed you guys
we
thought that.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. People think because people see the memes on the internet, man, with the water falling off the edge of a disc. Memes, yeah, on the internet. You never seen the flat Earth with the water falling off the edge of a disc floating in space?
I don't see much flat Earth propaganda or just things on the internet.
I don't know where you're going on the internet, dude.
Really?
Everywhere.
You don't watch the news that much?
I don't think I've ever seen flat Earth on the news. I once
Really?
saw.
Guess what? Let me give you some up. Listen, I believe you that you may not have seen it, but let me give you some history over the past 10 years. So in the past 10 years, the flat Earth has been mentioned numerous times from the presidential pulpit when he was giving speeches. One most famous is Obama when he was trying to get something done. He said, listen, we got to get this done. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, insinuating that anyone who was against him was part of the Flat Earth Society, insinuating that they were so stupid and troglodytes that they couldn't understand modern life. Then we had congressional hearings where members of Congress grilled social media CEOs and stuff of how they were going to kibosh, put a stop to the spread of misinformation around certain categories, which included Flat Earth. So, I mean, Flat Earth's been out there. Not only that, but Flat Earth surpassed Justin Bieber on YouTube within the past 10 years, bro. And guess what happened after that? They shut it down. They tried shutting it down. They started censoring it heavily.
I wanted to learn all the talking points, like why do you guys believe in the Earth is flat? Because I never really asked that directly, and I tried asking it in like the questions, and they got mad at me. So now I kind of have to ask it here.
Why do we think the Earth? Because that's the way it appears to be.
No, but like there has to be more than just I look at it and it's flat.
Well, I mean, well, that's a good starting point, right?
I mean, I guess so.
I mean,
I never assumed
you wouldn't look at
anything
because,
from
like, you know, if you go, hey, what's flat? Oh, flat things. Start there. Okay, maybe it's not flat. Maybe it's curved. Okay, let's check.
Or I'll just how about I ask like some questions, like how do you explain
Nah, there's no reason to do that, friend.
Insert thing.
Before you go on with your questions.
Watch.
Before you go on with your questions, friend, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question because everything you're about to ask has nothing to do with the proper point. So I'll explain it very quickly. Then you'll know what our opinion on the proper point is. Then you can ask your question. So, the Earth is the Earth.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Okay, the Earth is covered, all the known territory, 70% in water, right? Water is the gold standard throughout of all of human history for the term level. It's what we use to level structures. It's what we use to level everything. The physics of water. Okay, so we know that water is flat and level on the surface, and you can validate that with direct measurement. And so since water is flat and level on the surface and it covers 70% of the known territory, and the physics of water are ubiquitous across the surface, then that means 70% of the entire surface area of the known Earth is flat. It's called sea level. And all elevation profiles are taken from sea level. So the highest mountain and the lowest valley are all relative to sea level, which means everything on the Earth is between two horizontal parallel planes, which means it's flat. But not only flat, really flat. Go ahead.
So now I can ask my question.
Now that we've established the Earth is obviously flat, yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Didn't expect that answer, did you?
No, I'm kind of confused.
What did you expect? Read the Bible?
I was expecting a lot of the Bible, yeah.
See, you guys are like.
Can I
go ahead?
My question. Yeah. So I was wondering because clocks in the northern hemisphere I mean, not clocks, my bad. Stars in the northern hemisphere rotate clockwise, while stars in the southern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. Why do we observe this?
Very simple. So when you're on an Earth that's covered in 70% of water, which is flat and level, and when all things are level to it by the standard of sea level, which means the entire Earth's surface is a horizontal plane, right? Then things that are in the sky are not the Earth. There you go. There's the answer.
What?
So in other words, whatever you see in the sky is whatever the sky's doing. It's not what the Earth is.
I got some other questions. So it's not really...
No worries.
It's just kind of like general questions. Do you like globe earthers? Like, do you have friends that are globe earthers? And if so, do you...
Absolutely. Depends. I mean, I don't try to convince somebody of something any more than I try to convince them of anything else. It's like, hey, dude, you should eat more carrots and work out instead of being a fat ass. Or hey, don't be lazy.
Yeah.
Are these prepared questions?
No, I completely just joined this call randomly and did not expect. Well, I knew
I don't have reading from something.
No, I don't. I didn't have speaking privileges. Like, why would I prepare questions? I was like,
well,
I asked, then. I did not
check this out, brother. Check this out, brother. From a sociological perspective, I like your question. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Many people will say that the majority of people on the Earth believe the Earth is a globe. Okay, let's say that's true. That means the majority of Christians believe the Earth is a globe. The majority of women believe the Earth is a globe. The majority of children believe the Earth is a globe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that also means the majority of my loved ones believe the Earth is a globe. So if it comes to the case that I used to believe in a globe and now I don't, now I hate my family, think about it. That doesn't make any sense. But let me put it to you this way, friend. Since I've been involved in this community, I have seen the most vile and atrocious behavior from globe zealots against members of their own family who said they started to believe in flat Earth, and against other people who they're not even aware of at all. Like, for example, a very famous case, Brian Mullen. He's an engineer. He came across the idea of flat Earth. He said, you know what, I'm an engineer. I'm going to start applying myself to this topic and see if I can figure it out. He spent time on it, and he decided that the Earth was flat. And he also decided some tests that could actually demonstrate that the Earth was flat. So people started to get really mad because they're like, well, listen, it's one thing if some kooky conspirator thinks the Earth is flat, but if a real professional engineer is really applying himself, I can't stand it. So a man decided, who was a Glober zealot, to pursue this flat Earth engineer, started harassing his workplace, started to try to get his license pulled because he was saying he couldn't possibly be a safe engineer because he believes the Earth is flat, people are going to die. Basically assaulted the whole man's career and his employer, until the man basically had to say, okay, I really need to feed my family, and, if me believing in the Earth flat offends you so much, I just won't make my videos anymore. I'll just stick with my family. So it's actually the case, my friend, that it's globers who hate flat earthers, not the other way around.
Yeah, let's think about this likely scenario. A globe earther goes up to a flat earther and says, I think the Earth is a globe. A flat earther goes up to a globe earther and says, I think the Earth is flat. What do you think? Who do you think is going to get the vitriol? Obviously, it's the second, not the first.
Yeah. Honestly, I
See, we all used to be globe earthers. We weren't like born flat earthers. I believed all the shit you did.
Actually,
a lot of us. Hold on a second. It's an important point. A lot of us, like, I was a space nerd, dude. I was all into that shit, man. The first two movies I ever saw were about outer space. So, like, we all believed the Earth was a globe. The difference between us and you is we checked. We've checked, right? We've checked whether the claims they make are actually true. We went and checked. Whereas the typical globe earther, they just didn't check. They don't think it's important. They don't think it would matter. They have some cognitive dissonance block. Like, there's all sorts of reasons for them not checking. Laziness. But, like, I mean, we're only here to give information. We're not going to try to convince you of anything. I'm going to tell you, listen, bro, they say the Earth's a globe. We checked. It's not. That's it. If you want to know, do it yourself. It's a very simple test you can do to figure it out. It's not complicated. It's super simple. They try to trick you and say it's too complicated for you, that you need to be some fucking rocket scientist to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe. No, you can figure it out. It's fucking third grade geometry. It's super simple. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
We're not saying anything more than that. We're not saying, hey, come join the cult. We're not saying anything other like we're saying, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Oh, you don't. You think there's other people that know and you believe what they told you. That's what the situation is for everybody that believes it. Everybody.
Yeah. What if?
I mean, let's do this. How many people do you think 100% know the Earth is a globe? Based upon their primary... Hold on. Based upon their primary experience. And not because somebody told them, but based upon what they've experienced themselves.
From what they've experienced themselves? Well, yeah. I'd have to say not almost any person that works with NASA. I'm not going to say the astronauts because I know what your opinion is on about them, that they know they're faking it. They know because they faked it.
So how would the people at NASA know?
So I'm saying the engineers. Because no way every engineer, because I've heard from people here that the engineers themselves are being tricked into this lie. So I feel like...
No, you haven't heard that here. You haven't heard that here.
Yeah, I have.
They're not being tricked. No one claims that they're being tricked. They don't know.
I've been told by, it was Logi that told me that. I don't know if he's still here, but it was a flat earther named Logi.
Yeah, well, I don't listen to what Logi says. Logi's not a representative sample. Okay, so...
He is little. Oh, he tried using... Okay. He actually used ChatGPT.
I like Logi,
not in a text debate, but in like a speaking debate like this.
I like Logi. He's fine. But I'm telling you, it's not that they're being tricked. They don't know. Okay? You're obviously young. You've never worked a job. People don't know what anybody else is doing in any corporate environment. The CEO don't know where the fucking hand soap is kept. The people that knows where the hand soap is kept doesn't know where the fucking payroll comes out of, right? Nobody knows everything in an organization. In fact, most people only know their job. A fucking engineer gets a bunch of fucking instructions, a specification, build this fucking widget. It goes on the freaking satellite here. Okay, he just does his job, designs it, sends off the engineering diagram, it goes to manufacturing. That's the last he sees of it. Guy in manufacturing says, oh, here's the engineering drawing, make this widget. That goes off to someone else, someone that's supposed to install it or something. That guy frickin' assembles it, sticks it somewhere. Oh, that's done. Oh, where's the satellite going? Well, we're going to send it to the rocket people. That goes off to somebody else. None of these people know anything. Now, they might believe that there's a whole chain of events that leads to a fucking something going into space, but they don't actually know that. They only know what's in their purview. That's why I said primary. What's primary information? Not a chain of belief. So what do you think about what people actually know? The only people to ever live that would know the Earth is a globe, that claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety as a ball, would be the Apollo astronauts. Even the ISS people, even the ISS people would only see 3% of the Earth. Right? Yeah. They wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. I know the ISS pictures show the curve of the Earth, but they wouldn't see curve of the Earth. They're nowhere near high enough. In fact, the Chinese space station shows a flat Earth, and it's the same altitude, basically. It's like 15 kilometers lower. So, like, the math don't work out of seeing the curve of the Earth. They would only see 3% of it, which is a very tiny fraction, obviously. Mm-hmm. So, they could be up, frickin' zipping around in a fucking plane and not know it. But that goes without saying. Even if you said all these people, all the astronauts, they're the people that know, and all the rest are believers, that's only 600 people. It's a very small amount. Now, of course, there'd be some people on the ground that have to know it's bullshit. What is that, 1,000? 10,000? You know that only 5 countries have launch capability, where they can even launch a rocket.
I thought it was...
You know what's funny, brother? Real quick.
Other countries have space programs, but they don't have launch capability. They have to use somebody else.
I know...
How many people... Real quick, brother. I got a question. How many people were in the Manhattan Project?
I don't know.
Wasn't it... Well, I'm not... Yeah, I know, but I was asking Indio.
It's like
I can't remember... Right, so 100,000 people were in the Manhattan Project. How many of them actually knew what they were working on?
The Manhattan Project is the nuclear bomb, right?
Right. So there was 100,000 people employed towards the end goal.
600,000 over 6 years.
Okay, so that's even worse. So, but less than a dozen people actually knew what they were working on, if I remember correctly.
8 people knew the final product.
Oh, there you go. Less than 10 people actually knew what was going on. The rest of them had no clue.
Was the final product Tang? 200,000 people worked on Tang. We kept it a secret.
Alright, I got some more questions, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright.
That's right. We don't mind. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Y'all are somewhat chill. I mean, I don't know about that one girl that said, "Do you want me to make a charity case out of you?" That was a little odd, but
She was only joking. Come on.
Yes, thank you for your defense, Indio. That was a joke. My goodness, Mario, so sensitive.
oh. Alright.
That was me trying to be sympathetic towards your Fantasy Globe belief. I'm sorry if you don't accept my sympathy. I'll send you a sympathy card in the mail.
We got to be clear here.
Hippie van.
Look, we got to be clear. Luigi is the scaredy cat, Mario's the sensitive one, and Toad is the stalwart warrior.
Luigi? Oh, actually, I remember my question I was going to ask. Have you guys ever witnessed a debate here where the Globe Earther actually won?
That's a tough one.
Yes? You have?
Yes, but that depends on what you mean. Does that mean did he prove the Earth was a globe? No. He just won because whoever was engaging with him did a poor job of debating.
When was this?
I think I saw one instance where it seemed like the Globe Earther might have won, and that was one. It was like the last debate, Invincible. I don't know if you guys know him. I saw him in the server a few times. The last debate he ever did, it did actually seem like he might have won that one.
All right. Let me change it up. So when you said that, I took it to mean direct interactions that occurred here.
The guy that was defending did a poor job, just like you said, yeah.
I got you, but I'm just broadening it open to this. If you're talking about specific events, right, that were a debate, that's a different story than just impromptu debates that happen in conversation that have occurred, because we've been doing this almost a decade now. So there's been thousands upon thousands of interactions in this channel. So yeah, there's definitely been flat Earth losses where a flat Earther tried to present his case and he just sucked so bad he couldn't do it.
And you've witnessed this. Has it ever happened to you?
I can't remember the last time. Who was it? I'm gonna single them out.
Well, I mean,
Have I ever lost a debate?
Yeah.
No. Who was it that lost? I know Karen debated someone once and she didn't do too well. I wouldn't call it a loss. Like, it didn't finish. Karen B.
Brian.
Yeah, I mean, people who are very well. You like that one, didn't you,
Brian,
Overlord?
my God.
He lost to McToon. So, I mean.
Oh, Brian took the hugest freaking L. Oh, Jeranism to freaking, what is his name?
McKeegan?
Aaron Ra.
Wait, Jaren, is he in the server? Isn't that guy like actually?
No, he's not in this. I'm just talking about all the flat earthers I know that lost debates. None of those happened here.
I know almost every Professor Dave debate, the flat earther lost. Or did a poor
Oh my goodness, Mario. Send me even one link where you think Professor Dave won. Oh my goodness. I'm taking you out of my charity case roles here. I'm sorry. You do not qualify anymore.
Rapper. You know the rapper he debated? Lord Jamal.
Yeah.
He did a horrible... I've never seen a flat earther do... Like, I was like, I even started feeling bad. I was like, I could defend the flat earth more than this guy.
Mario, what do you think the winning...
They pick low-hanging fruit. That's what they do.
Yep.
What do you think the winning argument is, Mario, that for the flat Earth where the Glober won? What's the best argument you think?
For Professor Dave?
No, what's the winning argument? What's the point that made it the Earth as a globe?
Well, when I was talking about winning the argument, I wasn't really talking. I was mainly talking about the person did such a bad job. He either A, quit, or B, just from the viewer's perspective, like you knew he fucked up in trying to defend his case.
So there's no evidence for the globe?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Dave didn't win against the rapper guy. The rapper guy lost. Let's put it that way.
Well, Dave himself lost because the primary point, which me and you, my friend Mario, discussed earlier when we began, was that the physics of water and the orientation of the Earth clearly demonstrate that the surface is flat. Professor Dave said there's no way to know whether it's curved or not from the surface. So he removed himself in proving the surface from the surface, which is the thing in question. So he has lost all his debates ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Yeah, he said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. Which he must be a giant frickin' ball theorist.
How about, like...
Well, because the 3,959-mile radius, that's 66 feet, a drop in 10 miles, that's easily measurable. So what the hell is he talking about?
How about in the, in this... You're talking about Karen? How she
Karen
actually...
B.
Who was that? I saw a girl in this server that apparently died. I didn't know too much about it, but I saw something about that.
A girl in this server that died?
Yes.
Yeah, she passed away from a brain tumor recently. Yes, you're
not
correct.
In this server. Is she in here? Witch?
Yeah, well, she... Little witch, yeah.
I didn't
was
know.
She like... Was she a flat earther?
I guess.
As far as I remember. There's two of them that I always get confused in my memory, but I could have sworn she was the one that was the flat earther.
Who do you think is the biggest globe earther in this server? Because I see globe earthers mainly just come and go. Has there ever been one to like actually stay and continue?
Platypus. Platypus is the #1 glober.
Second?
No, there's more. There's people. Who else has been longer? There's people that have been longer than him.
Matthew but you see,
not Matthew Leonard.
Listen.
It's not Hellish Fish. Who's the fuck? I can't remember his name, dude. He's been here forever. He was in the old server forever, like from the beginning.
And he's still a globe earther?
Yeah, I think so.
Fish is in his name?
Not Hellish Fish. That was the wrong name. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Hold on, I'll look. I'll find it.
How about, I saw a few. I only know Invincible because I came in here, like, not too long before he had left. Yeah,
I just want to say, in answer to your question about, has Globe Earther ever won, like, against the actual facts, the evidence, the objective demonstration of how the globe is easily debunked, a globe earther never wins against the cold hard truth. So, for example, Overlord and Indio, I'm just saying them because those are the people you're talking to. There's other people that would be in this category, but since I first came to this server in 2019, I've witnessed both of them in countless debates against globe believers, and I've never seen them defeated once. There's no, I mean, when you are using observations, classical scientific method, cold hard evidence against a religious belief, which is what the globe is, I mean, there's no way the glober can win. So that would be my answer to that.
What other interesting
The reason for that, my friend, while you're thinking of a question, the reason for what she just said is because the majority of globers operate in a world of argumentation that is a stack of logical fallacies to support each other. And so none of their core presumptions within those stack of fallacies can be proven. So in other words, if the Earth was a globe, such and such would happen. But you got to prove the Earth is a globe in the first place. And you can't borrow the proof the Earth is a globe from a different line of reasoning that starts with, if the Earth was a globe, such and such would happen. The reason is because it always results in circular reasoning and a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent, which means you can't definitively prove your case. So the only thing that they can offer is direct surface curvature measurements, right? And everything they offer is either indirect or logically fallacious.
It's Octane Weasel, by the way. He was on the old.
Oh yeah,
like within a month or 2 months. Yeah, he's been a long time.
Wait, don't you?
What about Connie?
like-
Remember Connie?
No. Who? Connie?
Connie, like Kunny.
Oh, Connie. Yeah, I remember him. Is that you? Did you?
No, it's not me. I just remember.
Well, hey, wait a minute, dude. Watch the live stream. I'll give you my favorite longtime Glober who absolutely loves us. 1 second, I'll post it right here. My favorite. It's also one of my favorite memes in the universe. Yeah, just watch the live stream and you'll see. The text there. Read his meme, dude. Read what that guy said right there. He is a Glober, but he understands how stupid some of the globe claims are.
The horizon cannot curve on a globe.
His name was Cat.
Yes. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Like the horizon now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up with where it started. How could this curve? Anyone who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve is nuts. Huh.
So I'll take a moment of silence for Caddy. He hasn't been seen since frickin'. He was very old and no one's seen him since the pandemic. So
he did die.
A distinct fucking possibility.
I think I once actually had a debate in here, and the most. I don't know if every globe. I think some might have actually used ChatGPT, but on one of the debates, I got accused of using it. I forgot when, but it might have been on an alt account or something. But I remember I gotten accused of it. I just got so annoyed. I was like, "What? I'm not even using it."
Yeah, you were using Perplexity. You would never use ChatGPT.
I only know ChatGPT. I don't know Perplexity. I know.
Use Gemini. It's better.
Gemini makes the argument more realistic.
Gemini. It's on a different data set than the other ones. All of them use the same data set. Google, because they have a search engine, can use their own shit.
Isn't he a globe earther or flat earther?
Who?
Homo thing.
The only globe earthers I see, Mansky.
Right now in the lobby.
Oh, in the lobby.
Oh God, I think I should probably finish this report. Starting to cut it a little close.
Homo thing? That's not Edgelord shit at all.
Do you have a favorite
he's
globe
studying. He's studying for his general ed degree. Oh, a favorite globe earther! My goodness, top 10 globe earthers. You're my favorite, Mario.
Really? Wow,
You went from charity case to freaking
favorite. How did I go to your favorite from being a charity case?
Yeah, well, I live in the moment, but I feel like there's some hope for you. You seem like you're capable of having a reasonable conversation. I mean, it sounds like you've been observing this topic for a while. So, what is your conclusion regarding? You did some tests. Let's hear about them. Tell us all about them.
My first test I ever did was this globe earther that said it was on a different server, and he kept on saying that if you put these glasses on a table, that and you put the camera like right on the edge of the table, like you were standing there, like it was a little you standing there, you would actually see the glasses start to dip, almost like how on Earth, you know how things disappear bottom up. You would see that even though the table is completely flat. I was like, that's interesting. But I did notice something. Every picture they showed, it was always a wooden table. So I decided to test it, but this time not on a wooden table, on a it was like granite or marble table. And I laid out all the glasses, and I took the camera right above the table, you know, like it was like a little U or something looking out, and none of them went under.
Well,
What? Go ahead, Indio.
It's like the coin thing, basically. Well, it depends. Like your result's going to depend on the aperture size, meaning the diameter of the lens of the camera. Okay, that's one factor, and how long the table is or the flat surface. Now, your flat surface might not have been long enough for you to use a gigantic freaking lens.
Well, I just used my phone lens.
Now, how did you do it?
What do you mean, how did I do it? I just put the lens right above the, right just barely above the table.
It shouldn't be above the table at all.
Well, if I put it below the table, you can't even see the glasses.
Yeah,
it had to be just enough so you could see the glasses.
What you want the edge of the table through the center of the image, right? Right, you want it to split the image in half so that, because you're trying to get a shallow angle. So check this out. So if you, right, on the so say you're 6 feet at the beach, right? The angle of intersection that the furthest you could see on the ocean would be 3.24 miles, and that angle would be like 0.02 degrees. Now, to imitate this angle, okay, you would need a table that was like 120 feet long.
120 feet.
Depending on the size of your lens, because you're trying to get an angle. So we're talking about your line of sight, right? So you got the 4. So think about you're making a triangle, right? You're the side of the triangle. Your feet to some distant point is the base, and your line of sight is the hypotenuse. Now, that opposite from you is an angle between the base and the hypotenuse. That angle has to be at least 0.02 degrees to emulate the human eye. And it's easy to calculate that distance and where it would be. And for like a 1-inch height, it's something like, if I remember right, it's something like 320 feet away or something. You know that we've done these types of tests on like 1,000 feet, right? Like
1,000 feet table?
No, 1,000-foot lake.
1,000. Oh, yeah, I've heard about those.
Yeah, so I mean, do you understand what the idea is behind that?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I don't think you do. That wasn't accompanying. Yeah.
No, so I'm still trying to do two things at once.
Okay. So if you have a camera and it's 1.5 inches above the surface of the water, the globe Earth says the horizon is 2,400 feet from the camera. Now remember that number, 2,400 feet. This lake is 1,000 feet long. What did I just say? Where's the horizon? 2,400 feet. Okay, so nothing should ever disappear, right? Horizon's too far away. So, like, you can't reach the horizon because the lake's not long enough. Your little boat would have to sail onto the land for another 1,400 feet. Well, we do this test on a 1,000-foot lake, and lo and behold, the ships disappear behind a quote-unquote horizon. That horizon can't be the geometric curve of the Earth because that's 2,400 feet away. And the boat's only 700 feet away. And in fact, there should be no horizon at all. And according to, globe Earthers, you should be able to see the shore on the other side, no problem. That's not what we see.
Yeah, my bad. I just learned some interesting tea about this Edgar Allan Poe guy. He got kicked out of college and the military, all in like the same 2 years, I think. This guy.
But I want to get back to a very important point.
Yeah.
That Dandelion was making about why globe earthers don't win debates and what AI was saying about why they don't win debates. They have no starting point. They have nothing where they can say, hey, do you see this? Globe right there. We're going to start from there. They don't have that, right? There's nothing in experience which they can point to that says, hey, there's an indication of a globe. They have to go to abstractions and calculations and ideas and concepts and all that stuff. That's where the globe starts. It doesn't start in the natural world. It starts in the mind.
I think
that's why they always lose.
The case I used to use the most was the one. Someone added me in Discord, but the case I used to use the most was if you're standing in the most southern point of South America, Australia, and Africa, and you were looking south, so away from the North Pole, you could see the
Oh, yummy, hey. Like, fair dinkum. Great stuff. Absolutely
That
great
sounds
stuff.
good.
But yeah, super simple to make. You make it, stick it in the fridge, let it absorb some of the yumminess, and yeah, just cut it up, and it just melts. It's just like this big cream slab biscuit cake thing. It's awesome. Oh, the bot's joined us. Welcome, YouTube land.
Yay!
Oh, bye bye, my friends. I need to.
Not a problem, my friend.
No worries.
You
See you,
practice
Delta.
your English, okay?
Okay.
Good call, man. No worries.
take
See
care.
ya.
Thank you very much.
No worries. He'll be alright when his English gets a bit better.
Yeah. The devil has joined us.
Really?
And Muhammad. We should make them battle it out.
I like that idea. Devil, meet Muhammad. Muhammad, devil.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Hi, how's it going, man? I'm guessing you're from South Asia? Or India, maybe?
One second, I was searching off my AirPods. Yeah, I am from India. Hello?
Yeah. Yep. How's it
from
going? We're from Australia. Most of us here at the moment. Although we get a lot of people from all over the world.
Yeah. I am new to the group just to learn to improve my English for my upcoming TOEFL exam.
So can you repeat that last bit? Your upcoming what?
Upcoming TOEFL exam. TOEFL. It's an like a MS entrance exam, TOEFL.
I'm sorry, I still didn't catch it.
TOEFL.
Talk something.
Is this like employment or something? Like a job?
No,
job
for
requirement?
MS, for masters.
Oh, right. Like for university?
Yeah. You don't know about TOEFL? It's an entrance exam for other country. Test of English as a foreign language.
Oh, okay. Right.
IELTS, you know. It's a test to study in your country or America or London.
Like a not an exchange program. Is it like a foreign student?
Yeah, like
kind of
a
thing?
foreign student. Yeah. It's totally English based exam and IQ. For an employee or student?
And what are you studying?
I have graduated BTech and now I am an employee. But I'm planning to for an MS to upgrade my graduation.
What was it? Sorry?
I have completed my engineering in the stream of mechanical.
Ah, nice. Awesome. Good stuff.
What are you studying, or are you having any work or jobs?
No, yes, I am not currently like in the workforce, so to speak, but I have my duties. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm working at becoming self-employed, but I'm a carer and a bit of an everything taxi driver. Like not a professional one. I mean, like I'm a driver and cook and whatnot. So
No, it's a nice policy. We should enjoy and work.
But I've worked in different industries: fruit and veg industry, the meat industry. Yeah, agriculture. I've got musical talent.
Like a farmer or buyer. In agriculture sector,
I've worked at farms, picking, sorting, grading.
Okay.
Yeah, worked for a big company that grows indoor tomatoes that exports to overseas. Worked in advertise. I've done all sorts of jobs, labouring jobs, and over the years, never really never gained a trade, or anything like that. I have musical talent that's never made me any money, but I've got that. Mainly just been tied up with a lot of family life stuff over the last few years. Yeah.
Okay, bye. Have a nice day.
All right, thanks for joining us, mate. Yeah, come back anytime. Say hello.
Say, mate.
Oh, George is gone. George is in the jungle. He's elephant. He was the elephant in the room, but now he's gone.
Muhammad thinks he can debunk the black swan. I think he was saying yesterday.
Yes, finally.
Can he do
He's
it in
the
3
one.
minutes? Because I got to go.
Muhammad, can you do it in 3 minutes?
That's what she said.
I want to hear this. This will be good.
If you can, it's 1 month free Nitro.
Whoa.
Oh, there you go. If DJ's going to put one in, I'll match it. Yeah, 2 months Nitro.
And you can share it with me.
No.
Kidding.
Yep. If you can debunk the Black Swan, T-Dub gets 2 months free Nitro, Muhammad.
I'm a charity case.
But yeah, we know that's never going to happen. How would you even debunk it? What's even the claim?
I know the only thing they could probably say is all I can think of is Ice JJ Fish is refraction. That's all they'd say. They'd have nothing else to add to it.
How would
and then
that
they'd spend
debunk
the next 40 minutes. Well, refraction. That's it. That's the answer. And then you'd spend the next 40 minutes trying to establish what they're actually talking about. And then when you do find out something, they will lead you off onto some other random red herring. And, basically just to lead you away from the subject matter. So I think that's 90% plus reason why a lot of these clowns just do that. Well, I was disappointed he didn't have a crack at it, but anyways, T-Dub was looking forward to those.
Yep. Moving emojis.
Refraction. Suppose if you say it with an accent.
Refraction. Refraction.
Refraction. Oh, very good. I like it.
Well, I guess if you do get stoned enough, you could imagine that the Black Swan, it can be debunked.
Maybe the original argument. The original Black Swan argument. Because it was a pretty shitty argument, the original one.
How's this? I'm just scrolling through Facebook, which is something out of the ordinary. And I've just come across this meme. And it's got, watching our neighbour who mocked us for homeschooling our kid clean out their 13-year-old they-them's letterbox. That's gold. That's going in my meme folder. I'm stealing that. Yoink. Oh, yes. Alright. Well, I'm going to play some games for a while. So, contrary to popular beliefs, I don't live in this channel. And we'll just leave it at that. And depending on if my little teammate shows up or not, I may be back very shortly, or I may not get back tonight. But anyways, if I do, I'll catch you later. If I don't, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Catch you later, man.
जंगली रमी पे आओ मियाँ डीजे डीजे बोलो मियाँ रमी पे आओ
Samurai, welcome.
Oh, you make welcome of your guest. That's very nice, bro. Welcome. I am entered in your
That's
VC.
DJ Rakesh to you.
That's my name. DJ Rakesh.
Deezer.
Cooking up truth. And he's gone. Thank God. Hey Muhammad, what's your best globe proof? Put it in the side chat. The best one. Your favorite one. Something to do with the sky, perhaps. And not the earth. Glober's favorite globe proofs are the sky. Lights in the sky. And assumptions based around them. Yes. Muhammad agrees. Because nobody can check that, so it's probably the best bet for you Globers, right? Talk about things that nobody can check and you can't check. And it just has to be purely faith-based. Faith in the assumptions. Because the globe's a religion. Created by religious men. Do you know how the globe was invented, Muhammad? Oh, you can see effect of sun. Yeah, I can see the effect of sun too. You get a tan. You can get burnt. What's the sun though, Muhammad? How did you validate what the sun is? Besides it being a big light in the sky that seems to provide us with warmth and seasons and daytime. Life. So your best globe proof is looking at the sun, and then my best flat earth proof is the earth being flat. I win. So Muhammad, the easiest globe proof you think's the sun. What's the sun? What is it? I don't know. He replies. My best globe proof is the sun. What is the sun? I don't know. Good job, Mohammed. Muhammad says the sun is a constant explosion of blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Its effect matter. Classic. Classic globe earthers. Funny, funny. That's great, Muhammad. You don't know what electricity is, but you can see the effect when you plug in your phone. Wow. Profound. The Earth must be a globe now. Shame about all that flat water, though. It's a bit of a problem for the globe. No curvature equals no globe. Very simple. If you don't have any curvature on the Earth, it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky. Right? If we can measure the surface of the Earth and confirm that there's no curvature, whatever happens above that flat surface doesn't change the shape of the surface. This is very logical, basic common sense.
So what did he come up with? Why do you say that rather than maybe there's something wrong with the idea? I mean, you should be trusting the measurements more than the non-measurements, right? It's like, oh, no, we haven't measured the globe, but when we do and we don't find it, there's something wrong with the measurements. That's just ridiculous, bro.
I asked him what his best globe proof was, and he said the sun. He said maybe not the best, but the easiest. And then I asked him what the sun is. He said he doesn't know. And then I said if the surface measures flat, it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky. And then he said, well, there must be something wrong with the measurements, because the sun that he doesn't know what it is works better on a globe. Crazy you're delusional, Muhammad. I like you, bro. I like you a lot. You're a cool guy. But you are brainwashed, my friend. Brainwashed into a cult.
Yeah, measurement trumps your imagination of what the sun is. But what makes you think that the sun is more likely to exist with a globe Earth? I just don't get it.
Well, he agrees that if the surface isn't flat, then if the surface is flat, then it can't be a globe. But he thinks that there must be something wrong with all of these thousands of tests that consistently show zero curvature. And he doesn't have one test that shows curvature, but our thousands of tests must all be wrong. And his zero tests... Oh wait, he has zero tests. Zero observations that demonstrate Earth curvature. Zero. Praise the sun, he says. Praise the sun. Exactly, bro. You're in a cult. You're in a sun worship cult. And you just proved it.
It's like a lot of them are like someone like they come on. Oh, that's not how you make souffle. Oh, isn't it? Or show me how. Oh, I don't know how to make it. This other guy knows how to make it. Oh, how does the other guy make it? Oh, I don't know that. I don't know how he makes it. You're doing it wrong.
So, Muhammad, what do you think could possibly be wrong with the long distance observations showing no curvature? What do you think could be the factor? Muhammad replies, I don't know. Searching about it. Math is a little boring. Muhammad, do you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary Earth? That's a yes or no question, Muhammad. I'll take that as a yes, right, Muhammad? It's a yes or no question. Do you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? Right? You either do, and then you would write yes, or you don't, and then you would write no. There's no other answer that's needed. It's a very simple question. Yes, you do. Yes, Muhammad says yes, he experiences the Earth as flat and stationary. Thank you. Okay, do you have any empirical evidence that it's not that? By empirical evidence, I mean like a real world test, something that's done here in reality, something that's repeatable, testable in nature, like a measurement of Earth curvature, for example. When I say measurement, right, it can be done in all sorts of different ways, right? It could be in the form of a long distance laser test, a long distance observation, where you've accounted for all the possibilities that could skew the test results. Something along those lines, right? And it can be, it doesn't have to be something that's been done by you, obviously. It can be done by anyone throughout all of history. Pure logic, right? If you want to talk about pure logic, water needs a container. If you want to have a large body of water, it needs a container. That's extremely logical. You can test it right now. Anyone can go test it right now. It checks out. It's completely logical. And then, right, due to the viscosity of the water, due to the fluid dynamics, okay, the surface of that water is going to be flat when it rests over the surface. This is absolute common sense and what everyone observes. What's this? Yeah, see, once again, straight away, you don't want to talk about logic anymore. You want to talk about the stars. What's a star? And how did you confirm what a star is? You have no idea what stars are, right? You think stars are burning balls of gas. You think they're suns. See the GIF? See the GIF, Muhammad. You think most of those little dots are suns. That alone is just crazy, illogical, ridiculous. You don't see stars' effect on Earth. No, you don't. They don't have any effect that we know about, right? We see some little lights in the sky. All right, here's some more logic for you. Right? Testable, repeatable, basic, common sense logic. Any light from a distance looks like a little circular light. Right? You get a tube light, right, that's just long and thin, and then you take it away and look at it, it just looks like a round light. You get a train that has 10 different lights on the front of the train. You take the train far enough away from you, it just looks like one round light. You look at any light from a distance, it just turns into a circular looking light, and you have no idea, absolutely no idea, what the shape of the actual object is that's lit up, or whatever is lit up. You don't know what shape the light is because the way we perceive it is just one light. Right? You look at a car from a distance, a car headlights, it has two lights on the front, right? From a distance it just turns into one light, one round light. This is all extremely logical. Something that anyone can test anytime. But what's a star? Nobody knows what you can't confirm what a star is. I can't confirm what a star is.
I don't think stars have an effect on Earth.
Yeah. So everything you're saying, Muhammad, is illogical. Right? We're using logic, common sense, what everyone experiences. You can test every single claim we make. Anyone can test every single claim we make, and it checks out every single time. Gas pressure requires a container. Right? Water's flat on the surface when at rest in a large body. To have a body of water, you need a container. Nobody knows what the stars are.
Well, yeah, and you see that movement in the GIF you posted, right? The motion of those stars. But other people imagine that they're on a spinning ball, right? And that's making the stars appear to move like that. They have to imagine that's what's happening, because that's not what they experience. They just experience being motionless, sitting still, looking up at the sky, watching stars and things move across the sky.
Yep. But they think they're moving at over 1 million miles per hour, spinning and twisting and twirling, never to return to the same position. Right? Millions of miles every hour, never to return to the same position, yet each star will be in the same position the following year on the same day.
The same day, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember 10th Man when he was looking into the whole celestial navigation thing. I remember him saying in one of his presentations on Nathan Oakley's that he not only read all the books, he actually contacted people in the field, like sailors and ex-Navy and astronomers and all this, right? And he rang the people that wrote the almanac, like the people involved in the editing and the compilation of almanacs, right? Or he spoke to them, or emailed them, or spoke to them on the phone. I can't remember which, but he asked them, about just how far ahead can you tell like what's going to happen, like with the stars and that. And they said, "Oh, look, we could tell you the positions of the stars, and relative to their ground positions and all that, for thousands of years into the future. It's just that we're not going to publish that because it's unnecessary. It's that it would be such a big book, right? Right. Be redundant to even do so because it's just a repeating pattern anyway. They only need to go so far and it just starts repeating again."
Exactly, yep. Good point.
Yeah, I had a planisphere. I got it out of a National Geographic magazine years ago. It actually expired. Like, I mean, it told, like, it said on it that it was only good until such a year. Like, I can't remember what the year was, but it did expire. I hope I've still got it somewhere because I'd love to get it out and actually like see if it actually works properly. Like, see if it still works. Like, but it was really cool for like identifying constellations and stars, right? It was really cool. Like, it had time on it and everything, and like the time of the year and everything on the outer rim and everything, and like it had this like a jelly bean kind of shape, like window on it, like two plates like overlaid on one another, and the top one had like a jelly bean window cut into it, and then you turn that around in conjunction with your dates and your times and that on the edges, and that would be for that moment what the sky should look like above you, right? It was really interesting, but it said it had an expiration date, like that it would be no good after a certain date, like, and I was like, really? Like, oh well, okay, I just went with it. But now I'm thinking, do they really? Like, that's a bit weird. Like, if it's a repeating pattern, it should just start all again.
Interesting, man.
Yeah. I didn't understand, and it's a flat disc, right? It's a flat disc shaped thing, right? It's interesting. It's almost like a flattened out celestial sphere, right? Thing, right? Like, it's weird, like, but yeah, it's really cool. Like, you could actually hold it above your head, and and compare like the sky with what it was showing in the window. Yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I always loved looking at the sky and that, but I always like just had these doubts, not really about heliocentrism. I kind of bought that, like, I did buy it, but I just like had certain, just there was some niggly things, right? I always thought the moon just doesn't look like it's very far away. It looks so close. But like when I was like as young as 5, I think it was. My grandfather got out his old binoculars and let me use them to look at the moon. And he'd tell me all about the universe, how far away the sun is, and the Earth is a globe, and teach me all about things. Like, he wasn't an astronomer or anything. He just had a novel interest in it as well. Like, got me sort of thinking about things. But I used to look through his binoculars at the moon, and sometimes it looked all sparkly and like crystalline. Like I don't know. Like, was just weird. Like, and I just used to try. I used to love looking at the craters and stuff, and then just imagining, because like he told me about the moon landing and that, and I wondered what it was like to go there and walk around on it. It's funny.
It looks so close, doesn't it? It doesn't look like,
Right.
So sorry, my wife's blasting her hairdryer in the background, so I'll mute up for a bit.
Nah, you're right, man. No worries.
YOLO.
Yeah, we're alive. Sorry, just busy in the background. All right. So this is interesting. Empirical has roots in Latin and Greek. This is from Webster, Merriam-Webster. There's a little write-up about it. Some people don't hold Merriam-Webster to high regard, but that's okay. When empirical first appeared as an adjective in English, it simply meant in the manner of an empiric. An empiric. In the ancient world, empirics were members of a sect of doctors who practiced medicine using treatments observed to be clinically effective, rather than treatments based on theoretical principles. This sounds all fine and good to a modern reader, but empirics were in direct opposition to Galen, the 2nd century Greek physician whose theories and practices, including the theory of bodily humours, dominated medicine in Europe from the Middle Ages until the mid-17th century. As the underdogs in this rivalry, empirics took some reputation.
I don't even know if the Earth is flat or a globe at this point. Could just be a dimensional plane. DJ,
Yeah, we're not really claiming to know the shape of, the Earth, like the globe Earthers do. But yeah, definitely a plane, of some kind.
it could be anything like, I don't know.
Well, what it couldn't be is the globe that they're telling us, because, when we go out and test for the curvature in reality, it's never there. And there's no evidence of it at all throughout all of history.
Yeah, that's true. You can't really test curvature at this when you're on ground. Like, it could be a really, really, really big globe to the point where you can't test the curvature, but you need to use like mathematics or some kind of, I don't know how really, to be honest. Like a really big globe to the point where it feels flat. I don't know. Or it could just be like I don't know. All right.
This
Oh, bro. T dub 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 T dub T dub 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 dub. T dub.
I was
Sorry.
reading all that whole thing from Merriam-Webster, and I got halfway through it, and then it disconnected me because I was reading like on another window. It does that to me sometimes. I was like, did the whole thing. I was like adding my commentary to it and everything. And I went back and listened to YouTube. How much of it I read out? Yeah, and then just you guys, just any like because I was reading something about empiricism. Like like its origins and its roots, and then I only got halfway through it, but I kept going. Like, but I'd cut out, like, so you guys didn't hear it, and I was talking for ages and thinking that, like, anyway.
Could you know, because we can't see the curvature of the Earth at all, in any sense. Like, could it be that the Earth is just such a huge globe to the point where it's almost impossible to see, like, if it's like round?
What, like it has a 1,000,000-mile radius, or like a 5 million mile circumference,
huge globe, and like every scientist just gets the measurement wrong.
Yeah,
well, that would debunk the whole globe model, right? That would debunk space travel. That would debunk the distance between that it takes to get to different continents on the globe. That would debunk everything. Like the whole heliocentric model would just be trash, And look, that's just another claim. Like if you're claiming that it just looks flat because it's a giant globe, like what evidence is there that it's a giant globe? There's no
independent evidence. The only thing the only thing I want to do is go into space myself and see it. I'm not going to say it's flat all around. I'm just going to say I'm not going to make it as a thing. I'm not going to
no evidence. There's no evidence that outer space exists. So what you actually mean to say is you want to get very, very far away from the ground.
Yeah, to be honest, what I want to do is I want to start like I want to like do a doctoral in like physics and like work my way up. I want to actually work at NASA and then see what I can get from there. And like if I can get up into space, then that'd be good. Anyways, it's a good salary. Anyways, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, NASA says they can't go like above low Earth orbit anyway, and they said they just need the technology to go back to the moon.
I'll just see what's possible that I can do.
You'll take it to your grave, bro. Unfortunately, but good luck to you.
You will have to become
honestly, I'd love to just get on the I just love to get on the ISS. One day over.
That's not high enough.
Bro, you'd have to become the best of the best.
No, like the ISS, so I can feel no, not to see the curve, so I can feel the non-gravity, or whatever gravity thing is, so I can just float.
It's
I wanna
not
float.
that's not even how it's just claimed to be constantly falling. The ISS is meant to be falling around the globe, and that's why they experience that.
Yeah, they say it's literally falling. It's weird, like
Yeah,
falling
it's
sideways or
crazy.
something.
And that's why the women. Why did the women have hair that looks like it's just hairsprayed, and it makes your hair just
Oh, I remember
like a
that.
troll doll. Yeah.
I remember there is some with their hair where it's all like spazzing out, like all over the place, but it's not staying in. It's not like hairspray. There is some of them they faked. Some of them look like they're actually falling.
No, none of them look like a zero G flight. Like if you look at women's hair in a zero G flight, when it's actually like simulated zero G in a parabolic flight, the hair flows around naturally. You can tell it looks natural, and it's how.
Which way is up? So confusing.
Which way is up? Which
Yeah,
way
it's like
what?
Right.
What on a
the
globe?
focus
Every way.
of goldfish, man.
I've got ADHD, so
Yeah. Wait, do
yeah,
you
bro.
do
Honestly,
understand why they?
DJ.
One sec, you do understand why they claim to experience zero gravity in the ISS, right?
It's because it is weird. Zero gravity is exactly the same as falling. It just freaks me out.
Right. So you know why? It's not that. It's not just because like they're in space, right?
No, that's not because of that.
Right. Cool. So you do understand that it's because they claim to be in a constant free fall orbit.
Yeah, it's just weird. How the hell did they maintain that orbit? It's like I would love to do that with my own. Like, I wish I could like send my own small little drone really high to the ISS orbit, and then make my drone or like little satellite to be in this kind of free fall. However, I can do it. It's weird. Like, which direction am I going? Am I going in a circle? Am I going this way? Like DJ. I took into consideration what you told me last time, so that's why I came back.
So that's a freaking good point. Next time someone brings up Felix Baumgartner and they say, "Oh yeah, he went to space and then jumped down," right? Like I'm going to say, "Oh, how come he didn't float?"
I want to touch the moon. I just want to feel whatever the hell that thing is, just on my hands. I want to touch it.
You want to touch what?
I want to touch the moon. I want to feel it.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I mean, if nothing's impossible, so there might be a way to get up there.
You still have like a preconceived notion of what the moon is. Like, what the hell's the moon? Where's the moon? What medium?
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Like whatever it is, I just want to. If it's like water, or if it's like water, if it's like a jelly thing or whatever it is, I want to touch it.
Right. Or if it just sucks you inside it and we never see you again.
I don't know, like a black hole. Spaghettification.
It it just engulfs you. Yeah, it just swallows you up.
I'll look back at the Earth and know, like, oh, this is what it looks like. It looks like this, or it looks like that. Yeah, DJ, I took into consideration what you told me last time.
What was that? What did I tell you last time?
We were talking about the Selenalian, right?
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking, maybe I don't know. I just thought, I'm not going to hold to any position.
Yeah, there's lots of mysteries, when it comes to sky phenomena, things we observe in the sky. There's a lot of inconsistencies. I think it's the way the sky operates is beyond anyone's comprehension. It could be,
we're discovering things. Everything we say we're wrong about, and then we say we're wrong about this. Oh, it might be this. Oh, no, we were wrong about that. So we get to a point where it's not comprehensible, like you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, you blocked me, remember, the other day? You blocked me because I kept on sending you those pictures of the refraction.
Oh, that was you. Yeah. Cool. Oh, good to see you come back, man. Appreciate that. That's cool.
Yeah, I just thought you could unban me on my main. I can come back and we can just talk about anything if you want. I'm not going to defend the globe.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm not going to defend the globe.
No, that's all good. What's your
Bunny client
username?
You can search it in DMs. It'll come up, and then. Did you actually make clips of me?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Just I'll come back. I'll leave on this and I'll come back.
All right.
It's funny client. Probably
Yeah,
need gems. I'll
all
come
good.
back.
All right.
I mean, Globe Earth is boring anyway, so I want to be on like a weird one. Yeah, I'll come. Let me just. How do I do this? Wait, I'll be right back. Wait, am I unbanned from this channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and come back. Give me a sec. I'll try. I was gonna. You know what? So good.
What?
Is you know something right? It's a perfect thing. If we could put if we could make the moon a huge mirror, so we can look back at what we're seeing, like reflection of the Earth or something. Like I don't hold to that it's a globe or flat. I mean, I could say it's a globe, but I'll just say I can't prove it's a globe. But
You know, I'm waiting for that day that they zoom into the Earth from outside of the Earth and then zoom up to the top of the Earth from their perspective and, you know, and see like a plane or a mountain or something or a cruise ship. And then they pan down to the bottom of the Earth and see an upside down, like an upside down city or something like that. That would be that would be the day.
yeah.
Can I ask you guys
Yeah.
a question, like a serious question for people that believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, I gotta go in a second.
I don't believe in anything.
No, it's quick. It's quick. Trust me, it's quick.
I don't believe in anything, so don't ask me.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, let's say theoretically the Earth was flat. Then what? Then what?
Then
It's
what?
not going to change anything.
Well, yeah, you already experience the Earth as flat and stationary and live on it that way every day. So it's not going to change anything in that regard. But you're going to know that.
Why care? You know what I mean?
Well, I think the true nature of reality is kind of an important thing, and if everyone's wrong about that on a mass scale, because most people just blindly believe it, right? It changes a whole bunch of things. It changes different things for different people. But yeah, it changes a lot, right? You probably won't know until you actually look into the topic and see what it changes for you in particular. But you're still going to have to go to work, right? You're still going to live your life just the same
I'm
way.
extremely privileged. I'll be real with you. I don't have to work. Well, I got family money for that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, my money,
so-
my money, not mummy's money.
Yeah, there's
Money's a delusion.
Mummy.
Yeah.
Mom. Mom.
Quite literally, hey.
Wait, did you say mummy? I thought you said money. Okay.
Mummy.
No,
Mummy.
I said mummy's money.
What did you say about my mum? Oh, I just smacked Will, fam.
Smacked well.
Mummy.
Mummy.
Are you from England?
Well, wouldn't you rather be like not a sheep? Like
I'm well hard.
You know.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a sheep. I disagree with a lot of things nowadays. I don't really believe in God.
Hey,
or something like that.
Silas, I'm well odd.
Oh yeah. Oh gee, mate. Walked into an old woman.
You're from
mate.
England, right? You're from England.
I am, but I don't experience the type of weirdos that say that like that type of stuff. You know,
I'm on the East Coast, America. I'm from Ohio.
So you see a lot of crackheads.
Yeah. Oh, you just smacked Will. Oh, what'd you say about my mum? What'd you say about my mum?
My mum's a true one. I don't know what they say.
Your mum's a kettle. Have I got a good British accent?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah. Oh, I'm well odd.
It's terrible.
Yeah, but yeah, I can say I believe the Earth is a globe, but I can't prove it. I want to. That's why I want to work at NASA.
British.
Nah, I ain't British.
No, you could have fooled me.
British. Can you do an American accent? That's the question.
Yeah. I'm talking in my accent right now.
That doesn't sound
Wait,
American.
Bunny, so you're not American?
Yeah, because I live in America. I moved here from the UK. So yeah, it's like mixed.
Why would you do a downgrade like that, bro? What the fuck?
It's not downgrade. I upgraded. I left Englandistan.
you can't say that in the server. You get muted.
Which
Inglestan, you got Birmingham, you got Manistan, you got London Stan.
Yeah, no, I left.
Yeah,
I'm American. I'm a dual. Yeah, I'm a dual citizen, so I can stay here.
Now you're a fucking fat redneck living in Ohio.
I ain't redneck. No, I ain't none of that. No, I'm not none of that, bro.
Yeah, have you grown a neck beard yet?
If I was American, I'd definitely be a fucking a redneck.
Oh, bro, we should like swap we should swap the rednecks.
To be honest,
with the year 7 chavs.
I don't think I could handle the American weather.
Do you know year 7 chavs?
I do. I went to school with some of them.
Oh, you mean sunshine?
Yeah, the sun. Oh, I'm fucking scared of that fucking thing. Jeez.
It's like I've seen it on TV.
No,
Fuck you.
It's seen it on
Oh yeah, DJ. So the thing I sent you about the Selenalian, it was that the orientation in Australia might be different. Look upside down from if I'm in New York, and they were saying it's refraction. That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what they say gravity or refraction for all of this shit that doesn't make any sense whatsoever on a globe. It's like magic escape words. They have no idea, like they can't prove that that's happening.
It was the shadow was coming from top to bottom because of the orientation, right? Or was it something else?
The shadow of what?
He's saying, like, when we see a selenilian, that we see the shadow come from top to bottom. And he's saying that's because of refraction.
Oh, okay.
Not that. I'm saying
orientation. You're saying because of the orientation.
I'm saying that's
you're seeing it upside down because you're standing upside down in Australia. Is that the argument?
I think that's what they say, and that's not my argument. I'm just saying it could be the case.
Really?
I don't know. If there's like a Selenalian with the shadow coming from the top to bottom, if I'm in New York, or if I'm like somewhere up north, then that'll just be weird.
Do you want me to blow your mind? If that is the Earth causing a shadow on the moon's surface, for you to recreate...
It's not the Earth causing the shadow. You know what it is? It's me. It's my ass.
This guy's just that fucking fat.
Wow, jeez, man.
I'm so huge, bro. But yeah, honestly...
There's that goldfish.
Seriously, the shadow coming from the top, it just looks creepy. The moon looks like creepy.
A shadow of what?
I don't know what it is. Earth, maybe.
Do people send that meme a lot?
Why is everyone deciding to talk through me? talking about this claim about the shadow on the moon. I'm asking if you know what it is, because it's supposed to be the shadow of the Earth. Like I said, I wanted to blow your mind, but you seem to want to talk through it.
From what I'm told, it's the shadow of the Earth.
Yeah. So, do you want your mind blown or not?
Yeah, yes, please. I really want to see this.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead.
For me and you to recreate this example, the moon must be flat.
What about the sides we see when it rotates?
Hold on.
Well, it
Have
doesn't
you ever
rotate,
played
it
shadow puppets before?
Shadow puppets.
Yeah, you know, shadows on surfaces.
Oh, yeah, I might have, yeah, if I'm bored.
Yeah, you've created shadows before. You know, like when you get a shadow of a ball, when you've got a light and you've got a ball, and the shadow of the ball is on the wall. Sound like Dr. Seuss. But when you shine that shadow, but when you shine that light that's obscured by the ball and causing a circular shadow, for you to have a perfectly circular shadow, it must be a flat surface. Because if that surface is distorted, like curved, like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for you and me to recreate this observation, if the Earth is said to cause this shadow on the moon, then the moon in the example must and can only be flat.
Oh, yeah, for it to be a perfect circle, the moon has to be flat, right?
You don't see a perfect circle.
What about when the moon when you use a time lapse of the moon going around the Earth, you can sometimes see.
You're talking about this. Now you're bringing up something else.
I'm just saying the moon flat. Is it like a flat dome or is it?
Understand this. You still at school or something?
No, I'm 21. I live on my own.
Okay, then please stop acting like you are. Listen to learn, then you can reply.
I have ADHD.
Well, calm yourself down then.
Little baby.
Yeah, I'm a baby.
So you must understand, for them to claim that the Earth is causing a shadow, for them to claim that the Earth is causing a shadow.
This fucking guy, bro. You're getting banned, buddy. I'll see you later. If you want to go troll the feminists.
Oh my god, we've got a bunch of kids in the house today. What's going on?
That wasn't me. That was not me. That was someone else. I'm gonna mute myself.
What the hell?
Yeah, you can continue, Jedi.
I mean, it's not hard to understand. I might have said it about 2.5 times.
No, it is easy to understand. Yeah. You could say it's flat, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, well, for the example to work, the moon must be flat. I'm not making a claim either way. They're making a claim that the Earth is a sphere causing that shadow. I know the Earth can't be a sphere because it measures flat. But the story is a contradiction in it. I'm just pointing it out to you.
Yeah. But honestly, the shadow does look slightly distorted. It's distorted on the moon.
Okay, well, that whole entire traversal of the moon. You need to recreate this on a curved surface. Get two balls. Pretend one's the Earth and pretend one's the moon. Get a torch. It's a flashlight for American friends.
Because I've not seen a lunar eclipse in my life.
The shadow that you see within the selenilion. I'll give you that opportunity. Just
I've never seen a solar
with two balls and a light source. Recreate selenilion. See what you get.
I've never seen a lunar eclipse, but I feel like I don't know. I mean, are you saying the shadow is perfectly round on the moon?
Do you want the example? Have you not seen the examples?
I've seen it, but it doesn't look perfectly round. It looks distorted.
I'm talking about the shadow that's coming from the top and then leaving.
The shadow doesn't look perfect.
It's a curved round shadow, dude. Observe the selenilion. I think it was. He still wants to talk.
It's not.
Get it out.
It's not perfect. It's not perfectly round though.
It's not perfectly round then.
You are muted in English for 6 hours. What?
Bro, why did you mute me? I didn't do anything. I don't even know what you guys were talking about. I'll be real.
It's going to take a while to step in the dark about it.
Perhaps you guys were talking about flat Earth. Now, that's just a guess.
Not directly. We're talking about the moon.
Oh. How'd you know the moon's not made out of cheese if we've never been there?
I don't know the moon isn't made out of cheese. I think it's logically unlikely that the moon's not made out of cheese. But until I go there and lick it and bite it, I wouldn't know.
Wallace and Gromit believe it's made out of cheese, so that's enough evidence for me.
Mate, your brain's made out of cheese.
Actually, it's not.
Looks like it. There's holes in there.
May as well be, yeah.
True. Alright, T-Dub.
Your brain looks like Swiss
Aggressive
cheese.
there, buddy.
This is what happens, like, when people just don't want to hear the truth. They just sort of start to degrade into ridicule and ridiculousness. Like, people just don't get the seriousness of the subject. It's interesting.
You saying that towards me?
Yeah, definitely you. Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just saying, like, this is, we see this quite a lot.
Like, I joined to ask a question, and the question went really... It was answered a little bit.
Your question wasn't answered, or it was?
Kinda. I said, if the Earth is flat, and it's proven that it's flat, then what changes? And he said nothing really changes. So I asked, why does it matter then?
No, that wasn't the exact answer DJ gave you. He said certain aspects wouldn't change because you already treat the Earth as flat and motionless anyway, right? So that part isn't going to change, right? Your physical experience of reality won't change. But mentally, spiritually, politically, socially, maybe there's implications that it'll have, upon, and impacts it'll have upon your psyche even, the way you think,
So if the Earth
the way you operate.
was proven to be flat, you're telling me nothing had changed. You would have the same amount of trust in the education system?
Well, I wouldn't particularly care, to be honest with you.
Really?
That's why it's subjective.
You're telling me your whole educational career so far, you wouldn't look back at that and go, what a waste of bloody time.
Well, I don't think of education, like schools and shit, as a, place to grow your brain. I think more of education of like it's a test for your attendance to see if you're like, good enough to be a sheep. If that makes sense.
Oh, so you understand it's an indoctrination camp. Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
So what else have you been indoctrinated into?
I'm not stupid, but...
I never said you were.
So if you understand all of that, why is it so hard to believe that some of the fundamental things that you've been taught at school are also bullshit? Like, why do you draw a line at flat Earth? Why is flat Earth so ridiculous to you?
Well, I'm not saying that Earth isn't flat. I don't care if it is or if it isn't. It's not going to change anything in my life.
They say that now.
You'd be surprised. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Honestly. Like Matrix said, not only will you completely change your opinion on, and maybe not as much because your opinion on education and the education system isn't that, robust. But what I'm saying is, like, they have us believing we're on a spinning ball in the middle of an endless void, evolved from some animals we can't prove existed called dinosaurs, and that humans turned into humans from animals. Like, that's a lot. That is a lot. And it builds a philosophy. We've got wild nihilism and atheism going on. People are thinking about aliens and comets and asteroids, electrical storms, EMFs from the sun. There's all sorts of shit connected to this topic. Never mind the fact that people just have completely forgotten about the idea that there's a creator. There's a hell of a lot to this topic.
I don't really think there is a creator, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, because you probably
Why is that?
believe we live on a spinning ball in the middle of a void.
Yeah.
From a big bang.
Yeah, that things can actually explode into existence from non-existence for no apparent reason
Well,
whatsoever.
If you say that, then it's going to be a copy and paste. But how could God be just, who is God then? Who created God?
That would be
Like,
the intelligent, necessary antecedent for creation and information. You need a creator for
Who
information.
made them?
I don't
Nobody
know.
knows.
It's just outside
Exactly.
of what we would call time.
Answers that we can't.
That
We're
would be outside of what we call time. This deity would be outside of time, defined as eternal. So
And he said
always
nothing would
existing.
change, Jedi. And he's already asking questions. I love it. That's one thing it does make you do, my friend.
No,
is
I'm
tend
not
to ask more
asking
questions.
serious questions.
But he's
I'm just
right.
saying.
But
We
you're
talk
right,
about
it
this
just
all the
maybe-
time in PNR. Like,
Maybe you're looking at it from the wrong point of view. Because when we understand that what we are told is here, the Earth, a ball in orbit around the Sun, isn't the thing that was created, whichever idea of creation you want to give. When you come to the understanding that the Earth is flat and motionless underneath the sky, then when you ask the question again, how was that created? You kind of stumble around to say, well, it just exploded into existence for no apparent reason. This very ordered environment in which you inhabit. It goes back to the questions of existence itself. What is it? What is our place in it? What is our purpose? So that's why.
haven't you ever thought that perhaps the universe and all the galaxies and whatever, they could just have always been there? Like nothing.
That would be a
created, just always
violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Would that just
Entropy.
always been there?
Yeah, always. No. See, this is the
Before you
thing about
assume they're there.
why they try to rewind time because of entropy, right? Well, why they say the universe is expanding because of expansion. That's because of the Big Bang. All of this energy, right, must have come from somewhere. It comes from a point that all of a sudden this reality came into existence. Whether there are other realities before that one is neither here nor there. They speak about this one, and this one came from a point in time.
You're telling me that we're just on a plate? Where? Are we just floating in the middle of somewhere, or
Nope. The Earth, not making a claim to a shape, is flat and stationary underneath the stars, sun and moon, what you would call planets. It's not a disk within the sun, moon, and planets, in motion around the star, like the planets. With planets, that doesn't fit the category of the Earth. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath the sky.
right? So, what's your response
It's not in a place, right? It is the place.
Right, but there was a video that was made of these flat earther people, and they quite literally proved the Earth has curvature.
Really, with a torch.
Only flat earthers can prove that we live on a globe. Globe earthers can't do that.
I mean, nothing's stopping you from, getting a boat and sailing to the edge, or
What about the Globers? What's stopping them? What's stopping the Globers from doing that shit, dummy?
They do.
Don't need to go to the edge of the table to
fly
prove
around
that the
the Earth.
surface is horizontal. Everywhere that we measure, it's measured horizontal. Just because we haven't reached the limit for your satisfaction doesn't nullify the measurements of the surface of water.
Mate, we're tiny. Humans, we are fucking
Yeah, we can still measure a rate of change of slope, right? You know what a curve is?
Yep.
We should be able to measure that over the distance of the Earth. They tell us the rate of change of slope. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So we should measure that. We don't
There's
measure any
nothing stopping you.
curvature.
There's nothing stopping you, right?
Right. How old are you guys, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
49.
You're 49, and what got you into flat Earth?
I just stumbled upon it one day. Was looking into all sorts of things just on my downtime after work, on watching YouTube and stuff. And I didn't actually realise I was watching a flat Earth video until about 15 minutes into the subject. I think the video was called "Hiding God with the Greatest Lie Ever Told." So I thought, this is interesting. I'm not doing anything. And like I said, 15 minutes into it, I realised that we're talking about the flat Earth. But I carried on watching, right? Because the information was something that I'd never thought to question before. The Earth being the foregone conclusion that we're obviously on the planet. It just took us so long to figure it out because we were stupid until science and stuff. But because I'd always, come to the foregone conclusion because we'd all believed it, I never questioned it before. So I found it interesting to question it. And when I started questioning it more and more, I didn't find a globe at the end of the questioning. I found a flat Earth. So that was 10 years ago. So, yeah, that's why.
So you're telling me that Jupiter, Saturn, all them planets,
Nope.
They don't exist.
Nope, not telling you that. I haven't told you anything about the sky yet. Jupiter, you can look at it, and so can I, and there it is. I can't tell you what it is. You just believe the story that you're told about what it is. I wouldn't be so bold to make up that story because I haven't been there nor experienced it, right?
You can see it, like.
Okay.
You can see it yourself.
See what? See what? What do you see?
Jupiter and Saturn. You can see.
Yeah, what do you see?
Planet.
Yeah, when you look at it, what do you see?
You see the little circle planet.
You see a circle. Some colours, some pretty colours. Yeah, and?
That's it.
And?
That's it.
So there's Jupiter.
Obviously, I'm not going to have to go there. Like, I can't breathe in fucking space, man. I can't fly.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the problem we've all got. We can't go there to confirm or deny our best guess from standing on the floor looking at it. Can't go there. So how do we know? Now that tree, I can look at it and I can go over there and I can climb it. I know that's a tree. I can experience the tree. Jupiter, a little bit out of reach for me and you. We have to rely on somebody else's story.
And let's say that story involves it being spherical in nature. That means the surface must have curvature. Now then we can say, we can postulate, we can go, what if we're on something that's spherical and its surface has curvature? How would we find out that? Because it doesn't look like it from our vantage point, does it? So if we could rule out that the surface that we live on doesn't have curvature, then we can rule out this idea that it's like that thing in the sky, or at least like that what people think that thing in the sky is. And if they call that thing in the sky a planet, then we can rule out that the Earth is one of those, not a planet then.
Just to add on to that, T-Dub, we can rule out space because the idea of a vacuum in the sky is illogical. It doesn't match with the natural laws that we understand.
Oh, if we
There
want to
can't be
specifically...
an outer space.
Oh, hello. You all right, Maestro?
Yeah, I'm alright. Whatever.
Okay.
But do you want to know why?
Whatever.
Like, there are plausible reasons why people are saying what they're saying at the moment. The whole idea of space and planets as you know them to be is ridiculous. It's illogical, not consistent with the laws of nature.
Well, if you're saying that, what they teach us in schools could be bullshit, and most of it might be bullshit, who taught you the laws of nature?
We experience the laws of nature. That's self-evident.
We figured it out, right?
No, that's self-evident. These are things that always happen without exception. Now, we can rely on what smart people to formulate the words to define them and describe them according to rules, but ultimately the laws of nature we experience. Like, for example, if you get a balloon and you fill it with gas and you tie the bottom of the balloon, then you get a pin and you pop it, the higher pressure of the gas is always going to leave. That's the second law of thermodynamics in action. That is never going to reverse. That always happens in the same way.
Yeah, whereas Jupiter is being a planet in space, that's just a story.
Well, technically, it's not a planet. It's supposedly made out of gas, so you can't really stand on it.
Giant gas planet.
Yeah,
it's a gas planet. Apparently. Allegedly. But it's just a story. I'm trying to just highlight the difference between the laws of nature that are verifiable and the stories that you seem to be believing in.
No, but what's the point of lying about it?
That's going to be subjective to you.
Yeah, no,
Why
but
skipping a step? You're skipping a step?
No, but
What's
most of the time,
that's
when
like
there's a
saying, no, but hold on.
conspiracy-
Let me just shut this down.
No, but look,
Dude,
like, for
let me
example,
shut this
there's a-
down.
we can
Hold
say that
on,
there's
hold
a
on.
conspiracy about the COVID vaccine because there was money in
I'm
it.
going to answer your question. Just stop a sec. That's like asking
Go on.
if you have evidence that your girlfriend is cheating on you. That's like asking, but why would she cheat before you've established whether she has or not? You're jumping a step. We're not here to give you the reasons why NASA and certain institutions have cheated on you. It's not our job. We're just here and pointing out the evidence to the contrary of what you believe. That's it. You're jumping ahead.
The reason, do you have an idea of what that
You're not
reason
ready
might
for the
be?
reason. You're not ready to explore that yet. You haven't established whether it's happened or not. You haven't established whether there's evidence or not. That is step one. Stop trying to race ahead. And I know why you're racing ahead, because you feel like it's so unbelievable, you can't think of any possible reason why this could be the case. But that's just
You're
your
making an
disbelief.
assumption, that's speculation. You don't know what I think.
See it time and again.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
regular
we
occurrence.
we know what you're thinking. Every day there's 150 of you a day that you all think the same.
Yeah, and it's all the liberal medias that are brainwashing us.
No, that's just you now jumping to conclusions. We're just trying to tell you that you're jumping ahead a step. You're trying to find motive before you've found evidence. Step one in an investigation, establish the facts. Step two, try and determine motive, and that is subjective. If you don't like the answer we give, what are you going to decide? Well, I can't think of I don't believe that story. I don't think that's a valid enough reason, so it can't possibly be true. No, that's not how evidence works.
No, I don't.
First,
think
you establish the facts.
Earth being flat was.
I don't even think it's specifically that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. I mean that's a consequence of what they're lying about. Right? It's necessary for them to portray the Earth as a sphere. Right. I don't think that's their intention is to deceive. I don't think it's necessary. It could be that it's their intention to deliberately deceive you about the shape of the Earth, but I don't think it's necessarily the case. I think that that's just part and parcel of having to pretend to be able to go to outer space, a region that you can't even prove exists and which violates natural laws.
What I don't understand about it is who is going to gain, or what is.
Oh my God!
If it's a lie, like they gain nothing from making the lie in the first place.
You've just asked the same question in different words.
Really?
Because it just doesn't make sense. Your answer doesn't make sense.
I
Yeah, but when
gave
you're
you
lying about
one
something,
reason.
you want to get something out of it, don't you? That's the whole point of a lie. Pretending that the COVID vaccines work it was for people to get the vaccine so they can make more and they can get money out
that
of
are
it.
lying? Stop talking about vaccines. Who are they that are lying?
The big pharmaceutical groups.
No,
Who
not
is
talking
lying
about
about the
pharmaceuticals.
globe,
And
you
please don't
idiot?
speak about that subject again. I'm asking you pertaining to the flat Earth. Asking why would they would lie. I'm asking who the they are in the question.
People who are trying. You are talking about them. I don't know who they are.
No, neither do we.
NASA, the Illuminati, the Freemason. I don't fucking know.
Half these people I don't even know you're talking about. Do you expect us to go up to somebody's door, knock on it, and ask them, whoever they are, why they are lying?
No,
and then do you expect a liar who's keeping a secret to tell you the truth? Wouldn't even really know where to begin. Just the people that are perpetuating the story. And what, are we going to blame teachers? They're just repeating the narrative that they get taught. We're going to, deal with people that work at NASA? They're just doing jobs. We're going to talk to a president or a prime minister? Well, he probably didn't insinuate it. He probably doesn't even know about it. And if he did, well, why does he fucking care? He's obviously on some fucking game. I don't know. How would we know?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah, so how would we? Is it going to be, on the 6 o'clock news?
You have an idea. I don't fucking know. Maybe you have an idea. Maybe you speculate. I don't fucking know.
We speculated earlier, but they're just speculations.
And you didn't like it?
if you don't like the speculations, you might write the whole subject off. There's no point in a speculate. We could actually give you 100 reasons. I could think of 15 to 20 huge reasons. But there's no benefit in me sharing them at this point. You're jumping ahead. You haven't established whether there's curvature, whether the Earth is spinning, and whether we can have a vacuum of space in the sky.
I keep some admin in the server just muted me for 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, give them another 6 hours.
I was on Bunny Client. I was talking with you guys just like a minute ago.
Yeah, we don't undo other admins' decisions, so
yeah, no, that's why
I have to hold that for 6 hours.
Yeah, I know. Some dumbass admin just muted me, but it was a bit too late. I mean, they probably muted me for something that happened 10 hours ago.
Bro. You're talking to them. These are the ones that fucking muted you. They server muted you. No, they room muted you.
No, it wasn't the channel mute. It wasn't. It was server muted.
What was the reason?
Yeah,
so just text chat. Don't worry.
Us. We server mute you.
No. It was actual server mute. No, it was server mute.
We can server mute you. We can server mute you. You like that?
You can't.
Yeah,
well, I think only the admins of this.
No, we have special rights.
Well, it wasn't you guys who did it.
You have special needs as well. Sorry.
It wasn't you guys. It wasn't you guys that did it. It was someone else.
Hey, listen, the fucking retarded Glober said we have special needs, and he's the one who thinks you can float around in outer space.
That's
who never said that?
A mod saying slurs? That's crazy. That's rich.
I'm not a mod.
No, him said the R slur.
Who gives a shit? Go tell on me.
I do. It's insensitive.
Go tell on me. Go tell on me. Go tell on me. Get out of here.
So like all the channels disappeared. All the channels on my other account disappeared.
Yeah, they muted you.
Okay.
I don't know who it was though. It wasn't anyone from this server. It wasn't.
I was gonna say that's not possible from us. We can only mute you in this channel. We don't have power over the server.
Yeah,
so.
that's what happened. An actual admin of the server, not of this channel.
That's nothing to do with us. Yeah,
I know it's not. I know it's not. That's why I said some dumbass admin.
Okay, we get it. we get it now. Should we get back to the subject at hand, or are we just gonna do this?
Yeah. We'll talk about the Salnalian, right?
Oh, we're still talking about that again. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you need a curved surface of the Earth. We don't measure that unless you got measurements of the curvature of the Earth. Then no.
I don't have measurements. I do believe in a globe Earth, but I don't defend it or anything because I don't care. I just like listening to other people's opinion or whatever they have to show me.
I know you don't care. We know.
It's not like I'm going to say, "Oh, you know what? You're wrong." I'm just saying that's what I believe.
That's fine, mate.
Because
you're entitled to have your opinion, and you're also entitled to be inquisitive about others. It's fine.
See, why can't the other people in this room? Wait, Jedi. Why can't the other people in this room be as simple as you?
Simple.
Yeah, like you say it how it is, and you respect his opinion. Not call them slurs or stupid.
Stop answering questions over and over again.
Why can't everybody be like Jedi? What kind of subject are we on right now? Guys, it's an inconvenient truth. It's an inconvenient truth. It's not comfortable. It's not nice. There's no wrapped up present for you where we can now replace your cosmology or replace your philosophy. That's not our job. We're just here outlining that the evidence doesn't match the model. We've been given a story, we've been given a model, and nothing matches that in reality. It's up to you to come to your own conclusions. We don't want to poison the well by replacing your cosmology with ideas that may or may not be true. We'll be no better than them if we do that. But if we just stick to the empirical facts and we tell you there's no curvature, there's no motion, there's no space, the Selenilian eclipse, it cannot be the Earth causing the shadow. We then don't have to replace your belief system with a new one. We're just telling you what it isn't.
Should we try and recreate the Selenilian eclipse with two round objects on like Space Engine or Blender?
Is your PC strong
Just try to recreate any shadow and have the perfect shadow of the perfect object that's casting it on a distorted surface, on a kettle, any curved surface, dude.
We could, if anyone has like Blender or something like Space Engine or anything, we can try and do it.
Just get two balls in the flashlight.
Program.
No, I mean if we can use a program so we can make the real measurements, like the real scale measurements, make the
Well, you
bigger.
don't have any scale to work from.
Well, we'll just use what the scientists say, and then we'll go from there.
No, they're not scientists. Scientists don't measure balls.
They measured mine.
Mastro measures balls, though, don't you?
I measure your mom.
Dude, you got
It's
rated like fucking crazy earlier, bro.
It's like playground level humor, guys. Come on.
That's
Yeah,
the
'cause we're
whole
having
point
fun
of
in life,
mom's jokes.
Anyways, yeah, we should get Blender, some software, 3D modeling software, and recreate the eclipse and see how it can work.
You don't have any sizes to work from.
We'll just go with the sizes that have already been measured. Told us all this is how big.
Nobody's measured any sizes yet. That's what you haven't figured out. That's why we're here. Nobody's measured any sizes yet.
We'll go with the ones that we're told. Then the fake sizes.
No, we're not just going to go with what we're told. That's not how you model things.
But we could try it though. See if it works.
No, it doesn't work anyway.
No, I mean we can get out Blender. We can get.
It doesn't work anyway. Go ahead and try it
on Blender.
Hey, service.
It doesn't work in Blender either.
It does. You can make
How are you
light
gonna-
on Unreal Engine. You can use Unreal Engine.
How are you going to recreate convergent light?
An Unreal Engine. You just use shadows. Light cast shadow.
Okay. You're going to need convergent light.
When you've done that, let us know.
Yeah, post a video for us so we can make memes out of it.
Yeah, you can do that if you want. It might not work though. It might not work. I'm just saying it might be. It could be. We could try.
No, it won't work. It won't work. That's why I want you to post the video so we can make fun of you guys.
But
you guys, I'm not on anyone's side here.
That's
Go and do it if that's what you need to satisfy yourself. It's what I did. I didn't do it in Blender. I just done the simple demonstration with two balls and a flashlight. Now, it's quite logical to understand that shadows are going to be distorted on distorted, curved surfaces. But if you need to figure out on Blender, go ahead and do so. But you're not doing it at the moment, so should we put a pin in that and move on to another subject?
We could use Space Engine, which you need like a really good GPU.
I tried my fucking best. He's not picking up the fucking thing that I'm putting down. Do I need to try again?
No, we can move on. I'm just saying we could use Space Engine or anything.
Okay, good lad.
You don't have space that's been measured, so you can use Space Engine. It's all imaginary, so you're not getting anywhere. Still, you're just talking in a circle.
It works the same way though as real life.
Space is fake, kid.
Yeah, it's made out of water.
Hey, maybe no one's ever been there.
I know. We've never been to space.
Well,
what's Jupiter?
It's like it's the size of my ass. Jupiter's just a planet full of it's just a big gas giant, I guess.
There we go. That's the bit I wanted. It's a big gas giant. Do you understand what happens to gases in vacuums?
Yeah, if they're not contained, then they will get sucked out.
No, they won't get sucked. The gas that has energy, will expand.
Yeah, they expand it. It has to be really heavy in order for it to stay in one place.
Not heavy, no. For it to stay in one space, that volume of space must be a contained volume of space. Because if it's not a contained volume of space, the gas that has energy has the power of indefinite expansion. So if Jupiter is an uncontained giant ball of gas in a vacuum, according to the second law of thermodynamics,
It is
the gas is going to
contained.
expand.
It's contained.
By what? A physical
Gravity.
boundary?
Gravity.
No, gravity is not a physical boundary. Gravity would also change the direction. Oh, my goodness me. Start again. Gravity isn't a physical boundary for gas to press against to cause pressure. Gravity isn't also a force that changes the direction of something that is under the force of, let's loosely term it, entropy. Entropy isn't reversed, dude. Entropy is gas expansion into a volume. You're saying no, it doesn't. As soon as you say no, it doesn't, that's a violation of the second law of. Because the law states yes, it does.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Always.
I understand. By the way, some guy in the side chat sent a video of the Earth's curvature. Apparently.
Oh wow! Haven't seen that before.
56 miles or something.
Hello?
They're going to disprove it. They're going to say it's
Hello?
false.
So I just joined in and realized there's literally a voice call dedicated to the flat earthers, which is weird. In 2010. Come on.
Yeah, you're in it. You're in it.
Maybe
Wake up.
25
hours and 33 minutes proving that.
We need to wake up and believe the Earth is flat because it's going to change our lives.
Yep.
Okay. Convince me, bro. Convince me.
I can't convince you. I don't believe in anything.
She's obviously not talking to you. You want me to convince you that the surface of the water is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the water surface is horizontal? Have you never experienced this before?
Yeah, I have. I might have. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not quite sure.
You understand what I mean by horizontal, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I think I know that.
From left. A straight line from left to right.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So when we observe over vast distances of water, and when we measure over distances of water, what we measure and observe is the water is horizontal on the surface. We're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and if water is horizontal upon the surface, then the Earth is flat.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Got an order. What's going on?
I was going to say, you know what? In
Who deleted the picture?
in mathematics, right? Do you know what a tangent is, Jedi?
Yeah. A tangent is a horizontal line that meets a curved or spherical line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everything that we see is like we're on a tangent because of how big the supposed globe is.
I know that's what you think. I know that's
so
what
the
you
surf.
going on tangent.
So hang on a second. Are you saying the horizontal-looking surface of the Earth is tangent to itself?
Yeah, it's like the flatness that we are experiencing is contingent upon the greater size of the globe or something like that.
What are you talking about?
So
are you saying the tangent? It's literally.
Yeah, we're basically.
Are you saying
like
that
the whole
tangent
surface of
you
the Earth
experience
is a
isn't
tangent?
actually the Earth?
Yeah, it's like a tangent because of how big it is.
What's
so the whole surface of the Earth is a flat plane. Wow, that's neat.
I created the Earth, though.
Okay.
Praise God.
Let's get
Oh God, bro.
I'll give you. We all know what a tangent is, and you think that there's a tangent. Do you think that
I
you
feel
could
like
measure
it's the same
a rate?
rule
Do
as a
you
tangent. It's
think
like
that we should be able to measure a rate of change of slope from that tangent?
you can't. It's not possible
Why?
because we haven't done it. I mean, you can't do it
It's
from
not a
on the
because
ground.
it's not a tangent. Say
Then
because
how
it's
do you know
not
it's
a
a
tangent.
tangent?
No,
Exactly.
I'm saying it's not. It's not ontologically a tangent. It's just like the same concept as a tangent.
So it's not a tangent. It's a tangent that's not a tangent. We got it.
No, it's a tangent in a sense. Like it's not ontologically a tangent.
So what do you think we measure when we measure the surface of the Earth when building on it? What's sort of one of the
I
primary
don't know,
rules
bro. I'm not
of
tradie.
building and construction?
I'm not tradie. I don't really know.
To be level with the Earth?
What's this?
Oh my God.
Why am I being pinged in the side chat? Oh, okay. Yeah, level to be level. Yeah, we're level. There's
why do
always
you guys
the thing
keep
is right.
deleting
We're
my
always going to be level no matter where you are.
No shit. Do you understand what level is?
Yeah, level. It's
It's a straight
no
line
level
from
in-
left to right. Level
Yeah, there's no level.
is
There's no level
parallel.
in free fall either.
Yeah, shush. Level is parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Right. You think we're just going to sit here and allow you to mock and
I'm sorry.
ridicule and make fun of us?
No, I'm not making fun of you. It's because,
Right.
it's because
Yes,
he
yes
said,
are.
it's because he said shush, like it was funny.
Who's doing all the mockery in the side chat with the stupid memes that we didn't claim?
T-Dub.
It's not me. It's not me. I'm not doing anything. I swear I'm not doing anything. I'm not
I
doing
say,
anything.
cut it out, or lose privileges. Cut it out or lose privileges.
Just remove it. Just remove their
That's
text
it.
privileges. Yeah, just remove their text privileges.
Listen. It's not okay for us to send, lighthearted memes, but it's okay for Professor to call people retards.
Yes.
In that.
Yes, it is.
We're not concerned with your concerns.
Clever.
Listen, the
Not
text
concerned
chat.
with your
The text
concern.
chat.
It's like
yeah,
old
the
women with you lot.
Yeah,
Stop
the
nagging
text
and
chat
moaning
is for
about shit.
evidence. Okay, we're not
What
using
a
the
women.
text chat for just being silly. The text chat is for evidence. If you've got something serious to put in there to complement the conversation, great. But if you're just going to use it to troll,
Thank you.
we're going to remove it.
Yes.
Simple.
So you tell
I
me
like the idea
I don't get it.
of the space that we think is a vacuum to be just all water and all the planets and the moon is floating in it and we're special, geocentrist.
Then you're destroying the reason why they call it a vacuum.
Yeah,
Good
I'm just
job.
saying I'd like that idea of it just being water. Imagine that we could swim in space.
Bro, that picture was pro flat Earth. I don't get why you deleted it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in like any
No,
flat
I'm
Earth, but I'm
talking to
not.
you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay. I'm really
I just
sorry.
sent- I just sent evidence of why the Earth is flat, and they deleted it.
Oh God.
What?
No one cares.
You care?
So like, Selnelian
so
is
you're
like
standing on a
the
Hey, dude, you're standing on a sphere. You have a tangent line because you decided to drop a plumb bob and find level from that plumb bob. Okay. How do you measure curvature of the Earth in order to verify that your belief is true?
I don't know. I want to work at NASA, but I can't tell you, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, working at NASA does not prove the shape of the Earth.
No, maybe I can give you a better argument when I like
Dude,
get into it.
dude, they already have enough cleaners.
Okay,
at
okay,
NASA.
no, I
You're
tell you
not
what I'm
gonna
gonna
get a
do. I'll
job
do this
there.
for you. I'm gonna sacrifice myself. I'll go into space.
No
I'll
one
tell you if it's
cares.
flat or not.
Just do
I'll tell you if
better.
it's flat.
Just do better.
I'll tell you. No,
Just do
I can
better.
go into.
No, you
Yeah,
can't.
I can go into.
Stop lying.
No,
one
I'll see
cares
what I can do
anymore.
if I can't. No,
We
okay,
lost
this is what I'll do.
interest in
This is what I'll
you
do.
about 2 minutes ago. So pop yourself on mute and maybe think about what you've done. You're just an idiot, dude, if you're going to start talking like that.
No, I'm just
gonna
saying,
go
like,
to
if I was a
space.
NASA scientist and I claimed the Earth is flat.
If I was a space agent and when I went to fucking space, I'd come back and tell you it's all bullshit and you fucking know it.
No, I'm
Do you think
saying.
we're going to
If I
entertain
was
it?
Dorothy, I'd go to Oz and meet the straw man. Yeah.
What if I go and come back and tell you if
What
it's
if I
flat or not?
walk through a fucking wardrobe and end up talking to a lion?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let us know when it happens, bro. Don't talk about it. Do it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and do it. I'll study hard.
All right. Good job. I'm proud of you. I believe in you.
I mean, imagine that a NASA scientist saying the Earth is flat. You guys will get so much clout.
No scientist would make a claim to the shape of an object if using the scientific method. The scientific method doesn't come to the conclusion of a shape. It deals with cause of phenomena in the physical natural world, i.e. what makes stuff happen, not geometry.
Okay.
Sorry. When you went to
Cheers.
science class, did you learn about triangles and squares and stuff? In science class?
No, it was physics.
No, it's math.
What?
And
Geometry.
physics, because we were learning about like shapes and
Yeah. The fuck?
I don't know, bro. It's in mathematics. It's in geometry.
Sorry, it's a branch of mathematics, geometry. I'm telling you that the geometry isn't a branch of science.
I didn't say that. I'm sorry.
Did.
Stop the nervous laughing. Makes you sound weird.
I'm not nervous laughing. Like I don't care if the Earth is flat or round. It doesn't change my life.
You sound very stupid right now.
If the Earth is flat, that's not going to change my life. If it was round, it's not going to change my life.
Okay, cool then. Why are you here?
You're fucking simple.
I'm here because it's interesting, just to like see different, different like interpretations, different like what people have to say about it. It's just interesting. Whatever. I want to see. I mean, it could be interesting. Imagine the Earth was flat.
I don't know what you're saying you're listening to or trying to understand.
Imagine if the Earth was exactly like I observe and experience it to be. Bro, that's just so stupid.
Yeah, so we were talking about the Selenian and how the shadow shouldn't be on the top if
Why
it's
does
above
it
the
matter?
horizon.
Why does it matter? Who cares? Why does it matter? Doesn't matter.
No, it would just be illogical for the moon to do that if it's above the horizon, which makes your interpretation correct.
Yeah, but what does it matter? It doesn't matter if it proves it's flat or curved or what. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying it's not that. It doesn't matter about like what the outcome is. Like it's not gonna. I didn't say it's gonna. It doesn't matter as in it's not gonna change my life. It's not. I'm not gonna die
Yeah, well,
if the Earth is flat.
haven't tried and you don't know because you haven't experienced, then why are you making a claim to something you don't know?
No, I'm just saying, bro. Oh my goodness. I'm just saying, like, yeah, the moon.
I know exactly what the words mean when you use them in the way that you're using them. I'm asking you, why are you trying to make a claim to something if you've never known it or understood it or experienced it?
But what was my claim, though?
That it doesn't matter. It's not going to change anything.
The outcome's not going to change anything. Let's say it's flat. Like, then what?
Okay. Anything? Do you mean everything will remain the same?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's. I don't know.
Well, you're making a baseless claim. You have no idea what you're talking about. You think that.
Let's talk about myself, not about you.
I know. So that's why I'm going to say fuck around and find out.
I mean,
You're basically saying I don't care, right? And you don't know whether
the outcome
it will
won't scare me, as in like the outcome's not going to
I heard.
terrify
Yeah,
me.
I know what you're saying, but it's the same as somebody in denial who's like, I don't care, but really they care because they're asking a lot of questions around it. They're really interested, but then when pressed, well, I don't care anyway. It's a little bit of a defensive posture that you're taking, and that's probably why you're getting. That's probably why you're getting a little bit
I've
of
just
flack.
been listening and I've only been listening and asking questions like saying, "Oh, what if it was this or what if it was that?" I haven't.
Yeah, but this is the exact same behavior as someone who's either in denial or a little bit afraid of the situation. If it was true, you don't know what it would affect. You haven't even like got to the stage where you've established any facts yet, and you're already saying I don't care anyway. It's like a denial.
No, I'm just saying,
defense
like,
mechanism.
maybe I used the wrong words. I'm just saying it's not going to hurt me in the end.
Yeah, nobody said it's going to hurt you. Nobody said
As in, like, it's not going to
hurt you.
change. It's not going to change anything. Like, everything will still be.
It's not going to change the fact you have to go to work, but it's definitely going to change your philosophy on several subjects.
It's going to change
What's the point in bringing
that up anyway? What's the point in bringing it up? What's the point?
I'm just saying,
what's the point in you saying it doesn't matter? It's not going to change anything.
As in, like, what outcome what benefit am I going to get if I believe I'll get evidence that the Earth is flat or round or whatever?
Well, you've discovered a lie. What you do with that truth now is up to you. But you've discovered a truth.
Hey, Professor, it's very funny that you can send memes, but we can't send memes.
Is this guy just going to jump in and complain like some old granny every 5-10 minutes?
Give me a second.
Well,
fuck your mom.
I mean, I wouldn't complain if you weren't being biased.
It's not our job to give you an incentive, right? We're not here to incentivize you. And Jedi's right. We don't actually care what you believe, but we're going to tell you the facts either way. And the more questions you ask, the more uncomfortable truths you're going to hear. So we could do this all day, guys. It doesn't really matter to us what you
uncomfortable
believe.
for me. Yeah, it doesn't matter for me. I don't care.
That's also a lie. It's uncomfortable for everybody.
How is it uncomfortable believing that the moon is flat and the Earth is flat?
Listen, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. If you go from realizing that this story you've been told, there's absolutely zero evidence for it, and it's been a belief like a religion, and you could possibly be in a cult, a culture cult, yeah, it's uncomfortable. So stop denying.
I mean,
it.
that's
Stop
happened.
saying, no, it doesn't matter, because it's huge.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Dude,
You said it's not going to change your life, dude. But if you did, for example, come to some realization that the Earth was, I guarantee that you're going to have different conversations with people. You might find yourself not even talking to some people. Some people might even not want to talk to you anymore. So you probably not considered the ramifications of turning around and telling other people what you now believe to be true.
The thing is, I'm not going to defend whether the Earth is a globe or whether it's flat, because the main purpose in life is to live and get a job and have kids, not whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
See, no, that's not the main purpose in life. See, this is why your generation had lost.
Earth isn't flat.
No.
And the most of all is to worship God. That's it.
Dude, this isn't a belief system, right? This is not a belief system. You don't choose to be a flat earther. One day,
I didn't say it's a belief system.
No, but I just want you to understand the context here. One day, if you actually genuinely investigate this, you'll wake up and you'll be like, oh shit, it's not a ball. So people will call you a flat earther. Yeah? If you
Shit,
don't
what though? What am I going to do? Am I going to snap the Earth in half?
Snap the Earth in half? What's that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying, what's the what? I'm not gonna wake up and be like, oh shit, it's gonna be fine. Like, it's not. No one's gonna hate me. I'm not gonna defend it.
Somebody who puts effort into investigating something, if they find out something that's contrary to what they believe, there is a oh shit or a eureka moment where you realize something. You realize this story that you've believed all your life doesn't reflect reality, and there's no evidence for it. And we've been believing a story. Okay, that's a realization moment. Whether you want it or not, it comes off the back of genuine pursuit of truth, genuine investigation. If you take that challenge, you're going to find there's no evidence for the Earth being a ball. Then it's going to dawn on you, oh shit, this is just a story. This is like a religion. I've been in a religion without realizing it. I've been in a cult. I have no way to validate any of the claims. Yeah, I have no way to validate any of it. That's a realization moment. You don't choose that. It just happens.
Yeah, but I've had realization moments before and I just forgot about it and it didn't matter anymore and I don't even talk about it anymore.
Like what?
Like, for example, I realized that Islam was false and I became a Christian.
It's a religion. No, that's belief. You swapped one belief for another
There's
belief.
actually truth in it. There's historical evidence for it as well.
No, it's a false equivalence, regardless of whatever. There's no direct evidence for any of it, whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, and I'm not trying to disregard it. I'm just saying it still involves faith and belief. This is different. This is about
It's not different
empiricism.
because
This is about
we can't
verification.
prove anything.
That is different. Okay, it's
It's
different
a
in the
huge
matter of
difference.
it's different in the matter of I know how tall I am because I measured my height. I know what size of shoe I need to go and buy when I go to the store because I measured my foot.
Okay, but what the hell am I going to do with the flat Earth?
Fuck around, find out.
We're not here to incentivize you, dude. Like, we could, if you got to the stage where you actually realize some truths, then there might be an entertainment conversation for speculation. You might be enlightened by some of the things somebody says, you know, maybe this reason, maybe that, maybe this, you know, is why. Who cares? But the point is, you haven't even established whether you've been believing a lie, whether you've been in a religion. You haven't even got to the stage of establishing anything yet. You're just asking for an incentive, but that's not what we're here for.
But the thing is, the thing about being on a globe or a flat plane is a huge thing, something that we cannot control. Since it's something I cannot control in my life, whether the Earth is flat or a globe, that's why it doesn't matter what it is.
You're not supposed to try and control whether the Earth is flat or a globe. It either is or it isn't. Why are you trying to
but if it's
control?
something you can't control, then it's fine.
You can't
Doesn't
control
matter.
the surface of the Earth, and we're not claiming you can. We're just telling you what it is.
It's an objective truth thing.
Okay.
You're saying that the Earth is a sphere. So then the truth of the matter would be in the object, not in the opinion. So
yeah, I believe it's a sphere.
object, measure the object, identify whether it's a sphere or not.
Right. Yeah, I believe it's a sphere.
We've just got information to share with you if you're interested. If you're not interested, fine. Be on your merry
interested
way.
in the information.
Have a nice life. If you are interested, that's great. We'll share it with you. And what you do with that after you've gained that information is entirely up to you.
Yeah, sure, I'm
interested. You can come back and talk about it again if you like, or you can go on your merry way and live your life. Hope you're happy. Bye.
I'm interested. I'm still interested in the Silmarillion, how the shadow comes from the top.
That's not a shadow. Because if you have two objects above the floor and you claim that the floor is casting a shadow on the objects above the floor,
or whatever
what are
it
you
is,
doing?
then
Why?
whatever that thing is, or whatever you believe it is, I'll just say shadow for now, and you can just say whatever you want. They say it's refraction.
You don't know if it's a shadow. You don't know what's going on.
What do you think it is?
I don't know what's going on.
And they don't say it's refraction that explains the upside down shadow.
And the
They say it's
religions in the
refraction
past,
which causes you to be able to see both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during a lunar eclipse. That's what they ignore that. They ignore the part about the shadow, which isn't a shadow.
Oh yeah, I didn't say the shadow is due to refraction. They say
you did. You just did.
No,
Kind of made
sorry,
it sound like that.
I meant to say something else. I meant to say that you see the moon the way it is with the upside down shadows because of the refraction when it shouldn't be there, and the moon is actually traveling in the other direction. That's why the shadow's going that way, and the Earth is spinning in that direction.
The refraction on your globe would have to have the ball moon on the other side of the ball Earth. And the moon would be rising up into the shadow created by that ball Earth. And you're standing on the top. So the moon's under the ground. Okay, and the radius value of the Earth is 3,959 miles. The moon was on the other side of the Earth, and you see it in the sky. That's how much refraction is having to be claimed in order for this to function.
Let me just think about it for a second. I want to see if I can picture it happening in my mind. I mean, it could be like
You can imagine unicorns with gnomes mounted on them, holding people down with ropes, and that's the cause of gravity. Just because you can imagine it doesn't make it true.
So the video of the sun alien was the moon setting, and the shadows coming from the top. Let me just think.
So I guess that proves the Earth is not a ball in space.
No, I'm
Exactly.
thinking
The
what's
penumbra's
happening
supposed
is
to,
so the Earth.
penumbra's supposed to be beneath it. Doesn't matter which way the moon is going. The penumbra is supposed to be beneath it.
Yes, I know. Beneath. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think. There's like a reason why it's happening like that. If it was to be a globe, I think I know where I'm going with this. So the I'd have to actually get like a software and do it. 'Cause I
Yeah,
can't really-
draw it out for us because 7,000 people have tried and all got it wrong so far.
Yeah. And the height of the ISS, 250 miles, only sees 3% or less of the surface of the Earth. So if you're standing on the surface of the Earth and
I'm on
you
2%.
see that,
My battery is about to die.
okay,
I'll have to come back later.
you see far less of the surface of the Earth than the ISS does on the globe. And the moon has to be on the other side of the Earth in order to come up into the shadow from the perspective of the person standing on the ground. Good luck making it work. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse.
Exactly. It wouldn't matter your orientation, bro. The part of the moon that is facing towards the Earth, that's the part that should be shadowed.
I'll just steal the moon, and then you won't have to worry about it.
So this hurts your brain.
Giving up so quickly?
No, I'm not. I'm just need to probably like open Universe Sandbox or something, and then do it on there later because it's 5 a.m. Eastern time, and I'm gonna have to do it on my simulator, and then see if I have to be on a different orientation. Maybe the shadow isn't actually coming from the top; it's actually going from the bottom, but we're on a different orientation, and blah blah blah.
Or maybe your belief system is wrong.
Honestly, maybe the video was filmed in Australia. Which would make the shadow come from the top. I think. I don't know yet. I'll just see. I'll see what I can do. And my battery's about to die. I'll come back like tomorrow, and then I'll be able to see if there's any solution. If there's not, then that's cool. It's a mystery. Anyways, see you. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Doesn't know up from down. It'd be like saying,
Talking about the eclipses is futile. Like, we have absolutely no way to prove anything up there. Feels like a waste of time.
yeah, well, you can use it as example to show how their idea has a whole, and they'll ponder the whole. They don't want to stick to the thing that would actually prove the Earth is not a ball to begin with. Let them play around in fantasy.
No, I get it. You kind of need to entertain them a little bit because they're not ready to ask the right questions. I get it. It is futile. Like, it's just a stepping stone to the real questions. You know what I mean? But applaud everybody's patience with that guy, because he was a bit of a bit annoying, let's say.
Patience is a virtue. Virtual reality.
No.
Yeah, I think patience is a virtue, definitely. Where's the giggling guy gone with the deep voice? Is he still here? That's a shame. Well, we got Mohammed in the chat. Not sure if anyone's spoken to him before. Mohammed, are you there? We got some space on the floor, Mohammed, if you want to have a chat. You've spoken today already. Okay. Some new people just joined. Oh, one left. Come on, Mohammed, entertain us. We need to get a chat started. I'm sure you still have questions. I'm sure you have things you want to add.
If you want, as soon as somebody jumps in from being, listening and spiraling into the conversation, you can let them take over.
Yeah, you could keep us company while we wait for a globe champion to join. Professor Triangle, I like your new display picture. Really funny, mate.
Yeah, that's me too.
Is that your dog?
Yeah, that's a greyhound. That's a greyhound, not a mini one.
Good looking dog,
It
mate.
just looks small. He just looks small. You know, I put him in there.
Yeah. Looks like a fine specimen.
Was he a track dog or not?
Yeah, that one was, but he didn't do well. He only lasted a year, so we got him basically as a puppy.
Nice.
The other two were winners.
Do you have to have a large backyard so they can make circles?
They don't do that when you see that on videos. You have to give them some incentive, like take them to a dog park with other dogs and let one start running, and then they'll chase them. But usually they just don't go running like that. But we don't let them do that anymore. That brown one right there that you see was running in the dog park full speed, and then he stopped moving instantly. And here he hit a rabbit hole and it almost broke his leg right off completely. He was just only hanging by the skin and muscle. And the normal thing to do is like a horse, you either put him down or you amputate the leg. So my daughter paid $15,000 and had a year worth of surgeries done to keep it.
Oh.
It's a big sacrifice.
Yep.
You must love your dog. That's good.
Oh, yeah. He's like playing with a pricker bush. How can you not love a pricker bush? That's what he's like. His claws are nice and sharp. His teeth are nice and sharp. He's springy like a tree. He'll tackle you. He'll bite your face off. He's like playing with a pricker bush. You got to enjoy that.
A friend of mine had a whippet. It would take all of the objects in the house and organize them into piles. He would take the remote controls of all of the TVs and hide them in the same spot every time.
He must have known that TV was taking the attention away from him.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah,
They're smarter than we think.
Hi, Roots. A greyhound and a whippet is lightning fast. It's so quick and fast. It covers so much ground. It's amazing to see that. It's just lightning left, right, forward, backwards, left, right. Just whippets everywhere. Like, amazing. So fast.
I'm not sure what it is in kilometers, but that one there, that's Jimmy. He does about 45, still does, even with after the broken leg.
Damn.
Hey, what's up, B-Bess? Welcome to the channel. Have you spoken in here before, B-Bess? The strong silent type. All right, sorry to interrupt. Wanted to see if I could catch him, if he wanted to talk on the mic, or she. Yeah, my kids are trying to convince me to get a dog, and I keep saying no, but I'm secretly considering it. I want a husky, but I've heard they're not good with kids.
Get it as a puppy.
Yeah, that's my theory. I don't think any dog. I think any dog can be tamed, right? If you get them young enough.
Just about any animal. Just about.
Roots. A husky's high maintenance. It will shed every day, so you have to get the hoover out and hoover everything everywhere. The hair goes everywhere.
Same with the greyhounds. So when they get nervous, they basically you may as well just leave the house, because as soon as, like, we got 3, when they get nervous, it's just like a big hairy fuzz fest flying through the air in the house.
Well, that rules that out then, because I want a low maintenance dog. So, yeah, thanks for sharing. What are the Doge dogs called? I think they're pretty cool. Is it a corgi? Is that a corgi? The Doge dog?
The Shiba Inu.
Is it a Shiba? Yeah.
Yeah.
They look pretty funny.
Yeah, they do.
Bruce, it's called a Shiba Inu.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought that was just the coin. Right, that's the actual dog.
Yeah, the name of the breed, yeah, Shiba Inu.
Yeah, they look pretty cute.
I had a pug for 15 years. He was cool.
See, the small dogs, they yap a lot, right? Is that just like universal?
Maybe certain breeds, but yeah, I don't know. My pug didn't. He farted a lot.
They look like they fart a lot.
They do, bro. We had to set up a room for him on when we first got him, we set him up a little bed in the room and let him sleep in there for about, I think, 1 night or 2 nights. Very bad idea. And we ended up setting up the bed at the other end of the house. Essential. Yeah, silent but deadly. Attacked in the night.
Yeah.
Cloud of death.
I have 2 Chihuahuas. German Shepherd that's mixed with something I don't know. And the Chihuahuas, they surprisingly don't bark unless, somebody enters the house, they're not part of the pack, or something outside makes a noise. Other than that, my Chihuahuas are silent. And they're lap dogs, cuddle babies. And my Shepherd, she doesn't bark unless she doesn't like somebody. And I don't know what it is, but she doesn't want to play. She doesn't want to chew on toys or anything. Like she got through the teething part and then just stopped chewing. But she's a
could be a woman thing. My mom's got 2 dogs, a boy and a girl. The boy plays, the boy is easygoing, the girl's high maintenance, and she doesn't play.
It seems like the best personality, like the friendliest dogs, consistently seem to be those golden retriever types of dogs. I'd love to get one of those one day.
Yeah, or a labby. They look pretty fun.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant to say. Yeah.
I had a black lab, and the mailman ran her over because she likes to race. Well, she liked to race cars.
Oh shit, that's horrible.
Yeah. Yep. The only reason I know it was the mailman because the only person who rides my dirt road has that specific tread.
Oh, so he didn't even stop and find out whose dog it is. He just drove on. Oh.
Yeah, total.
That's
dick.
disgusting. Yeah.
Another nice breed is these English staffies, the little tiny ones like this guy in the side chat here. Little smiley dogs, or medium-sized dogs. Very nice personalities on them.
They get a bad rap in the UK, but I mean, I've got a few friends who have got them, and they do. They get a bad rap, but they're so friendly. The ones that I've seen, and
I've
so
never
playful.
seen an aggressive one before. I mean, definitely the American staffies, they're freaking psycho. They can be. But the little English staffies, they're super cute.
Yeah, Roots. I don't think there's any such thing as bad dogs. There's only bad owners.
Oh, I don't know about pit bulls, man. I would never trust a pit bull. Yeah, they can be good, 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 and then one day they'll just rip your baby to shreds.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Effie, but I don't know, man. There are certain dogs that just are a bit wilder, right? They just have that temperament.
Yeah, I've watched so many stories about pit bulls, like long like videos where like it was always the nicest dog, and then it just like they go into this like I don't know this mode. I don't know. Apparently, it's something to do with some the way they're bred, and it can put some pressure on some part of their brain, and they can just snap. I don't know. I wouldn't trust one.
Yeah, DJ, that's correct. Yeah, because pit bull terriers are bred to fight, to be aggressive. It's in the DNA. So a pit bull is not really ideal for a family dog because, like you said, it can snap at any moment.
Professor Triangle. I love that emoji.
There's an element of epigenetics going on as well. Like if the parents are mistreated, they pick up traits, don't they, from their parents, things like that.
Yep.
So you need to get like a good lineage. I think that helps.
Yep.
ZNK88, welcome to the channel. Do you have a mic?
Oof.
And she's gone.
Next.
I think you were too aggressive with that.
Yeah, stop yelling at people, new people when they come in. You have to talk like this to them.
The younger generation are quite extreme. Like you either get super false confidence or you get no confidence, right? There's no middle ground anymore.
You do, like, some of them you do have to talk to, like Professor Triangle just did. It's sad but true. Otherwise they freak out. Say that you're abusing them.
Yeah, you don't want to raise your voice at all.
Where's Flat Lloyd when you need him?
Hey ZKM, maybe welcome if you would like, if you feel like it. Would you like to talk? You don't have to. Would that have been better?
Yeah.
That's a little aggressive. That's a little bit too aggressive, forcing people to talk the way you just said that.
God damn it.
I wonder what these people do at work. Well, actually, I've experienced it where these new kids are so timid, and we'll just say, get up there and tell us all about this project in front of, 70 people. And they'll panic. They literally will panic. And it's like, dude, I do this every day. There's nothing to panic about. They won't talk. But they don't last long if they don't talk, especially in where I work.
Yeah, same. We have to be on the phone a lot, and you can just tell straight away who's not going to make it because they're just afraid to pick up the phone. Like something's going to hurt them or something.
Yeah. We need to also arrange participation trophies for each Glober that comes in, even though they lose. They still have to get a participation trophy.
Oh, now that's not a bad idea. Then it would encourage more to come in. At least they know they're just not losers every single time. They're like participants now.
The last time we gave Glover tags, they complained to the moderators saying, I didn't ask for this tag. I don't want it. And then they came at us like, what are you guys doing? Can't be tagging people randomly.
It burns. It burns. I'm going to try the participation trophy approach with the next one. I'm going to be like, congratulations for joining the channel. You're a star. You're an absolute legend. Thank you.
Yeah, and they love it if you compliment their English as well, even if it's terrible. That's you win
yeah,
their
that's a good
hearts.
approach. Yep, I like that.
Yep.
Talk real soft. Congratulate them on coming into the channel. If there's anything we can do for you. We're like a hotel.
I'm not making your bed. I'll give you the sheets. I'll give you the pillows, the cases, the blankets. You make the bed.
Well, if that's the case, I think we should start getting tipped.
If that's the case, then I'm just laying on a mattress.
See, this is in this meme. This is the look that we want them to have on their face just before they leave.
That's perfect.
DJ. Congratulations, you're the 700,000th person to join the channel. You win.
You win the prize.
And you can use that as a free pass to come back again. One of those Globers called me mean in the side chat because I keep deleting his pictures.
You know what? I knew that was you. I knew it.
Of course.
I didn't have to ask.
No, I was smiling and laughing when I was doing that.
Triggering Globers since 2014.
Hey, does anyone? I'm sure it exists, but does anyone know of a YouTube downloader where you could just like, because if I wanted to download some clips from our streams, right, rather than downloading a 12-hour file, is there a site you can go to where you just put in like the timestamp start and finish, and it'll download a section of the stream?
I'm sure
I know
you
I found
can
one in-
ask ChatGPT to Python that for you in about 5 minutes.
Interesting.
BJ, I'd be
I've
grateful
used
to know a
Capwing
downloader.
before, but Capwing on a phone says that video is too big, like to clip out the small section.
What about on a computer only?
Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe on a computer it might let you. Capwing does it, like does what you're talking about, and it's not a bad program. There's others too. Canvas, I think, may let you do that. I don't know. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I'll look it up on ChatGPT.
So when I can't download a movie and or a video and I want to fuck around with it or scrub it back and forth, I'm looking for something, I just use OBS up. Was that what it's called? OBS? And I just screen record, and then it's almost a perfect copy.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Some things like you must. That doesn't detect copyright infringement. That's cool.
No. It's like doing a screenshot, but it's video.
Yeah, some things though, like I've gone to screenshot and it prohibits it, or it turns out blank, right? Because of the copyright issues. Yeah.
I wonder if that's an Australian thing.
It could be. Oh, it might have been on a site. What site was it? I can't remember. There was this site I was on. I was trying to screenshot the video, like I paused it to screenshot it, and every screenshot was just blank. It wouldn't let me. I can't remember what site it was. Oh. Actually, you know what I think it was? I think it was Disney Plus. That's what it might have been. It was either Netflix or Disney Plus. I was trying to take screenshots, and they were just blank. Because, because I wanted to make memes, like make my own memes, instead of getting templates from like Tenor or whatever. It's like I see certain scenes in movies and go, that would make an awesome meme. Could put my own captions in there and stuff, Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see shit like that. I'll try to find a still shot or a section of it on Google, and I don't find shit. Like I'll
I think
have.
you might have a
from
new
our-
person in here. You might have a new person in here.
Oh. Okay.
Is it Ali? Hey, Ali. How you doing today, little Glober?
Oh my, you're gonna make me.
Or is it N? Welcome to the
Hey,
channel,
little
N.
guy.
How you doing today?
I'm all right, man. How are you?
Oh, very good, thank you. How's your day been?
It's pretty good.
Awesome, that's great to hear. Welcome to the channel.
Thanks, man.
What brings you here?
Oh, just moseying around.
Just checking them out?
Yep.
Cool. Have you been to this channel before?
I don't know.
Not sure. Have you looked into the flat earth topic before?
I've talked to him before. I've heard about it.
Oh, Lats has spoken to him. Cool. Do you remember speaking with Lats about flat earth?
No. It's not really a topic I debate too much.
Uh-huh. So what brings you in here today besides just nosing around the server?
Nothing. Then.
Hey DJ, I noticed that a lot of people can't debate the globe. I noticed that because there's really no globe in the first place, it's hard to debate it.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yep. Trying to prove something to be real that isn't real. Difficult task. It's like
Don't
trying
let me
to
interrupt don't let me interrupt your conversation.
All right, so N, you have
Yo.
very good English. Very good.
Yeah.
Up.
For a non-native English speaker, you have amazing English.
Yeah, that's why I'm here to learn, man.
You too, DJ, for being not from America. You got good English too.
Yeah, the biggest English speaking country, India. That's what I'm here to learn, man.
Yeah.
Now that's a knife.
That's not a proof. This is a proof.
Well, do you have any? So I guess you believe that the Earth's a globe, and
Sure, man.
yeah. And would you say it's just a belief because it's what you were taught your whole life? And yeah, you're not you like you wouldn't know
I'm
it as a
no, I'm
fact.
no ship captain or aeroplane driver. So
Yeah, so you just
it
like
doesn't concern me.
just a believer in the globe. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you
Oh,
think
I would
about
like to add, something about airplanes and ships. They require a flat and stationary Earth to work.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's irrelevant to my day to day.
It's actually not.
It actually is.
It is or it isn't.
It is irrelevant.
Okay.
You should go tell people you're a flat earther and see how irrelevant it is.
Yeah.
That's not usually what I go tell people. If I want to get a rise out of them.
Now, what happens at work, because now side conversations at work are usually about flat Earth. It started off with somebody saying something dumb, and then I corrected it. And then they were like, well, how do you know? And I was like, because I looked it up. And then they were like, well, why did you look it up? And then I was like, because I think the Earth's flat. And then they were like, wait a minute. And then the cat was out of the bag at that point. And so for like the first week, the same people would constantly come up to me with the same non sequitur questions. I'd give them their answers. And then I would usher them back to measuring a curvature. And then eventually they were like, yeah, you know what? I understand where you're coming from. And then conversations about flat Earth were happening with other people rather than with just me. And then I found out there's 5 other people at my job site that are also flat earthers, but they don't know things like what is the equation to find the distance to the horizon. They don't know that. They didn't think to try and make the comparison about entropy and gas pressure needing a container. Like, they were TikTok flat earthers.
Oh yeah, they're the worst.
So if you got any flat earth questions, they need to be asked here, because otherwise you're going to be getting non sequitur conversations.
Yeah,
You're going to
you
get
can go on TikTok. You can learn about the time of the year the portals in the ice wall open up, and you can get to the outer lands.
Yeah, they know it's true because the Vikings said so.
So, Anne, do you have any questions about the topic?
Not particularly.
All right.
Do you notice how you're depressed? Once you know the Earth is flat, you won't be depressed anymore either.
I'm not depressed, man. It's just not my
Yeah.
topic.
And then when people go to lie to you, you'll know when they're lying. It'll be like trying to play with a cat with a laser.
Yeah, they'll
then
tell
you
me
find the
things
real
like
lasers in
blacks
your
are
hand.
the same as me, stuff like that.
I mean, they are. People too.
Why? They look different,
And?
so they're different.
Okay. They're people too.
I didn't say they weren't people.
Well,
Said they weren't the same.
that's fine.
Well, thanks for coming by, Anne. I love your passion and your enthusiasm. Outstanding.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'll give you an IQ test in the form of a very short video. And it only requires one answer. And I'll put it in the side chat in just a moment. All right, this video. Does this look realistic to you? Okay, I'll tell you what it is first, right? So this is an official video by NASA, from NASA, right? Filmed of the Apollo lunar module orbiting above the moon in space. Real or fake?
How'd they get the camera up there?
I'm sure they have some explanation for that.
Oh no, that camera guy's pretty good.
What do you think about the spacecraft? Do you think it looks pretty cool? Pretty realistic, the way it moves and the way it looks?
Looks kind of like it's rotoscoped in. It's kind of aesthetic.
Did you know, like, NASA claims this is like real footage from the moon?
Sure.
What do you think about that?
I don't really think about it, man.
Just whatever's. What about this one?
They got confetti on that one.
Space confetti. It's scientific confetti.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. also claimed to be real footage, right? And there's inside that little capsule that's launching off the moon. There's a bunch of Freemasons wearing nappies.
Mm.
And surrounding that spaceship that they left there on the moon, the portion of the spaceship, they also left 100 bags of shit, apparently, just laying there on the moon, still there, right now.
Mm.
100. That's what NASA says.
It's a lot of shit.
How did they go 100 times?
They bought a lot of nappies with them, I guess. I don't know. Space food? Just go straight through you.
Do you think that requires gravity?
Asking me? Was that rhetorical?
I'm wondering if pooping requires gravity. Where does it go? Does it just float up in the air around your ears? Where does it go?
Mm.
Yeah, hello. What's going on?
vast, uncharted space. Man has looked to the heavens since his beginning and wondered, is Earthman alone in this great, awesome universe? If not, who else and where? The early man stared into the starry sky and saw very little, at least little that he could understand. But each generation had its curious who said, I wonder. And the results of their wondering were left for the next generation to use. Each discovery, each bit of wisdom became a stepping stone for those who came after. The telescope suddenly thrust man's sight far out into the sea of stars. From the knowledge passed down by all the generations before him, man began to reason over his universe, and from it came more progress. But one stepping stone, and probably the most amazing of all, one responsible for many of the wonders we have today, is the discovery and mastery of the tiny, invisible, yet all-powerful electron. Many call it the greatest discovery of the 20th century, unlocking the door to some of mankind's foremost achievements, as well as many promising opportunities for young, ambitious persons. For it is the little electron that has made possible the development of radio, television, radar, the guided rocket, the wonderful machines of the industrial world that operate almost as though they think, the guidance of giant airliners and ships at sea through fog and darkness, and many other spectacular developments, all of which has led to one of the most interesting, varied, and expanding fields of opportunity of our time, with the near future even more promising. Now, fresh from one victory after another, the electron stands on the threshold of one of its greatest triumphs. It is the science of electronics that is vital, in fact, that provides a key to man's coming exploration of outer space. It is electronics that is helping to probe the mysteries of the universe beyond, that is relaying vital information back to Earth. It is electronics that will provide guidance in flight and instant two-way communication between all points in our universe. It is electronics that will help analyze, weigh, measure, test, check, and safeguard man's leap into the unknown. It is the miracle of the little electron that will help make possible the bright world of tomorrow, in which space travel can be so much a part of our wonderful way of life. Yes, man is on the threshold of stepping off into space and finally seeing what he has wondered about for so long. Scientists have planned the timetable, the stepping stones into outer space that can now be foreseen and predicted. In fact, some of these steps have already been taken. No longer is space travel the dream of the science fiction writer. Unmanned, instrument-carrying, rocket-driven missiles have already entered stable orbits around the Earth, circling our globe just like the moon. And what does man learn from these Earth-circling satellites? The science of electronics has teamed with the new science of astronautics, making it possible to send knowledge back to Earth for man to evaluate. Delicate electronic instruments record on tape much data on temperature, atmosphere, meteorite activity, cosmic radiation, and so forth. This is relayed back to Earth by radio, where it is again recorded on tape and used to help make other steps on space travel possible. But more than that, such electronically equipped satellites will aid man in many ways right here on Earth. Navigational satellites put in permanent orbit at a height of about 1,000 miles will circle the Earth in approximately 2 hours. At this distance, a huge silver plastic balloon will reflect sunlight and be clearly seen and recognized or be picked up by radar in any kind of weather, and thus be a valuable aid to ships at sea, airliners, or others at any point in the world. Once the balloon is put into orbit, and the exact time it takes to circle the Earth is learned. Then tables are drawn that tell a navigator his exact position according to the time and day he locates the satellite. It has been estimated that in the United States alone each year, $2 billion are lost due to faulty weather forecasting. This is not the fault of the forecaster, for he has reports on only 5% of the Earth's surface at any one time. But with a Weather Bureau satellite 4,000 miles out in space, equipped with a color television camera, about 40% of the Earth can be viewed at one time with complete coverage every hour or so. As a result, accurate calculations of the weather pattern can be made. Thanks to electronics, the practical and financial value of a weather satellite can be tremendous. Imagine a television program or a radio news broadcast that can be beamed more reliably to every place on Earth at the same time. Television waves, which travel well only in a straight line, can cover about 100 miles clearly without a relaying station due to the curvature of the Earth. But with only 3 satellite stations orbiting in what is called the 24-hour orbit at about 22,000 miles from the ground, a television broadcast can be seen in every inhabited territory on Earth. With each station spaced evenly 120 degrees apart above the equator, any one station can receive a telecast from Earth and relay it to the other 2. Then all 3 can beam it back to Earth. As fantastic as it all sounds, these are things we know now are possible. But as one authority and writer on rocketry and space travel put it, it is hard for today's adults who were brought up to think of a trip to the moon as something out of a Jules Verne novel to realize that this is not only possible, but certain. Let's see what the other stepping stones are that scientists have accomplished or have planned in order to make space travel a reality. With electronic-equipped satellites orbiting the Earth, it's just another step to orbit the moon and other planets. And again, this step is possible only with the help of electronics and the many engineers, scientists, and trained electronic technicians responsible for rocket launchings who remain on Earth manning, recording, and interpreting the valuable information that is relayed back to them electronically. Manned single-stage rockets rising to heights of several hundred miles and returning to Earth by wings or parachutes. Such is man's next step and the first look into that space his instruments have told him so much about. With this new knowledge, it is possible for man to ride multi-stage rockets and enter orbits just outside the atmosphere, and after a few revolutions return by rocket braking and air resistance. Before we progress any further, let's analyze the problem man faces in escaping the pull of the Earth's gravity. A good comparison is to think of the Earth as being at the bottom of a pit, thousands of miles deep. The pit being narrow at the bottom, with its sides curving outward as it rises, much like a funnel. The sides are steepest near the Earth, where the pull of gravity is the greatest. The problem is to climb this hill. In order to get out of this pit, a rocket must accelerate to what is called escape velocity, or 25,000 miles per hour. At this rate, a rocket will, if headed in the right direction, coast out of the pit into space, where it can maneuver relatively free of the Earth's gravity. One method of doing this is to blast off from Earth and accelerate to the required escape velocity of 25,000 miles per hour. The second method of doing it is to do it in 2 steps. The first step consists of so launching a rocket that it will reach a velocity of 18,000 miles per hour and guiding it into an orbit outside the Earth's atmosphere, where it will land on a space station previously placed in this same orbit. At this point, the rocket is not completely out of the pit, but is high on the rim, where the pull of gravity is less, as indicated by the reduced steepness of the sides of the pit. In the second step, a different rocket or spaceship is launched from the space platform. and accelerated to escape velocity, thus driving it out of the pit. This second step spaceship is designed for more efficient operation in outer space than was the rocket which left the Earth. This brings us to another stepping stone, refueling manned multi-stage rockets in free orbit so they can circle the moon and then return to the Earth orbit. Now comes the big move, landings on the moon. Naturally, we cannot go into all the details necessary for such a move, but the basic plan has been established. With our space station completed, it's possible that the first spaceship to take man to the moon will be put together not on Earth, but at the space station, where, nearly free of gravity, the various parts can be more easily maneuvered and assembled into place. The advancements in the science of electronics and its trained technicians will help make such a project possible. In fact, it will be men and women, like you, who take training in today's well-equipped technical institutions, who will help play an important part in the fantastic new age of space travel. It will be those who are ambitious, who have an interest in such things as television and radio, who learn how electronic circuits operate, how to test, adjust, service, and interpret the results of today's marvelous electronic devices. We are fast approaching the time when man's first space station will be assembled, and his first spaceship will be ready to take off from that station for the moon. Since our ship is already traveling at 18,000 miles per hour, which is the orbital speed of the space station, it will require only 7,000 miles per hour additional acceleration to reach the speed that will take it over the rim of the Earth's gravity pit and coasting on its way to the moon, 234,000 miles farther on. At 24,000 miles from the moon, it will have slowed down considerably, but at this point, the gravitational pull of the moon on the ship is stronger than the Earth's and begins to pull the ship toward the moon. It gradually gains speed until it approaches the moon's surface and would crash at a speed of over 5,000 miles per hour. Landing, therefore, becomes a serious problem, especially since there is no air resistance on the moon to aid in the operation. Not being able to air brake or parachute, the ship will be turned as if in a vertical takeoff, and a rocket blast timed before landing so that the force of the blast will act as a brake. This will mean that enough fuel for both the landing and the takeoff for the return trip will have to be carried. It is possible that the entire operation of the takeoff from the space station, the landing on the moon, and the return will be automatic and electronically controlled by computers on the ship itself or by radar stations and observatories on Earth, sending correcting signals to the automatic pilot by radio. Up to this point in our story, man has only been practicing on Earth's natural satellite, the moon. Now he is ready to explore the mysteries of the planets. But all he has done before has been valuable. Not only can he apply what he has learned in getting to the moon, he may also use the moon as his launching site, a sort of fixed built-in space station to serve as headquarters for the next step to our known planets and beyond. It is believed that some of the same elements found on Earth will be found on the moon. So a fuel source may be waiting for us, somewhat like a huge filling station in the sky. One simple comparison proves the value of the moon as a takeoff point. It takes a launching speed of 26,000 miles per hour from the Earth to coast to Venus by the most economical route, but a launching speed of only 7,000 miles per hour is required from the moon. The establishing of a moon base would, of course, take time and would not be easy. Perhaps the biggest problem would be artificially creating conditions on the moon similar to Earth's atmosphere so that man could work and live. But with nuclear energy-powered turbines supplying plenty of electric power, air-conditioned and temperature-controlled structures can be built by space-suited workers. Solar heating equipment can be used to store up heat during the extremely warm moon day, which is equal in length to 14 Earth days, to combat the bitter cold of the equally long night. the temperature ranges from 212 degrees Fahrenheit above zero to about 250 degrees below zero. Soilless farming would be ideally suited for the moon. Plants supported on netting over tanks through which vital liquids flow and exposed to the sun in greenhouse-type structures can grow large crops very rapidly. Pressurized motor vehicles with large balloon tires could explore and work on the moon's surface. Their motors would be electric, operated by storage batteries, or perhaps turbines driven by rocket fuels. By ferrying equipment and technicians from Earth, and with the wise use of the elements and materials to be found on the moon, a major moon base for space exploration can be established. As an aircraft carrier floating in the Pacific is a common sight now, so may the moon as a spaceship base be to future generations. From this base, instrument-carrying satellites can set off for Mars or Venus, there to circle in orbit and radio back the needed information for the next big step: manned flights to and landings on the sister planets of our solar system. Yes, man's conquest of space promises to be one of the most thrilling chapters in the history of mankind. A chapter made possible to a large extent by the wonderful opportunity field of electronics, with its mysterious, almost magical power to hurl a signal through space with the speed of light. With man's present wisdom and knowledge, time, money, and effort will make space travel not only possible, but certain. What thrilling and exciting years lie ahead. For those with a knowledge of this fascinating science of electronics, the challenge is boundless. Electronics and exploration of outer space have already formed a close and vital partnership. One depends wholly on the other. Together they form a matchless team, a team that can unlock the secrets of the universe. And with it will come an expansion of scientific knowledge unparalleled in history. What seems impossible to one generation becomes elementary to the next. And when we look back at the last 50 years and see the vast new industries that have developed due to our growing knowledge of electronics and our trained technicians, we need only look into the next 50 years to realize that the science of electronics should literally have us out of this world, for that is where it's taking us. Never before in history has there been such a challenge to man as the conquest of space now presents, and seldom do we see so much promise of new opportunity. Just as any football coach, after conceiving and plotting his plays, needs a full squad of players on the field to put his plays into action, so do the scientists and engineers need trained technicians to put their plays into action. For example, a large percent of a modern airliner cost is in its electronic equipment. The squad of players needed to follow these electronic parts through from manufacture to installation and maintenance is tremendous. It's becoming even more so with the development of such space travel problems as guidance, tracking, telemetering, measurement, control, data computing, and so forth. It's been said often that we are coming into a push-button era. The days of space travel will truly be that, and much more. For back of those who push the buttons is this vast multi-billion-dollar field of electronics, with its great variety of opportunities for properly trained technicians. Here are interesting careers, good-paying careers, careers with a future. Increasingly vast amounts of electronic equipment must be designed, produced, tested, inspected, installed, operated, and maintained for this fantastic new era in which man is entering. Here are opportunities that exist today. In fact, behind the spectacular headlines of man's latest venture into space lies one of the most promising fields of endeavor. Opportunities that are well within the reach of ambitious young people with the proper technical training. Just as our grandfathers during the steam age and our fathers during the electric age benefited and prospered, we and our children can find endless opportunities in the electronic age. But we mustn't forget that space travel will provide only a small portion of the opportunities electronics is opening up. The future of man's search into space depends to a great extent upon those who are today training for an interesting and profitable career in electronics. Just as it is known that electronics is a key to space travel, so it is known that the properly trained electronic technician is the one who will help turn this key. The young man or woman who wants to keep abreast of the rapid advances in this vast field of electronics may prepare in well-equipped technical institutes under the guidance of experienced teachers. Here the student acquires a good understanding of electronics and develops his practical experience by actually working with many circuits and commercial devices found in the field. For the person unable to leave his home or job, effective laboratory-type home training is also available. Learning in spare time, the student receives up-to-date texts, valuable equipment, even visual aid training movies. Following this method, he receives a good knowledge of theory and increases his practical skill at a pace suited to his own needs. When trained, he's ready to take his place on the team that is bringing to reality one of man's oldest dreams, conquest of outer space. So it is that another of man's unknowns is becoming known. Another milestone has been reached, a stepping stone that, thanks to the help and wonders of electronics, is opening up the mysteries of outer space to the gaze and reasoning of thinking men for the use of all mankind.
Heliocentrism has never been proven. It's a religion. Of course, not a religion about some personified God. A religion is defined as being a belief system built upon the doctrine of men without any actual verifiable evidence. It requires belief and faith. It requires belief in something that you can't directly empirically verify. And that's the idea that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball flying around the sun. Contrary to popular belief, it has in no way been proven. We're going to get into it. Here is a bit of a timeline. Now, we have an entire stream, a previous episode, where we broke down each one of these events, but I just wanted to kind of cover some of the basics here so you get an idea of really where this came from. Oh, we knew the Earth was a globe thousands of years ago is what you'll hear. Okay, so we have the globe Earth inception in 350 BC, and this is, of course, as we know it, history as we know it. Then they supposedly found the distance to the sun in 250 BC, and you have Eratosthenes right after that. And when they first supposedly found the distance to the sun, of course, it was completely wrong compared to what they claim it is now, which is supposedly 93 million miles away, which is a joke. They'll tell you Eratosthenes proved that the Earth was a sphere. Of course, he did no such thing. Looked at two shadows. The story's just completely ridiculous. There's no primary documentation it even happened, but it's a very convenient narrative to tell people to try to make it look like flat Earth was disproven by Greeks so long ago. You have the first globe model hundreds of years later, all the way in 1492 is when you get the first actual physical globe model, which was just like laughable and disproportionate and deformed. But it's interesting, the narrative that we're told when you actually look at it. The first physical model of the Earth being a globe ever made was in 1492. Then you get the Copernican model in 1543, and that's the idea that we're flying around the sun, right? That the Earth is orbiting around the sun is in the center. Now, of course, they thought that the sun was in the center of the entire universe, and they've since had to change that. And then we get Kepler's laws. That's the laws that explain the planetary motion in terms of kinematics. And if you're not new to this channel, you know that kinematics are just how bodies move in relation to each other. People looked at the sky, saw that there's a ratio with how these things move, and you can actually, create an equation to describe that ratio, and it'll accurately, quote unquote, predict, although there is no prediction. They just keep doing the same thing forever. Based on their proximity, they move in relation to each other and move in relation to the sun. He found a set of equations to map that out. And then they estimated what the size of Venus was, the distance of Venus, and then they just said, you know what, to try to make this model, we're just going to assume the Earth is the same size as Venus, exactly the same, which is really scientific of them. 1666, Newtonian gravity, supposedly discovered gravity. There was no discovery. He didn't discover anything, or that would require he'd be the first one to ever see something fall. But anyway, so that's where you get 666 newtons on the Earth, or 6.66, and it's rounded up to 6.67. It's the same year the Selenian eclipse was first documented, conveniently enough, which also debunks the globe. Michelson-Morley, 1887, ionosphere, 1901, relativity, 1905, special relativity, 05, general relativity, 1915. NACA was founded in 1915, predecessor to NASA. You have the expanding universe theory come up to try to explain why everything makes it look like we're in the center of the universe unexpectedly. 1925, around that time is where you have Hubble looking out further into space and discovering they have a problem. 1931, the Big Bang Theory, dark matter, to save the model because relativity's predictions were off by 99% when they looked at the galaxy clusters. Now, this is where it gets very interesting. You get to 1945, Operation Paperclip. You got the government bringing people over, bringing Nazis over. They put paperclips in different folders to have them integrate into the United States in different positions, right? Engineers, scientists, etc. So then you have the very next year, after bringing them over here, they go explore Antarctica, Operation High Jump. And the CIA was founded the very next year. The CIA was founded the very next year. Now we know they do stuff like Operation Mockingbird, and they literally propagandize the American public. And then you have the Mars Project, written by Wernher von Braun, one of the people brought over in Operation Paperclip, an SS officer of the Nazi regime. And in this book, the main character's title is Elon, and he founds the first civilization on Mars. So just a coincidence there. Then you get to 1952, NSA was founded. And then 55, Operation Deep Freeze, go back to Antarctica. They ended up founding the first American base there called Little America. Then you have the DEW system in 1957. That is where they started actually monitoring the north. So they go out to the south and then they come back out to the north, and they put up it's now called like the North Warning System, but there's basically a trip line around the North Pole, and they monitor anything inside of a certain latitude, right? And then you have NASA, founded in 1958, the next year, and then in 1959 they signed the Antarctic Treaty, so now they're monitoring the inside and the outside. And then you have the DIA founded in 61, Operation Fishbowl, high altitude missiles, of course, that part of Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, they shot high altitude missiles up. And we got in the 30s, we actually have documents now that are declassified that says that they had approximation methods to determine the brightness of the firmament that were proven accurate, and that it has different zenith measurements, meaning that there's literally a distance, a zenith measurement to the firmament above you, and that they were able to accurately map it out. And then we get over to the JFK moon landing announcement, 1962. 67, there was a space treaty signed. In 67, you have Gus Grissom dying after saying we can't go to the moon, that it's ridiculous. The 1968 2001 Space Odyssey comes out, film of the year, basically propagandizes everyone to believe we're about to go to the moon. And also Newsbenders comes out where they tell you everything about space is fake in 1968. The 1969, they supposedly go to the moon, and then they see the Earth from space, confirming the Earth is allegedly a sphere in 1972 at the tail end of the Apollo missions, and that's really like the only claimed real picture of the Earth from space for decades. Okay, so there is the timeline. I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. You don't say, George. I mean, it didn't get any better since you made this quote. They completely try to hide it. They call it science, and they deny that it's basically philosophy. What he's saying here is that you can treat the Earth as stationary and in the center of the entire universe, and you can't disprove it with any observations. You can only say, I don't like it philosophically. And he says, I don't see anything wrong with that. Well, I disagree, but at least he tried to point it out to people, because he said people try to hide that fact and claim it's science. Claim number one is that the Earth is in motion. The Earth is supposedly spinning over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator while revolving around the sun 66,600 miles per hour on an axial tilt of 66.6 degrees. That's a positive claim. We need to kind of test that, and let me just break down some basic logic here. Do you ever experience that the Earth is moving? Of course not. We can stack rocks up. We actually notice when the Earth moves. It's called an earthquake, right? Because it's actually moving from its previous stationary position. We can see smokestacks going up just straight up in the air. From our observation, the Earth's not moving. Now, the globe claims it is, you just can't tell. Okay, maybe so. But you have to verify that, you have to give us some type of evidence to truly substantiate that, because the default position based on all empirical evidence, whether that be how we shoot missiles, how we fly planes, how we fly helicopters, how we do anything, we assume that the Earth is stationary, and how we even look at anything in quote-unquote space is we assume the Earth's in the center and stationary. So if you're going to claim that's actually just an illusion, you have to, of course, substantiate that. So let's see if this claim of motion of this globe Earth model was actually verified, right? I mean, that's basic logic. We need to verify if this claim is true, because it seems like a lot of people don't really know what it is that they believe in, and they've never actually assessed it with intellectual honesty and logic. This is where they say that we live, and just a quick reminder, they say it's spinning over 1,000 miles per hour east of the equator, right? And of course, it's going at different speeds based on different latitudes, because it's a sphere. They claim it's tilted, wobbling, 3 different wobbles at least, on a 66.6 degree axis. And that's, of course, because 23.4 taken from 90 is 66.6. And it's supposedly orbiting around the sun, 66,600 miles per hour. And then flying through the galaxy over 1 million miles per hour. And really, that's a typo. It's flying with the sun through the galaxy 500,000 miles per hour as the galaxy flies through space over 1 million miles per hour. Here's a quote: no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth actually is in motion. Lincoln Barnett, the universe, and Dr. Einstein. That seems a little different than what we've been told or led to believe, huh? We just covered the basic logic that everything we've ever experienced is that it's not moving, so we're gonna need some evidence that it is moving. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, meaning as to the question of whether or not we can actually detect or perceive the alleged motion of the Earth in an experiment on the Earth, we've already remarked that every attempt of this nature led to a negative result. meaning we weren't able to actually ever detect, perceive, or measure the motion of the Earth that is assumed. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. That's Albert Einstein, Relativity to Special and General Theory, 1920, page 61. He then explains that the struggle so violent way back in the day between Ptolemy and Copernicus would really be meaningless because either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. I, of course, challenge him on that. You have to verify the validity or justification for the idea that it's moving. We know that the stationary Earth can be used with justification because that's how we use the Earth for everything. This is a hostile witness, and he says the two sentences, quote, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems, Albert Einstein and The Evolution of Physics, 1938. Of course, relativity is still used to this day as the glue for this entire claim that we're flying through space and just can't tell. So he says, while I was thinking about this problem in my student years, I came to the result of Michelson-Morley experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, this was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun in the context of Michelson-Morley and using the word optics, that would be utilizing light, which is the most precise form of measurement that we have to this day. You can use laser interferometry to very precisely measure motion. This is the Michelson-Morley experiment. This is a visualization. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history. They shot two perpendicular light beams. One is supposedly going with the motion of the Earth. The other one's supposedly going against it as it flies around the sun. So it should take one of the light beams longer to get to the receiver because it has to travel further. If that's the case, that's what we should see right here. It should be a difference called an interference pattern or a fringe shift. And what they actually saw was that it's way closer to being exactly the same, but if you look closely, it is not the same. What they did, instead of accepting the results saying, oh, we're not measuring this motion of the Earth, we assume, 30 kilometers a second. The Earth is supposedly flying through space 30 kilometers every 1 second, which is 66,000 miles per hour. They said, oh, well, actually the light beams were separated because we are moving, but when we tried to measure it, you just couldn't tell because everything is contracting in relation to the sun. And so basically the apparatus itself, or anything you tried to measure it, it'll contract just the right amount to make it look like the Earth isn't moving. And this is called Lorentz contraction or length contraction. The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. So he's covering a Michelson-Morley experiment here. He said they only had a few alternatives. First of which was, oh, the Earth isn't moving. The Copernican theory is that we are flying around the sun. And that was unthinkable. So what the evidence actually shows us is unthinkable. That goes back to how this is philosophy, not science. We still need actual evidence. This is Sir Arthur Eddington, a very famous physicist. The Michelson-Morley experiment has thus failed to detect our motion through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus. Sir Arthur Eddington, Space, Time, and Gravitation, page 20. This is Einstein saying in 1921. Dayton Miller, who he's talking about, he just replicated the Michelson-Morley experiment over and over and over. Saying, I believe that I've really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity, assuming, and now of course he just took Maxwell's equations, but anyway, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error, otherwise the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. This was the expected result, right? Because one light wave is supposedly moving further. This is what they actually saw. You see, there is actually a separation between the waves here. They're not exactly the same. They claim that the apparatus contracted because everything on the Earth is contracted in relation to the sun because it's supposedly moving around the sun. There is a separation. So what did they say? They said, oh, well, that's just instrumental error. Coincidentally, the instrument keeps on showing us error in the same direction that the sky moves, and it keeps on doing it. I think it was probably temperature. So what did Miller do? Miller started testing it. He started testing it with radiant heat sources at different altitudes, different times of the year, different directions, etc. And he saw that the effect was consistent and that there was no leg to stand on to claim that it was just instrumental error, which was the best that Einstein or anyone else trying to save the heliocentric model could come up with at the time. 4 years later, in 25, he says, my opinion about Miller's experiments is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, that the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity, in its current form would be invalid. Then he's got Latin for experiment reigns supreme. Experiment is the supreme judge. Only the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain, however. They would have to lead to a significantly different theory. We've replicated it many times time since then, and you have all these different tests that show that that effect is very real, meaning that there is a fringe shift, meaning that the light goes faster in the same direction that the sky moves. Everything moves east to west. If you shoot light in that direction, it goes a little bit faster. So now if we go back and we take Einstein for what he said, not only does evidence show that the Earth's not moving, not only is there no way to actually detect, measure, or observe that the Earth is allegedly moving, but the entire theory proposed to save the heliocentric model and claim it was an illusion that we're not moving has to be thrown out according to the person who came up with it. Again, from none other than Einstein. But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. What they've had to do now is they've had to start updating and revising the arguments. So, you know, flat earthers are so stupid that they're constantly having to update their model in response to our arguments and response to our evidence. What they say now is, oh, they didn't claim that it actually contracted. They absolutely did. I just showed you that. You can go read Einstein's paper. I've read it. He specifically says, oh, we see that Lorentz contraction is correct. It's just interpreted different through relativity. And there was a contraction exactly the right amount to compensate for the missing time difference or the difference in the light waves. So they now say, oh, he doesn't really mean contraction. He doesn't say that. It has nothing to do with that. That's a lie. I just want you to soak that in, that they have to actually bastardize the theory that saved their model and they have to lie. They then said, oh, Einstein didn't actually even know about Michelson-Morley when he came up with relativity. He had nothing to do with that. Well, that's funny because we just read multiple quotes from Einstein himself saying that's exactly what happened. Claim number 2 is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. Supposedly, the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, 24,901 to be specific. And the distance from the center of this sphere to the edge is roughly 4,000 miles. It's a very specific size sphere that's supposedly tilted, wobbling, and spinning, flying through space. So we can test that claim. Just like we tested the claim of the Earth is moving, we can test the claim of the shape. The globe Earth model makes very specific dimension claims. If these dimensions are falsified, the entire model is falsified. So there's a depiction to show you, of course, what a radius is. Everything uses this R value, this radius value. Gravity, day and night cycle, the distance to the sun and the moon, supposedly how they go to space. They need a radius of orbit. You need a distance from the center to the surface of the Earth and a distance from the surface up to where they supposedly are in orbit to get your radius of orbit. If this value is not true, the entire model is immediately falsified, even distances to places on the Earth, etc. Everything about it. It boils down to this number. If you're actually seeking the truth, you would immediately go and examine this number. The horizon is merely an apparent location. The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Sky ramps down to the eye level, converging into the horizontal vanishing line, or the horizon, and that's of course where you get the word horizontal from. And then the ground's ramping up to eye level, converging into the horizontal vanishing line. And that vanishing line changes based on atmospheric conditions. So sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's further away because there's more turbulence in the atmosphere, there's more density, there's different temperatures, there's different humidity, there's different obstruction. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3959, then that horizon is where that arrow meets the surface there. It's going to give you a physical horizon that's curving in all directions always. The horizon moves around. So we don't see an actual physical place or anything. We see an apparent place. The globe would claim, oh, there's an actual physical curve there that's causing the horizon. But since there's an atmosphere, it constantly moves around. You can never see the actual position. And just like you stand at the end of a long hallway or you look down a long street with street lights, you'll see that things above you look like they're converging down. Things below you look like they're converging up. And they look like they converge into each other in the middle vanishing point. The horizon line is not physical. If you see the optical diffraction limit, and this is a mirroring zone here, you see where it looks like the boat is up floating in the air, but no, actually it's just the horizon is just optical, and it makes it look like the boat is actually mirrored here. And you can tell that we have a diffraction limit. We have a limit to how far we can see relative to optical angles and atmospheric conditions. If the Earth is a sphere, this is still true. So we have the definitions of plane surveying here. Below are 5 definitions from various civil engineering forums or textbooks and from Wikipedia, which specify that the Earth's alleged curvature is ignored for surveying projects to 260 square kilometers or approximately 100 square miles, or more specifically to assume the Earth is a flat plane. So if professional civil engineers and surveyors are trained to ignore over 20 meters or 66.6 feet of curvature at 100 square miles, at what point are they trained to factor the Earth's alleged curvature? No, an engineer. Plane surveying is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane. The curvature of the Earth is ignored. And this is for all engineering, whether building bridges, building railways, building canals. We actually have to assume the Earth's a plane and completely neglect the notion of curvature to do engineering in the real world. We have something called specular reflections, and if you see like the mountains reflected on the body of water here, and we actually have observations from many dozens of miles away where you see really big mountains reflected off the water. If the surface is not flat, you cannot get a specular reflection. If you see here, there's just a little bit of disturbance in the water and you see that the image is being messed up. Now, if this water was actually bending convexly, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection. In order to get a specular reflection, the water has to be flat. And this is because if not, you'll have a diffused reflection. It'll scatter. You won't be able to get the actual specular reflection coming from the water, so from whatever the object is, to the water to you. Now, light doesn't actually travel, but we perceive it as if it does, and we're not going to digress. The reflection requires a flat surface to then give you a specular reflection. If it is sloping, bending convexly, or if it's concave, you're going to get major distortion. You cannot get an accurate specular reflection. We have long distance specular reflections on the Earth, all over the Earth, and that shows you that the Earth is a plane, that water is flat. If you go to like a circus and you have like the clown mirrors or whatever they're called, the reason they make you look so distorted is because they're curved. And since they're either curved convex or concave, it makes you look crazy. It gives you very distorted proportions. And here is the horizon, which is supposedly Earth curve, and we see just a time lapse of it throughout the day. We see it moves drastically, goes up and down. Now the Earth is not breathing in and out. It's not doing yoga and stretching. Of course, this is just an optical effect because the conditions are changing, and so it's causing the horizon to move around because that's the vanishing point, the convergence point, and it's changing based on the different conditions. It's just an apparent effect. It isn't any physical hump blocking things in the distance. Another thing that we have that shows that the Earth is not a globe is long distance laser tests. People will say is, oh, it's actually refracting and bending around the globe, perfectly matching the globe. In reality, what we've done is we've actually gone to the side, we viewed from the outside and showed that it's completely horizontal. Over 30 miles, you can tell that it's parallel with the body of water, completely horizontal. That's impossible. It should be blocked by Earth curvature. They say, oh, it's bending around the Earth curvature. Then how come when we go look at the laser from the outside, we see that it's completely horizontal? They just literally claim that everything's an illusion. Now, here's another problem with the globe Earth. If the Earth is a sphere, then it must be curving down and away from you in all directions. What that means is as you go higher, the Earth is going to be further and further away from you because it's going down and away from you and you're now going up. Well, here's what actually happens when we go up in altitude on the Earth. You see where the starting line is, you see the horizon, and let's see what happens as we increase altitude. Look at that, the horizon's rising with the drone. The globe would have to claim that its perspective, the horizon, if it's Earth curvature, should be dropping down and away from you. As I go higher above the Earth, it should go further and further down and away from me. But the horizon is rising towards eye level with us. If the Earth's a sphere, this horizon is supposedly Earth curvature that's going down and away from my feet. So as I get higher, it should go down away from me further and further. It just converges into that vanishing point. Another problem for the globe is long distance mirror flashes. The military uses these to allow soldiers to communicate and convey their location without other people being able to see it. So you just take a little mirror. If you tip it back and forth, eventually the light from the sun will hit the mirror in just the right way that it will reflect to the observer because it will have a direct line of sight. And the reason that they do this is because enemies can be in the area, but they won't be able to see the guy signaling the mirror flash because you have to have a direct line of sight with the person. You don't see the mirror until the light is at a perfect angle that you you can see it. This is an infrared from across a lake where there should be significant curvature blocking this light, but instead we see it. The problem here is you can't claim it's refraction because once you have it curving up from behind a hump or the curvature of the earth, you're not going to get that direct line of sight at that impact point of the mirror to be able to get the flash. It requires a horizontal line of sight. This has been done far beyond what the globe Earth's math allows. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles with no earth curvature obstruction. So we can just send these radio waves out horizontally. They can be detected and received over 10,000 miles away. Radio waves are nothing more than non-visible light. So microwaves, radio waves, light, all the same thing, right? In fact, what we typically call light is just visible light. It's all electromagnetic radiation, and there's a huge span of frequencies. And that's what radio waves are. Okay, so you have the radio spectrum labeled there for you, right? As you actually get to 300 gigahertz up to 300 megahertz, that's the microwave range. And then you have that very small portion being the visible light. Electromagnetic radiation going out horizontally can be sent over 10,000 miles successfully and was done in the early 1900s. In 1901, we had the reception of the transatlantic radio signals by Marconi. If you have this tower that's just, a few dozen feet up, and then you shoot a radio wave out, well, the curvature of the earth is going to block the wave. So you can't send it 2,000 miles if you do the math based on how high you're sending the signal out from horizontally, line of sight, then the curvature of the earth will block it at less than 200 miles. They're like, that's not going to work, bro. He's like, well, I'm going to try it anyway. First attempt successful, 2,200 miles away. So shot it like the earth was flat, line of sight, radio wave was received 2,200 miles away. So they had to come up with an excuse, and that's where Oliver Heaviside came in, and they came up with the idea of the ionosphere. And they claim that the ionosphere is an area of the atmosphere that is ionized. Of course, ionized gas is plasma. There's a certain ionization of the gas at a certain layer in the atmosphere that reflects the radio waves back down. They came up with this to explain how the Earth is in fact a ball, even though the radio wave should have been blocked by the curvature of the Earth. This is where you get the idea of skywave propagation. You see the depiction here. If you send something out horizontally on a globe, what happens is it goes towards space because the Earth is dropping down and away from you. They claim, oh, well, it goes up, hits the ionosphere, bounces back down, then reflects off the ground, goes back up, hits the ionosphere, bounces back down, and it keeps bouncing down, up and down. And it said that radio waves topping out with the frequency of about 30 megahertz bounce off the ionosphere in what is called skywave propagation, depicted to the right. Very high frequency signals with frequencies above about 30 megahertz, quote, usually penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to Earth's surface, and that's from an official source. This creates what is called a skip zone or a dead zone. So if you see the little triangles there, the area in between is where it couldn't be received. They say that the ionosphere tops out at 40 megahertz. If you have ionization and you send a radio wave, it'll reflect back to you if the radio wave is a lower frequency than the ionization. So say you have some plasma over here and the plasma is 40 megahertz. Well, if you send out a signal that's 40 megahertz or 39, so 40 and under, it'll reflect it back to you. If you send out a frequency that's 41 megahertz, it'll go right through it. So if it's a higher frequency, it penetrates directly through the ionization. And here I have, do microwaves bounce off the atmosphere? While lower frequency radio waves can follow the contours of the Earth and bounce off layers in the atmosphere, microwaves can only travel line of sight, typically limited to 30 to 40 miles on Earth's surface. Under normal ionospheric conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. Well, here is the world record, a list of world record amateur radio transmissions. If you look over to the left, this is megahertz, it's the frequency. So we have all these above 106 megahertz. If you look a few columns over to the right, you're gonna have the distance in miles right here. And so we have 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles. We have all the way up to 2,500 miles. There was a 106 megahertz frequency radio wave sent 2,500 miles. Now these should be blocked at a couple hundred miles according to the globe Earth. Well, the problem here is, just like it says here, under normal ionospheric conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. These are over 100 megahertz and happen all the time. This is not a rare occurrence. If the frequency is higher than 40 megahertz, it would penetrate directly through it. And in the globe paradigm, continue on to space. And here we have them, instead of going 200-300 miles maximum, we have them going 2,500 miles. That is direct physical refutation of a claim that the Earth is a sphere. You also have microwave microwaves, and they have a significantly more narrow beam. There's such a higher frequency, they don't span out as much, and thus they have much smaller span of diffraction. We have microwaves depicted as orange and radio waves depicted as the gray one. You'll see you have the microwaves shooting out and then also the radio waves. This hill here is basically going to represent the curve of the Earth. If we send these radio waves out to the hill will block the radio waves because the hill is higher than the tower, right? But since the radio waves are spanning out so much wider, part of the radio waves will actually span out to above the hill, and then it'll go past the hill and then fill back in behind it. And this is called diffraction. The problem is the microwaves don't span out as much, so it can't get past the hill because it's not wide enough to even be diffracted around the hill. Microwaves travel by line of sight. Unlike lower frequency radio waves, they do not diffract around hills, follow the Earth's surface as ground waves, or reflect from the ionosphere. So terrestrial microwave communication links are limited by the visual horizon to about 40 miles. Now we have them much longer than that, and of course the horizon shouldn't just be visual, it should be a physical geometric place, which means we should be able to do the math and know exactly where the physical curve of the Earth is. Doesn't matter where we visually see it. The microwave frequency range lies between 300 megahertz, 300 gigahertz. Beyond 40 megahertz frequency doesn't get reflected back by the ionosphere. It can pass through the ionosphere due to the microwave frequencies are not suitable for ionospheric propagation. Well, here we have them going 50 to 250 miles with a 99.9% success rate of reliability. That's a problem because it can't just be, oh, it just randomly scatters and we get it. Well, no, the signal strength would have to drop down almost completely, which they don't, and you wouldn't have a 99.9% reliability.
Some of those old hits just keep hitting, don't they?
Oh yeah. Yep, definitely, man.
I wish he could get his act back together and come back to 24/7.
Yep.